पे ये भी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। आपने जिस प्रकार ये टाइमिंग का जिक्र किया कि लोकसभा चुनाव से 2 महीने ठीक पहले, ठीक उसी प्रकार से चंद्रशेखर बावनकुले ने भी कहा कि बजट सेशन होते होते चीज़ें बदलेंगी और महाराष्ट्र में बदलाव दिखेगा।
ये बात तो सही है ना, क्योंकि अच्छा काम करेंगे तो ये विश्वास होता है। देखो मेरिट के स्टूडेंट को देखिए, वो पेपर दे के आते हैं, अब रिजल्ट लगने को तो समय रहता, पर वो कहते ना हमें 99% मार्क मिलेंगे, क्योंकि अपने कर्म पर जो विश्वास होता है, आत्मविश्वास होता है, उससे ही वो विद्यार्थी कहता है ना। तो राजनीति में हमारे काम की वजह से ये विश्वास है।
दादा, एक कैंडिड क्वेश्चन है आपसे, अजीत दादा के साथ साथ और कितने विधायक जो हैं आपके संपर्क में? देखो,
जो लोग संपर्क में है उनका नाम बता के संकेत का भंग नहीं करना चाहिए। देखो, कोई अपने पे विश्वास रखता है, कोई बड़े प्रेम मोहब्बत से जब बात करता है कि देखो आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए, देश को विश्व का गुरु बनाने के लिए माननीय मोदी जी जान से काम करते हैं, तो हम भी उसमें अपना कोई छोटा हिस्सा देना चाहते, योगदान देना चाहते। तो आज मैं अगर नाम बता दूं तो देखो अच्छी बात नहीं होती।
ऑपरेशन लोटस सक्रिय है महाराष्ट्र में।
देखो, ऑपरेशन डेमोक्रेसी है, ये ऑपरेशन इंडिया है कि जिसमें हम देश को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
तो मुझे लगता है कोई कमल जीते ये भाव से हम राजनीति नहीं करते। देखो, हमारी राजनीति ये सत्ता के लिए नहीं, जनता की दिल जीतने की राजनीति है।
And viewers, Ajit Pawar, without naming any politician, had taken a veiled dive at an MVA leader and said that some people do not know what to say when a mic is handed to them.
माईक हातामध्ये आल्यानंतर काय बोलावं काय कळतच नाही। कोण फडतूस म्हणतं, कोण काढतूस म्हणतं, काय म्हणतात। अरे आपल्याला चांगले विचार यशवंतराव चव्हाण साहेबांनी दिले। सुसंस्कृत महाराष्ट्राची निर्मिती संयुक्त महाराष्ट्राच्या काळामध्ये चव्हाण साहेबांनी केली। त्या रस्त्याने जाऊ द्या, वसंतदादांनी दाखवलेल्या रस्त्याने जाऊ, वसंतराव नाईकांनी दाखवलेल्या, शरदराव पवारांनी दाखवल्या त्या रस्त्याने जाऊ ना। तो रस्ता आपल्या भल्याचा आहे, आपल्याला निश्चितपणे दिशा देणार आहे।
So viewers, that's a big story coming out from Maharashtra, where we are seeing that according to sources, Republic has learned that Ajit Pawar is in talks with the BJP and he wants to move out of the Congress alliance. In fact, Republic spoke to a Maharashtra minister who has confirmed that talks are underway. But he added that names will be declared just before the Lok Sabha election. So that is a big story coming out from Maharashtra, and this is going to be a top story we'll be watching out for here on Republic TV. And Union Minister Piyush Goyal on Monday, while addressing the Indian diaspora community in France, said that India will become the third largest economy by the year 2027. Here's more.
I'm happy to share with you, not only did we cross the Rubicon of 750 billion, we'll be beyond 765 billion, possibly touching 770 billion as the final figures. Big vision leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is making rapid strides, is ensuring that 1.4 billion Indians, young India, is ready to engage with the rest of the world, is ready to power India's growth story, is working relentlessly to give leadership to the world, whether it is the economies of the world, whether it's the field of art, culture, tradition, whether it's yoga or it's millets.
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking coming up on the other side. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
क्यों
USNTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
Viewers, top headlines right now. Ahead of Rajasthan elections, Pilot launches his most open revolt against Maharashtra Congress.
का कल्चर रहा है, लेकिन हाँ, राजस्थान का यह विशेष परिस्थिति का निर्माण हो गया है, इसका समाधान कुछ करना चाहिए।
Rahul and Priyanka seem to side with Gehlot. Miffed Vadra Congress now attacks Sachin Pilot. (1984) right investigation back to haunt Congress titler summoned for voice sample collection. BJP confirms churn in Maharashtra politics, says picture will be clear in January 2024. Finance Minister slams Western media, says those writing reports must visit India first. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. Viewers, we're live and breaking this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest and a lot of developments coming in, especially from Rajasthan. It's a big and open revolt by Sachin Pilot against the Vadra Congress. The former Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan is on a day-long dharna in Jaipur to protest against Gehlot government's inaction on corruption. What this has turned out to be is a massive show of strength as we speak. Now, the Congress is in a panic mode after these developments. It's an open revolt. We have our correspondents on ground and they're getting us multiple reactions coming in from multiple leaders who are at the spot, including Kirori Lal and Udit Raj.
किरोड़ीलाल मीणा जी, आज हम देख रहे हैं सचिन पायलट सुबह से धरने पर बैठे हुए हैं अपने ही सीएम के अगेंस्ट। वो कह रहे हैं कि सीएम बात सुन नहीं रहे हैं, चिट्ठी का जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम मांग कर रहे हैं कि करप्शन पर सीएम कार्रवाई करे, लेकिन सीएम सुनवाई नहीं कर रहे हैं। और अब देखने को मिल रहा है कि डिप्टी सीएम और सीएम आमने सामने है इस पूरे मामले पर।
वो तो शुरू से आमने सामने है, लेकिन 4.5 साल से कहाँ पायलट साहब सो रहे थे। 5 बजट सत्र हो गए, उसमें बोलना चाहिए था, विधानसभा के रिकॉर्ड पर आता। और जो चलो बजट सत्र गया, 18 महीने तक वो डिप्टी सीएम रहे थे, तब उनको पहल करके कार्रवाई करानी चाहिए। जब तो बड़े मधुर संबंध थे गहलोत साहब और सचिन पायलट साहब के। एक राज पर, वसुंधरा राज पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं। तो ये 4.5 साल में इतना भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, चाहे सिंचाई विभाग का हो, चाहे पेयजल का हो, चाहे अडानी का हो, चाहे एम्बुलेंस घोटाला हो, चाहे कंस्ट्रक्शन का हो, चाहे बिजली का गबन हो, ढेर सारे घोटाले ही घोटाले। तो ऐसा सचिन पायलट साहब क्यों कर रहे हैं कि वसुंधरा जी पे जो बेबुनियाद आरोप लगे उनको लेकर धरने पे बैठे हैं। यहाँ तो प्रमाणित आरोप है गहलोत साहब के खिलाफ। हाउस में हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के नेता राजेंद्र राठौड़ ने लगाए थे अडानी के मामले को लेके, बिजली के टेंडर में गड़बड़ियाँ, जमीन अलॉटमेंट में गड़बड़ियाँ। तो उसको भी मुद्दा बना के जोड़ें तो ठीक रहेगा। वो भेदभाव क्यों कर रहे हैं कि आप बीजेपी के आरोपों को तो पुख्ता मान रहे हैं और कांग्रेस में जो गहलोत के राज में पुख्ता प्रमाण दिए गए हैं भ्रष्टाचार के, उनकी आवाज़ नहीं उठा रहे। तो दोहरा मापदंड से आप भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई नहीं लड़ सकते। ये निशाना कहीं है, निगाहें कहीं है, ये पूरा राजनीतिक है।
आपको लगता है कि मुद्दा पूरा कहीं और था? सचिन पायलट और अशोक गहलोत के बीच शुरू से ही किसी न किसी बात पर आपसी मतभेद देखने को मिला है। अब कांग्रेस का एक तबका जहां सचिन पायलट के साथ ग्राउंड पे देखने को मिल रहा है, वहीं पे तो दूसरे का सीनियर लीडर्स की बात करें, कांग्रेस आला कमान की बात करें, तो उनका कहना है कि ये सचिन पायलट खिलाफत कर रहे हैं अपनी ही पार्टी के खिलाफ। ये अंदेशा किस तरफ है?
ये तो आपस में दोनों ही खिलाफत कर रहे हैं। पहले पायलट साहब ने बाड़ाबंदी की है, बाद में जब यहाँ से अपने वो कांग्रेस के कमेटी गई जिसमें खुद प्रेसिडेंट के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भी थे, और उन्होंने जाके विधायकों की राय लेना चाहा, खड़गे साहब और अजय माकन ने। तो गहलोत साहब के बहुत नज़दीक के मंत्री शांति धारीवाल सब एमएलए को बांध के बैठ गए, उनसे इस्तीफा लिखा लिया, बसों में भर के जाके इस्तीफा दे आया। उन्होंने तो बयान भी दे दिए कि हमें पायलट को बनाए तो ये कर देंगे, ये कर देंगे। मतलब अनुशासनहीनता दोनों पक्ष कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अनुशासनहीनता पायलट की तो दिखती है, गहलोत की, शांति धारीवाल की, महेश जोशी की, ये दिल्ली वालों को नहीं दिखती। तो ये भेद भी नहीं करना चाहिए।
And Bharatiya Congress has attacked Sachin Pilot. Congress has called it a one-sided protest and called the dharna against the party. In fact, we also spoke to Udit Raj.
I will appeal Sachin Pilot that this is the time to stand with Rahul Gandhi ji, stand with the party, stand against the fight of Adani corruption. This is not the right time. This is what I can solicit him. I tried to solicit him, he did not listen. Still I am soliciting that this is not the right time. And most importantly, when the opposition is standing on these issues, our own party leaders should reconsider that when others are ours, others are standing with us, why not he? The Congress has given him too much, that he should also think about it. So what happened that this is the crucial time to stand with Rahul Gandhi ji, crucial time to fight the bigger enemy, bigger corruption that has been done by Adani.
One more thing. this infighting between these two senior leaders of Congress in Rajasthan, it is not the first time. We saw this last year as well, and before that also, the Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot drama every time reaches to center to Delhi, and every time High Command takes some or the other way isn't able to resolve the issue. Last time we also saw the same. Isn't Congress worried about the infighting amongst its own party leaders?
I think BJP should worry more that what is happening in Karnataka. More number of BJP people have deserted and joined Congress than Congress who have deserted the party. That is not being uncovered. That is to be covered. And in Rajasthan, that the conflict or in other way I can say the way that they have sidelined Vasundhara Raje, who is a stalwart leader, who established BJP over there. Aren't they worried about it? Aren't they ventilated in Rajasthan and Karnataka? They should worry about themselves.
All right, let's go straight to Amardeep, who's joining us live right now. And Amardeep is right at the site, the protest site, where we're seeing Sachin Pilot fasting against corruption and the Gehlot government. Amardeep, we are seeing that many Congress leaders are not happy with what's happening. They're hitting out at Sachin Pilot, and they're saying that this is an anti-party activity which would go against the interest of the party. That's what many Congress leaders are saying about Sachin Pilot's fast and the dharna that he's performing there.
बिल्कुल, आप यहाँ सबसे पहले तस्वीरें मैं आपको यहाँ पे दिखाऊंगा कि सचिन पायलट जो है वो बैठे हुए हैं और करीब 1.5 से 2 घंटे का वक्त जो है वो बीत चुका है। इसके अलावा समर्थकों की यहाँ तादाद अगर बात करें तो लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। जिस वक्त सचिन पायलट शहीद स्मारक पहुंचे थे उस वक्त उनके काफिले के पीछे यहाँ पे भीड़ जो थी वो थोड़ी कम थी, लेकिन अब अगर बात करें तो जितनी अंदर है उससे ज़्यादा बाहर की तस्वीर जो है वो है। तो यहाँ धरना स्थल पर जो मौन धारण किया है सचिन पायलट ने अपनी ही पार्टी के खिलाफ, अपने ही मुख्यमंत्री के खिलाफ एक जंग छेड़ी है। वो कह सकते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं पार्टी की नज़रों में अब ये कहा जा रहा है कि ये धरना जो है ये पार्टी विरोधी गतिविधियों के तहत है। तो ये चीज़ सुखजिंदर रंधावा जो प्रदेश के प्रभारी हैं वो कल साफ कर चुके थे, लेकिन तस्वीरें अगर आप यहाँ पे देखेंगे, ये मंच की तस्वीरें, मंच की तस्वीरों पे आप सचिन पायलट को देखेंगे, पीछे यहाँ पे प्रदेश पदाधिकारी भी हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि सचिन पायलट अकेले बैठे हैं। सचिन पायलट के साथ में कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर जो हैं विश्वेंद्र सिंह, उनके बेटे यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं। इसके अलावा अनिल चोपड़ा यहाँ पे हैं, सुरेश शर्मा यहाँ पे हैं। इसके अलावा प्रदेश से जुड़े हुए कई जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। लगातार नारेबाजी चल रही है, सचिन पायलट के पक्ष में नारेबाजी चल रही है, सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी चल रही है। तो ये तमाम जो चीज़ें हैं ये कहीं ना कहीं टारगेट करती हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी पर, क्योंकि ये जो चीज़ है सामने आप इसमें तस्वीर देखेंगे तो एक तरफ गांधी की तस्वीर है, दूसरी तरफ महात्मा ज्योतिराव फूले की तस्वीर है क्योंकि आज उनकी जयंती भी है। तो यहाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ मौन धारण करके यहाँ जो अपनी राजनीति है उसको बता रहे हैं। सचिन पायलट आगे की तरफ किस तरीके का उनका रुख रहेगा ये इख्तियार कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ समर्थकों की जो तादाद है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है, लोग बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। कुछ समर्थकों से मैं भी बात करना चाहूँगा, यहाँ बात करने की कोशिश करूँगा। कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं बस्सी से, दौलत मीणा बस्सी
से आए हैं। तो पायलट साहब जिस चीज़ को उठा रहे हैं ठीक है?
बिल्कुल, पायलट साहब ने जो मुद्दा उठाया है वो हम पहले भी बात विधानसभा चुनाव से पहले हमने इन मुद्दों पे बात
लेकिन पार्टी तो कह रही है कि पार्टी विरोधी चीजें हैं।
जी नहीं, पार्टी का कोई विरोध नहीं है। ये जो पिछली भाजपा की सरकार थी उसके उस दौरान जो भी घोटाले हुए और भ्रष्टाचार हुए उसके खिलाफ जांच की मांग है।
रंधावा साहब कह रहे हैं, जयराम रमेश कह रहे हैं, पवन खेड़ा कह रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी विरोधी चीजें हो रही हैं।
देखिए, पार्टी में अगर सत्य के लिए कोई बात उठाई जाती है तो वो पार्टी का विरोध नहीं है। हमने पिछली
और लोग हैं, इनसे बात करेंगे।
इकरामुद्दीन खान।
पायलट साहब का धरना जो है वो कह रहे हैं, पार्टी के लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये तो पार्टी फोरम पे रखनी चाहिए थी बात, यहाँ पे रख रहे हैं।
वसुंधरा राजे के खिलाफ धरना पार्टी विरोधी कैसे हुआ? ये धरना वसुंधरा राज सरकार के खिलाफ जो भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था उसके लिए विरुद्ध में धरना है।
हवा हो गए, जयराम रमेश हो गए, पवन खेड़ा हो गए, ये तो तमाम लोग कह रहे हैं ना कि पार्टी विरोधी।
उनको शायद ये पता नहीं है कि वसुंधरा राजे के खिलाफ धरना है, ये कांग्रेस के खिलाफ नहीं है।
क्या नाम है आपका?
प्रद्युमन सिंह।
प्रद्युमन जी कहाँ से आए हैं?
अजमेर।
आए हैं तो ये बताइए कि पार्टी फोरम पे बात करनी चाहिए थी, इस तरीके की बात कह रहे हैं बड़े नेता, आपको क्या लगता है?
नहीं, ये जो पायलट साहब ने कदम उठाया है इस भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ, ये न्याय संगत है, वाजिब है, हम इसका समर्थन करते हैं।
आप ही के पार्टी के बड़े नेता कह रहे हैं कि ये न्याय संगत नहीं है, पार्टी फोरम पे बात करनी चाहिए थी, ये तो खिलाफत है।
पायलट साहब खुद एक बहुत बड़े नेता हैं और बहुत अच्छे इंसान हैं, वो वाजिब मुद्दा उठाते हैं, हम उनके साथ हैं, जनता उनके साथ है।
एडवोकेट नासिर खान धौलपुर से आया हूँ।
पार्टी के बड़े नेता कह रहे हैं तो पार्टी के खिलाफ वाली
कांग्रेस की विचारधारा रही है, कांग्रेस सदैव भ्रष्टाचार और बेईमानी के खिलाफ लड़ती रही है, सड़क से लेकर सदन तक, आज तक कांग्रेस का यही संघर्ष रहा है। पायलट साहब के नेतृत्व में ये लड़ाई सड़क से लेकर संघर्ष तक सदन तक रहेगी और हम उनके साथ हैं।
पहले ऐसा हो चुका है, पहले गहलोत जी मुख्यमंत्री थे, जब आज कैबिनेट मंत्री थे सेंटर में कटारिया जी ने आंदोलन किया था वहाँ जोटवाड़ा थाने के पास, जब वो मंत्री थे सेंटर में।
आप वहां पर वापस से देखेंगे, तस्वीरों को दिखवाना चाहूंगा कि यहाँ पे समर्थकों की भारी भीड़ है। शहीद स्मारक जयपुर का ये जो मैदान है वो आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा। यहाँ पे तमाम समर्थक सचिन पायलट के यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, अलग अलग जिले से आए हैं, अलग अलग गाँवों से, ढाणियों से आए हैं और कॉल किया था सिर्फ धरने का, अनशन का सचिन पायलट ने। इसमें किसी भी विधायक को बुलाया नहीं था सचिन पायलट ने, सिर्फ समर्थकों के साथ धरना करना था, एक दिन का करना था। अभी 2 से ढाई घंटे का वक्त और बचा हुआ है इस प्रोटेस्ट में। सचिन पायलट को आप यहाँ पे तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं कि वो बैठे हुए हैं, राम धुनी के साथ में बैठे हुए हैं, लगातार देशभक्ति सॉन्ग जो है वो चल रहे थे। और अब यहाँ तस्वीरों को देखेंगे तो आप यहाँ भीड़ जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ चुकी है। सचिन पायलट जो है वो खुद यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और लगातार वो बैठ चुके हैं 2.5 से 3 घंटे और 2.5 से 3 घंटे अगले और उनको बैठना है। तो यहाँ पे समर्थकों की तादाद जो है वो लगातार बढ़ रही है, जितना अंदर है उतने ही लोग बाहर हैं। समर्थकों की तादाद से ये समझा जा सकता है कि सचिन पायलट अपना अगला कदम क्या उठाएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से रंधावा का एक मैसेज रात को पब्लिश हुआ था, लोगों के बीच में आया था, उसमें साफ पहली लाइन थी कि ये पार्टी विरोधी कार्यक्रम है, यानी कि अगर सचिन पायलट इस काम को करते हैं तो पार्टी विरोधी होगा। और सचिन पायलट ने ये कदम अपने घर से इसी अनशन की तरफ बढ़ा दिए, यानी कि सचिन पायलट ने आलाकमान की कोई भी बात को नहीं माना है। तो इसे समझा जा सकता है कि ये पार्टी विरोधी कार्यक्रम अगर आलाकमान मानता है तो सचिन पायलट ने उस पर मोहर लगाकर ये साबित कर दिया कि ये पार्टी का जी।
Right, Amardeep, thank you for getting us all the details. Amardeep is on the spot right now. He's at the dharna spot, the dharna site, and two versions coming out, viewers. In one version, we are seeing that some Vadra Congress leaders are saying that what Sachin Pilot is doing, these are anti-party activities. On the other hand, we are seeing that the people, the leaders and some of the participants at the dharna, they're saying that Pilot is holding a protest against graft under the BJP regime, and he is not targeting Congress party leaders. So there are two different versions coming out right now. This is the top story, and we'll continue getting you live visuals from Jaipur. Let's move ahead, viewers, to what we can expect later on this month. It's going to be a very big event. India's biggest news event is back. The 3rd edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, and the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit once again this year. So stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles, viewers. So that is an event that you do not want to miss. It will be broadcast live on Republic TV. And let's move ahead to the other stories we're tracking here on India's #1 news network. The Punjab police, in fact, sources have said that Amritpal's aide Preet has revealed certain details regarding his role in hiding of Amritpal Singh, Varis Punjab Day chief. Meanwhile, he has also been taken to the jail there. Here's more on that.
And as you can see, these visuals from Dibrugarh Airport, Preet Singh, one of the close aide of Amritpal Singh, has been brought here. क्या कहेंगे अमृतपाल सिंह कहाँ पे?
हाँ जी,
आपसे लास्ट मुलाकात कब हुई थी? 28 को सरेंडर करेंगे कि नहीं? अमृतपाल कहाँ में है अभी? किसकी बैकिंग मिल रही है आप लोग को? आईएसआई का हाथ है क्या? आईएसआई का सपोर्ट मिल रहा है क्या आप लोग को? आईएसआई का सपोर्ट मिल रहा है क्या?
हमारा कोई ऐसे से लिंक नहीं है।
अमृतपाल सरेंडर करेगा?
मेरे से उनकी बात नहीं हुई 28 के बाद।
28 तक क्या कहा था आपको?
नहीं, कोई ज्यादा बात नहीं हुई।
सरेंडर करेगा? So this was Papalpreet Singh speaking exclusively to Republic Media Network as he has been brought here to Dibrugarh.
And viewers, many developments coming in from across the globe, and we'll get to all of them in our international wrap. Amid shockwaves over leaks of highly classified documents, White House raises concerns of additional leaks. That's one of our top stories. And Pentagon says online leaks of highly classified documents about the Ukraine war present a very serious risk to national security. Taiwan's president condemns China's military drills in the Taiwan Strait, even as Taiwanese Defense Ministry says 9 Chinese warships, 26 aircraft around the island. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un holds meeting with senior military officials, emphasis on US and South Korean joint military exercises. Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomes Bangladeshi Foreign Minister to Washington for bilateral talks. And viewers, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un held a military meeting with senior military officials. The meeting was focused on expanding the nation's nuclear weapons. Here's what happened.
On Sunday, North Korean leader Kim Jong held a meeting with the senior military officials. The meeting was focused at making thorough preparation for any upcoming war. The meeting comes as powerful strategic measures are being carried out to expand and strengthen the war deterrent of the country. The meeting comes just a month after a similar gathering of top military officials with Kim and a series of missile launches. This time, there was more emphasis on Pyongyang's current criticism of US and South Korean joint military exercises. Pyongyang does not normally hold military exercises with other countries, but it has publicized a recent series of missile and weapon tests and continues to emphasize a nuclear capability. Even though it has not tested a nuclear device for many years.
Please tell us, are you going to have friendly relations with any political party whose arm has been banned by the government of India? Yes, you committed a sin in 2018. People taught you a lesson. Are you again going to commit the same sin? And this only happens because this kind of ideology breathes inside the Gandhi Parivar environment. Don't ever forget Rahul Gandhi. When Siddiqui Kappan, a member of the band outfit, was arrested, and for 2.5 years he was not granted bail by the Sessions Court, the High Court and even the Supreme Court. Rahul Gandhi, during his visit to the state of Kerala, he decided to meet the family members of Siddiqui Kappan, giving a loud message. So what if you destroy or attempt to destroy the national integrity of our country? So what if you have links with terror outfits? The Gandhi Parivar stands firmly with such persons of dubious record. And thus,
Time has come to raise these questions. And we all know media is the fourth pillar of democracy. Our duty is to raise these questions on every available platform. I am sure the voice of the people will be carried forward by the media. These questions will be posed to Mr. Siddaramaiah and to Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar. The second issue, which is again very, very relevant, is an issue everywhere this sea of chaos, corruption, deceit, lies, propaganda of the Congress party goes. Again, for the sake of petty politics for votes, they make certain promises. गारंटी है भैया, गारंटी हम देंगे, गारंटी। अरे आपके गारंटी के कार्ड में धब्बे लगे हुए हैं और वही धब्बे मैं उजागर करूंगा यहां से। आप गारंटी देंगे? कांग्रेस पार्टी की केवल एक गारंटी है, गारंटी है परिवारवाद होगा, तुष्टीकरण होगा। कांग्रेस आई है, तुष्टीकरण लेके आई है। पीएफआई एसडीपीआई का मैंने आपको बताया। अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी आई है तो वो केवल एक परिवार का हित साधने आई है, जनता से उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। और आज ही की बात है, सोनिया गांधी जी ने एक पत्रिका में एक आर्टिकल लिखा है, लोकतंत्र खतरे में है। सोनिया गांधी जी को बताना होगा, आपके लिए आपका लोकतंत्र राहुल गांधी से शुरू होता है और गांधी परिवार से खत्म होता है। लोकतंत्र मजबूत हो रहा है। सोनिया माता जी, अगर आपका बेटा राजनीति में सफल नहीं हो पाया, लोगों का विश्वास नहीं जीत पाया, तो कृपया करके ऐसी धारणा मत रखिए। ये लोकतंत्र मजबूत होगा। भारत में वो ताकत है, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विश्व पटल पर हम दिशा दे रहे हैं और आप कह रहे हैं कि मेरा बेटा सफल नहीं हुआ इसलिए लोकतंत्र जो है कमजोर हो गया। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, राहुल गांधी जी, आप गारंटी देते हैं, वादे करते हैं। जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक प्रेस वार्ता करती है तो हम इधर उधर की बात नहीं करते हैं, हम तथ्यों के साथ आते हैं। मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, छत्तीसगढ़ पहले कांग्रेस की सरकार है। 10 नवंबर 2018 राहुल गांधी की खुद की एक स्पीच है, कहते हैं कि अगर हम सत्ता में आए तो 10 दिनों में किसानों का सारा कर्जा माफ कर देंगे। ये दावा था, ये गारंटी दी थी। असलियत ये है, कर्जा माफ नहीं हुआ। इसके बाद आज ही की खबर है, सचिन पायलट जी पूर्व उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं राजस्थान के, कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता माने जाते हैं। क्या ये सत्य नहीं है? वो क्यों धरने पे बैठे हैं? सचिन पायलट इज फास्टिंग, ही इज प्रोटेस्टिंग अगेंस्ट द कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट इन राजस्थान। एंड व्हाट इज ही सेइंग? Sachin Pilot has made a very categorical statement yesterday that during the election in 2018 we made certain promises to the people of Rajasthan. Those remain unfulfilled. Therefore, we are not in a position to face the people of Rajasthan. ये इनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है, ये गारंटी दे रहे हैं कर्नाटका में। Now, people of Karnataka are very wise. They've made the right choices. They will again make the right choice. BJP government will come to power. But the point is कि वो गारंटी छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में काम क्यों नहीं आई? वो गारंटी कार्ड का क्या करें? यहां पे गारंटी दे रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो मैं आपके समक्ष रख रहा हूं, I am keeping this fact before you, requesting you, beseeching you to raise this point before Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, Also, Mr. Siddaramaiah and the third.
All right, so as elections approached in Karnataka, we are seeing a press conference there by the BJP press conference in full-bound Karnataka. BJP slamming the Congress and the JDS over inaction against the PFI. All right, viewers, let's move ahead. Much more coming up on The Other Side. BJP confirms churn in Maharashtra politics, says picture will be clear in January 2024.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके 2 प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस इट इज।
Good afternoon to all our viewers. I'm Suesha Samant, and like we've been telling you, India's biggest news event that is back, the 3rd edition of Republic Summit that will be held in the national capital at the end of this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India who will be at the Republic Summit once again this year. So do stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles. On that note, we'll begin with the headlines we are tracking at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Ahead of Rajasthan elections, Pilot launches his most open revolt against Vadra Congress.
कांग्रेस का एक कल्चर रहा है, लेकिन हाँ, राजस्थान का यह विशेष परिस्थिति का निर्माण हो गया है, इसका समाधान कुछ करना चाहिए।
Rahul and Priyanka seem to side with Gehlot. Miffed Congress now attack Pilot. CBI collects voice sample of titler in connection with 1984 riots investigation.
क्या अभी अगर वो आते हैं तो उन्हें तो त्यागपत्र देना होगा। जो भी हमारे संपर्क में है वो तो अगली लोकसभा के 2 महीने पहले ये सभी लोग
BJP confirms talks with opposition leaders. Party hints at big churn in Maharashtra early next year. Supreme Court dismisses Tamil Nadu government plea, gives a go-ahead to RSS march route in state. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. And the story we get you on the top of this edition, it is the most open revolt by Sachin Pilot against the Congress this time, as the former Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan is on a day-long dharna in Jaipur. This is to protest against Gehlot government's inaction on corruption. What this has turned out to be is a massive show of strength for Sachin Pilot. We're getting to know that Gehlot has called off all his events for the day, as Sachin Pilot is on a fast. He has refused to utter even a single word till 4 p.m. today. And Pilot's protest, that is now irking the Congress in a big way, as he is raising his voice against the inaction by the Gehlot government on corruption in Rajasthan. As we are getting inside details of the top leadership, we are also hearing that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra are siding Gehlot on this. But Sachin Pilot now taking a strong position. Vishal Pandey is joining us live to give us more details on this. Vishal, first up, where are you joining us from? And what are the updates you're picking up on behalf of Sachin Pilot? To how far he will take this fight? And even with the leadership not really by his side at this point, how is he going to really stand his ground?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि राजस्थान में विधानसभा के चुनाव होने वाले हैं, असेंबली इलेक्शंस हैं, और ऐसे में सचिन पायलट जो हैं वो कांग्रेस सरकार के खिलाफ ही अनशन पर बैठ गए हैं। इस वक्त मैं जयपुर में ही मौजूद हूं और जयपुर में शहीद स्मारक पे जो है वो सचिन पायलट अनशन पर बैठे हुए हैं और अनशन में मौन व्रत पर बैठे हुए हैं। अभी बातचीत बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहे हैं। 4 बजे तक उनका ये अनशन बताया जा रहा है और 4 बजे के बाद मीडिया से मुखातिब होंगे, मीडिया से बातचीत करेंगे और मीडिया से बातचीत करने के दौरान जो है वो अपनी बातें रखेंगे। हालांकि उनका ये अनशन जो है ये वसुंधरा सरकार में हुए भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ है। सचिन पायलट का ये कहना है कि अशोक गहलोत सरकार ने भ्रष्टाचार की जांच नहीं की, तो वो लगातार यही चाह रहे हैं कि जांच पड़ताल जो है वसुंधरा सरकार में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुए थे उस पर जांच पड़ताल हो और उसकी जो है कहीं ना कहीं जांच की मांग लगातार सचिन पायलट शुरुआती दौर से ही कर रहे हैं। सचिन पायलट का यह भी कहना है कि जब अशोक गहलोत मुख्यमंत्री बने थे और जब कांग्रेस की सरकार आई थी तो इसी बात को लेकर आई थी कि राजस्थान में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुए हैं उसकी जांच पड़ताल होगी और आगे से भ्रष्टाचार नहीं होंगे। लेकिन अशोक गहलोत गहलोत ने जांच नहीं करवाया, ऐसा सचिन पायलट का लगातार कहना है। रिपब्लिक भारत ने बातचीत करने की कोशिश की सचिन पायलट से, लेकिन सचिन पायलट मौन व्रत पर हैं, अभी कुछ बातचीत नहीं कर रहे हैं। लेकिन 4 बजे के बाद ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि सचिन पायलट बातचीत बिल्कुल करेंगे। लेकिन जरा सोचिए कि ये कोई पहली बार नहीं है जब सचिन पायलट ऐसे प्रोटेस्ट पे या अनशन पे बैठे हों। 2018 में जब कांग्रेस की सरकार बनी थी राजस्थान में, तब भी जो मुख्यमंत्री पद के दावेदार खुद को मानते थे सचिन पायलट, और सचिन पायलट जब मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने थे उसके बाद भी कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस 2 खेमों में बंट गया था। और सचिन पायलट अशोक गहलोत के खिलाफ मोर्चा उस समय भी इन्होंने खोला था। उसके बाद 2020 में भी इन्होंने अशोक गहलोत के खिलाफ मोर्चा खोला था, और 2022 में भी ऐसी चीजें निकलकर सामने आई थी। अब 2023 चल रहा है, और 2023 इस बात को लेकर भी काफी महत्वपूर्ण है कि 2023 के आखिरी दिसंबर के पहले तक विधानसभा यानी असेंबली इलेक्शंस हैं राजस्थान में। और ऐसे में कहीं कांग्रेस में आपसी दरार आ गई तो क्या कांग्रेस इस पूरे अनशन का प्रभाव कांग्रेस के चुनाव पर भी जो है वो पड़ सकता है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो पॉलिटिकल जो स्पेशलिस्ट है उनका यही कहना है कि ये जो अनशन है इससे कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी को जो है वो एक तरफ से थोड़ा फायदा जरूर मिल सकता है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस जो है अभी बिल्कुल 2 खेमे में बढ़ चुकी है। अगर आज की अनशन की बात करें तो सचिन पायलट ने बिल्कुल साफ मना कर दिया था अपने तमाम नेताओं को, चाहे हम विधायकों की बात करें, सांसदों की बात करें, जो इनके खेमे के सांसद और विधायक हैं, इन्होंने मना कर दिया था कि किसी को अनशन पर नहीं आने के लिए। हालांकि फिर भी भारी तादाद में जो है यहां पर लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं, अलग अलग जिलों से जो है कार्यकर्ता और नेता पहुंचे हुए हैं, और लगातार सचिन पायलट को जो है वो सपोर्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। एक ही नारा लग रहा है कि सचिन पायलट तुम आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। साथ साथ बीच बीच में यह भी नारा लग रहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री कैसा हो, सचिन पायलट जैसा हो। तो ये आने वाले जो चुनाव है उस पर कहीं ना कहीं इसका नतीजा पड़ सकता है। अब देखने वाली बात यह होगी कि जब 4 बजे के बाद सचिन पायलट अनशन तोड़ते हैं तो मीडिया से मुखातिब होते हुए क्या बातचीत करते हैं। जी, बैक टू स्टूडियो।
All right, we wait until 4 p.m. when Sachin Pilot actually speaks, because you're rightly pointing out, Vishal, even earlier when he's raised his voice against Gehlot, it has been understood that he may quit the Congress. Now, is that really going to be the final outcome? We don't know, because such events have happened even in the past. But what is the big picture this time around? We'll probably know post 4 p.m. And how long will he take this fight against Gehlot? We also have some voices from the Congress coming in on this. Let's listen in. But before that, I want to take the same point to our executive editor politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, who's with us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, like I'm trying to understand the big picture here. Sachin Pilot having dissented and raised his voice against Gehlot is something that has even happened in the past. Even today at that protest site, a huge show of strength for Sachin Pilot, slogans being raised in his favor, in his support. Even earlier, he tried to show that he really had cobbled up the support, and he has the numbers in his favor. But that really didn't have a positive outcome for him. Is this really about him raising his voice against Gehlot for the inaction against corruption, or is there more to it?
Swesha, the fight is no more against Gehlot. The fight is against the Gandhis. The fight is against the Congress party. And Sachin Pilot is also not joining the BJP, because the way he has taken on Vasundhara Raje Scindia just around 2 days prior to this Anshan, which he's doing against Gehlot and then against the Congress party, it's very clear that he's looking to flag off his own dal. He is looking to start his own regional party, which, by the way, is already registered long time back by his father in the name of farmers. So that is already there. But what is going to be important, that is it going to be only Sachin Pilot, or are there going to be leaders from other political fractions, including the BJP, and including certain stalwarts who are right now acting as independent leaders, joining Sachin Pilot in this alliance of sorts against the Congress and the BJP? But what is also very interesting to see, that according to our sources, only and only after Priyanka Gandhi Vadra directing the state in charge, who, by the way, came out with that very strong line late last night, that this Andolan, this fast, this protest of Sachin Pilot is against the Congress and is going to be termed as an anti-party activity, basically making an adequate amount of evidence preparing for his expulsion, has taken 2 steps back. And he has not even gone to Jaipur today, which he was expected to, and then take this action. So Congress has also taken 2 steps back. Congress understands that Sachin Pilot is not going to resign. Congress understands that Sachin is pushing the Congress party now to expel him. And whether that will happen, whether the Congress party will make Sachin a martyr, because that is exactly what is looked at this very point of time, politically speaking. If Congress removes Sachin Pilot, then Sachin is going to turn himself, and his supporters are going to call that Ashok Gehlot was fearing Sachin's growth and Sachin's popularity, and that's why he has been removed. And that is something which Ashok Gehlot does not want. So if sources are to be believed, there was a communication between Ashok Gehlot and the top leadership of the Congress party, post which the Congress has taken 2 steps back to take any action against Sachin Pilot. They do not want to expel him right now. They want Sachin to resign himself, and that is not happening. So it's a catch-22 situation there. But what is simultaneously happening is that it's not only going to be Sachin Pilot. What we are being told, there are going to be leaders from the BJP, from the Congress obviously, but also certain individuals who are right now as independent candidates standing in the politics of Rajasthan, joining under the leadership of Sachin Pilot in this new group, in this new dal. And that is going to be significant, because they are basically not only going to eat into the vote share of the Congress party, majorly yes, but also that of the BJP. So Congress understands that what is the exact plan of Sachin Pilot, and they somewhere or the other are trying to puncture that. But how far can they do that, and how far will the Congress party accept this kind of an anti-party activity of Sachin Pilot, because he's no more taking Ashok Gehlot. He's taking on the complete INC. He's taking on the Gandhis. He's taking on Mallikarjun Kharge. He's taking on the Congress party now.
Absolutely. And probably post 4 p.m. Aishwarya will get a clearer picture to what Sachin Pilot is really trying to do through this dissent, and how far will he take the fight this time around. In fact, some reactions coming in from the Congress. Let's listen in.
At this time, I will appeal Sachin Pilot that this is the time to stand with Rahul Gandhi ji, stand with the party, stand against the fight of Adani corruption. This is not the right time. This is what I can solicit him. I tried to solicit him, he did not listen. Still I am soliciting that this is not the right time. And most importantly, when the opposition is standing on these issues, our own party leaders should reconsider that when others are ours, others are standing with us, why not he? The Congress has given him too much, that he should also think about it. So what happened that this is the crucial time to stand with Rahul Gandhi ji, crucial time to fight the bigger enemy, bigger corruption that has been done by Adani.
One more thing. This infighting between these two senior leaders of Congress in Rajasthan, it is not the first time. We saw this last year as well, and before that also, the Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot drama every time reaches to center to Delhi, and every time High Command takes some or the other way isn't able to resolve the issue. Last time we also saw the same. Isn't Congress worried about the infighting amongst its own party leaders?
I think BJP should worry more that what is happening in Karnataka. More number of BJP people have deserted and joined Congress than Congress who have deserted the party. That is not being uncovered. That is to be covered. And in Rajasthan, that the conflict or in other way I can say the way that they have sidelined Vasundhara Raje, who is a stalwart leader, who established BJP over there. Aren't they worried about it? Aren't they ventilated in Rajasthan and Karnataka? They should worry about themselves.
And while we await further reactions from the Congress, most importantly what Sachin Pilot has to say at 4 p.m. once he ends the day-long fast, the BJP is also now reacting to it, highlighting the dissent within the Congress that is once again coming to light through this event. Listen in.
किरोड़ी लाल मीना जी, आज हम देख रहे हैं सचिन पायलट सुबह से धरने पर बैठे हुए हैं अपने ही सीएम के अगेंस्ट। वो कह रहे हैं कि सीएम बात सुन नहीं रहे हैं, चिट्ठी का जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं, हम मांग कर रहे हैं कि करप्शन पर सीएम कार्रवाई करे, लेकिन सीएम सुनवाई नहीं कर रहे। और अब देखने को मिल रहा है कि डिप्टी सीएम और सीएम आमने सामने है इस पूरे मामले पर।
वो तो शुरू से ही आमने सामने है, लेकिन 4.5 साल से कहाँ पायलट साहब सो रहे थे। 5 बजट सत्र हो गए, उसमें बोलना चाहिए था, विधानसभा के रिकॉर्ड पर आता। और जो चलो बजट सत्र गया, 18 महीने तक वो डिप्टी सीएम रहे थे, तब उनको पहल करके कार्रवाई करानी चाहिए। जब तो बड़े मधुर संबंध थे गहलोत साहब और सचिन पायलट साहब के। एक राज पर, वसुंधरा राज पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं। ऐसा सचिन पायलट साहब क्यों कर रहे हैं कि वसुंधरा जी पे जो बेबुनियाद आरोप लगे उनको लेकर धरने पे बैठे हैं। यहाँ तो प्रमाणित आरोप है गहलोत साहब के खिलाफ। हाउस में हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के नेता।
And we are cutting across to more breaking news coming in. It is a big setback for the TMC as TMC MP Luzino Falero has resigned from the Rajya Sabha. He submitted his resignation letter to Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. This is the latest that is just coming in. In a press release, he's also said that he had earlier joined the TMC after he was inspired by Mamata Banerjee, but he had hoped that with her leadership and personal involvement, there would be newer heights that the party would achieve. However, he has now resigned from the TMC and he will not be joining any party at the moment, is what is also coming across. He has put forth his resignation today and he has quit from the TMC. I beg your pardon, he's quit the party, resigning from the Rajya Sabha, where he's also submitted his resignation, and he's also said that he will not be joining any party at the moment, is what is being reported. Of course, Republic is also trying to get inside scoop to this, but this is certainly a big setback for the TMC. Aishwarya Kapoor is joining us live with more details on the same. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us about his resignation and where he may join eventually? Aishwarya, can you hear me? Aishwarya, if you can hear
well,
me.
Well, and TMC MP from Rajya Sabha, Trinamool Congress MP from Rajya Sabha, Luzino Falero, has resigned from Rajya Sabha citing personal reasons, and I repeat, 3 years and 7 months prior, ahead of his terms. 71-year-old, two-time Goa Chief Minister who left the Congress party to join Trinamool Congress in September 2021, became an MP within 2 months of joining the Trinamool Congress, and today he has submitted his resignation. The Trinamool Congress Rajya Sabha MP has submitted his resignation to the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, who also happens to be the chairman of the upper house. And he has resigned, I repeat, 3 years and 7 months ahead. So it's not that it's just few months left. He's citing personal reasons, and it is just not any other leader. He's a two-time Goa Chief Minister, 71-year-old. 71-year-old leader of the TMC, former member of Parliament now. Luzino Falero has resigned. He joined the TMC in September 21, became the member of Rajya Sabha within 2 months, and right now he has resigned while he have more than 70% of his tenure time left. More than 3 years and 7 months are left. but he has submitted his resignation today itself to the Vice President of India, that is the Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar. Back to you to the studios.
Right, Aishwarya, they're getting us details of TMC leader's resignation. As he said that I have resigned from TMC, I will not be joining any party at the moment. This is as is being reported. And he has now resigned as Rajya Sabha MP, certainly coming in as a big setback. Although there is no further information on where he could eventually join, but Luzinho Falero has now resigned as Rajya Sabha MP and also submitted his resignation to Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar.
Well, absolutely, Swesha, and he's a two-time Goa Chief Minister, 7-term MLA. Luzinho Falero is not any other leader. He's a very, very senior politician, a former Congress leader, and I repeat, a two-time Goa Chief.
All right, and now we are getting you these latest details as Atiq Ahmed has left Sabarmati. We are getting you those live pictures on your screens right now as there is...
वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग हो सकती थी और वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का
आपको मार देंगे
जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग कराओ
him by road. Those are the pictures on your screens and a lot of commotion for obvious reasons as there is tight security. Atiq Ahmed being taken to UP from the Gujarat jail, and clearly as you see in those pictures, he has once again with that UP police team leaving from Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad for UP, where he will now be taken. He's serving a sentence in the Umeshpal kidnapping case. He will be taken to Prayagraj again, and this time he will be questioned in the Umeshpal murder case. Republic continues to get you minute-to-minute details.
काम किया करती थी, लेकिन जब सरकार पलटी है अब इन पर हंटर चल रहा है कानून का। कानूनी तौर पर सही कार्रवाई अब की जा रही है। तमाम वो मामले, क्योंकि यूपी पुलिस अब चाहती है कि जितने मामले ट्रायल पर हैं सभी मामलों को आगे बढ़ाया जाए और अतीक अहमद, उसके साथियों, उसके परिवार के सदस्यों, उसके गुर्गों और उसके गैंग के जितने भी लोग जहां जहां पर भी फैले हुए हैं उन सभी पर कार्रवाई की जाए और उन्हें उनके अंजाम तक पहुंचाया जाए, क्योंकि इसी संकल्प के साथ में सरकार ने शपथ ली थी और इस बात का दावा किया था कि उत्तर प्रदेश को से अपराध को जड़ से खत्म कर दिया जाएगा। प्रियंका लगातार साबरमती जेल से फॉलो कर रही हैं अतीक को। प्रियंका, ओवर टू यू। जी बिल्कुल, जो अतीक अहमद का काफिला है वो इस वक्त साबरमती जेल से निकल चुका है और हमें बताया जा रहा है कि जो सेम रूट लिया गया था पिछली बार भी, हिम्मतनगर होके जो पूरा काफिला है वो निकला जा रहा है और इस समय हमें ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि जो सिक्योरिटी जिस हिसाब से पिछली बार की थी उसी हिसाब से इस बार भी कॉन्वॉय में जो बीच की गाड़ी है, जो बीच की सिक्योर वैन है, उसके अंदर अतीक अहमद को बिठाया गया है और उसी के साथ साथ सारे जो गनमैन हैं ऑन बॉडी कैमरा के साथ में जो वहां पर तैनात है और इसके साथ 2 ड्राइवर, हर गाड़ी में 3 गाड़ियां हैं, 2 सिक्योर वैन्स है, उन दोनों सिक्योर वैन्स में 2-2 ड्राइवर तैनात किए गए हैं, जिससे कि कोई भी ह्यूमन एरर की वजह से, अगर कोई भी फटीक की वजह से कॉन्वॉय ना रुकना पड़े। और उसी के साथ साथ कई सारे और भी जो सिक्योरिटी की व्यवस्था है वो पूरी तरह से ली गई है। इनफैक्ट इस समय हम पीछा कर रहे हैं उसी कॉन्वॉय का और जैसा कि पिछली बार भी हुआ था, इस बार भी हमें रोकने की कोशिश की पर हम आगे की तरफ जा रहे हैं, काफिले को फॉलो करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जिससे कि अतीक अहमद का जो भी हर एक मूवमेंट जो है वो हम आप तक पहुंचा पाए, जिससे कि पता चले कि पूरा जो दूसरी बार अब जो यूपी पुलिस अतीक अहमद को लेकर जा रहा है किस तरह से सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रख के लेकर जा रहा है। जैसा कि पिछली बार भी हमने देखा था कि हर एक पिट स्टॉप पे भी पूरी तरह से सिक्योरिटी का ध्यान में रखा गया था और इस बार भी हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरह से जो अहमदाबाद की जेल से बस अब कुछ ही मिनटों पहले, कुछ 10-15 मिनट पहले ही पूरा जो कॉन्वॉय है अतीक को लेकर निकला है। पूरी कागजी कार्रवाई खत्म करने के बाद जो यूपी पुलिस के अधिकारी थे, वो भी सीनियर अधिकारी भी अब साबरमती जेल से निकल चुके हैं। दूसरी बार ये पूरी प्लानिंग की जा रही है, दूसरी बार पूरा ये ट्रांसपोर्ट किया जा रहा है अतीक अहमद को साबरमती जेल से लेकर प्रयागराज। और इस बार भी हमें दिखाया जा रहा है कि सिक्योरिटी को एक्स्ट्रा इनफैक्ट प्रिकॉशंस लिए जा रहे हैं यूपी पुलिस की तरफ से। जी, पुलिस की तरफ से। जी, बिल्कुल प्रियंका।
All right, Priyanka, they are getting us details as Republic is following the every movement of Atiq Ahmed very, very closely. Remember, he's being taken in tight security and he is now being taken to Prayagraj. Those are the pictures on your screens first on Republic, as my colleague Priyanka is getting us minute-to-minute updates. Atiq Ahmed, who is serving sentence in the Umesh Pal kidnapping case, and this time he will be questioned in the Umesh Pal murder case. The UP police team that has reached the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad, and there you see those live pictures on your screens where he is being taken to Prayagraj by road. Extremely important given a lot of questions regarding his security, but here Republic tracking every movement of Atiq Ahmed. There you see how he has now moved towards Prayagraj in that convoy that is left from Ahmedabad in Gujarat, where he was lodged in that Gujarat jail, and he is now being taken to Prayagraj. Hoping that Priyanka will be able to update us with further information. But these are the live pictures of Atiq's convoy on your screens, where he and his family have reiterated fears of him being encountered, for the very reason that there is tight security, where you see that convoy once again moving from Sabarmati jail and making its way to Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. As there have been a lot of questions around Atiq Ahmed's security, new clues that have also been found. He has now been taken from Gujarat jail to Prayagraj, and he will also be questioned. This as his family has been claiming that they fear that he could be encountered. He is serving a sentence in the Umesh Pal kidnapping case. Atiq Ahmed, who continues to grab headlines as he is now being taken to Prayagraj, and a team of UP police in that heavily guarded convoy making their way towards the state. With that, we step into a very short commercial break. On the other side, getting you details as CBI collects the voice sample of Titler in connection with 1984 riots investigation.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर 3 राज्यों के चुनाव हुए। तीनों राज्य में भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार का हिस्सा है। त्रिपुरा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार दूसरी बार बन चुकी है। नागालैंड के अंदर हमारे 13 विधायक के साथ हम दूसरी बार उप मुख्यमंत्री के साथ सरकार में हैं और मेघालय में भी दूसरी बार हम सरकार में आए हैं। मैं आज आसाम की जनता को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भाजपा के विजय की जो यात्रा शुरू की, वो 8 राज्यों के अंदर आज सफर समाप्त कर चुकी है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 8 राज्यों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, और इसी के कारण नॉर्थ ईस्ट का विकास हुआ है। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, एक जमाने में नॉर्थ ईस्ट कांग्रेस का गढ़ माना जाता था। अब राहुल बाबा ने पूरे देश की यात्रा करी, बाद में ये 3 राज्यों के चुनाव आए, कांग्रेस पार्टी का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया, कहीं पर भी दिखाई नहीं पड़ती। मगर राहुल बाबा नहीं समझेंगे। विदेश जाते हैं, विदेश जाकर देश की बुराई करते हैं। मुझे बताओ असम वालों, डिब्रूगढ़ वालों, देश के किसी भी देशभक्त नागरिक ने विदेश में जाकर देश की बुराई करनी चाहिए क्या? बताओ जरा, करनी चाहिए? जोर से बोलिए, करनी चाहिए? राहुल बाबा अभी भी समझ जाओ, सिर्फ नॉर्थ ईस्ट से सुपड़ा साफ हुआ है। यही रास्ते पर चले तो देश भर में सुपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा। जिस प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरी दुनिया में भारत को यश दिलाया, भारत को सुरक्षित किया, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर से आतंकवाद को समाप्त कर दिया, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 50 से ज्यादा बार आकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के विकास को गति दी, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर अनेक प्रकार की योजना लेकर आए, उस प्रधानमंत्री जी को एक कांग्रेस वाले कहते हैं मोदी तेरी कब्र खुदेगी। भाई, आपके कहने से कुछ नहीं होता। 130 करोड़ की देश की जनता और मेरे सभी आसाम वासी दिन रात मोदी जी की लंबी उम्र के लिए प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं। और जितना भी आप मोदी जी को गाली निकालोगे, मैं आपको कहने आया हूं, आपकी माताजी ने भी ये कर देख लिया। राहुल बाबा, जितना भी गाली निकालोगे, कमल उतना ही ज्यादा जोर से खिलकर बाहर आएगा। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, 14 तारीख को मोदी जी बिहू के उत्सव के अंदर शामिल होने आ रहे हैं। मुझे अभी सर्वानंद जी और हेमंत शर्मा ने बताया कि बिहू में आसाम वाले मोदी जी की उपस्थिति में एक वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाने जा रहे हैं। और मित्रों, बिहू आसाम के सभी लोगों के लिए, पूरे देश के लिए बड़ा शुभ उत्सव होता है, उसी दिन मोदी जी आ रहे हैं। ये मोदी जी के शासन के कारण असम के 70% 70% क्षेत्र से आज अपसपा हट चुका है। बोडोलैंड शांत हो चुका है। हमारा कार्बी का क्षेत्र शांत हो चुका है। 8 आदिवासी समूहों ने सरेंडर किया है। असम आसपास के सभी राज्यों के साथ अपने सीमा विवाद को समाप्त कर रहा है। ये मोदी जी का ही सुशासन है, जिसके कारण असम के अंदर आज प्रगति हो रही है। मित्रों, फिर से सरकार बनने के बाद 41,000 से ज्यादा लोगों को नौकरी दिया। इसके साथ धान खरीदी अभियान में 1940 रुपया प्रति क्विंटल के साथ 44,000 किसानों का धान खरीदा। मिलेट्स के श्री अन्न के उत्पादन में 25,000 हेक्टेयर से ज्यादा बाजरा मिशन लेकर असम आगे बढ़ रहा है।
All right, so that is Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is in Dibrugarh right now, as it is a straight-up attack against the Congress and Rahul Gandhi for denigrating India on foreign soil. Also, as he highlights how the development has been seen in the Northeast under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. On that note, we move on to other top stories we're tracking for you very closely this afternoon. Prime Minister Modi will flag off Rajasthan's first Vande Bharat Express train via video conferencing on Wednesday. The inaugural Vande Bharat Express in Rajasthan will ply between Jaipur and Delhi Cant railway station. The regular service of this Vande Bharat Express will start from the 13th of April. It will operate between Ajmer and Delhi Cant with stops at Jaipur, Alwar and Gurgaon. Amid Sachin Pilot launching a revolt against his own government in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh Minister T.S. Singh Deo, in an apparent attack on CM Baghel, has said his party ministers are not allowed to speak about what is happening behind closed doors. Deo's statement came after he was asked if Rajasthan, like political turmoil, was soaring up in Chhattisgarh as well. With the Tamil Nadu government and Governor T.N. Ravi at loggerheads over a host of issues, senior DMK Minister Durai Murugan slammed the TN governor in the Assembly. The Tamil Nadu Assembly passed a resolution urging the centre and the President to fix a time limit for the governor to give assent to bills passed by the State Assembly. Delhi former Minister Satyendra Jain demanded transfer of hearing of the case to another court. Satyendra Jain's lawyer told during the hearing in Judge Vikas Dhule's court that a transfer petition has been filed in the ED case. Satyendra Jain's lawyer told the court that on the 13th of April there would be a hearing in the district judge's court on the petition seeking transfer of the ED case to another court. BSF troops have apprehended 2 narcotic smugglers with 1956 Yaba tablets, prohibited cough syrup and narcotics worth 9 lakh rupees 90,000 from a Cooch Behar district of West Bengal. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is all set to conduct an aerial survey of Dhara, Shiv and Ahmednagar districts to assess the crop loss in light of the the out-of-turn rains which have adversely hit farmers in Maharashtra. Yesterday, the top official chaired a meeting to discuss the agrarian crisis and deliberate on remedial issues. Enforcement Directorate to investigate TSPSC paper leak issue. The agency has served notices to jailed prime accused Praveen and Srinivas in the case. ED has sought permission from the Nampalli court to question the accused in jail. The centre on Tuesday informed the Supreme Court that the government will table the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill in the upcoming monsoon session of Parliament in July. Last year, the Apex Court had asked the government either to place before the Parliament the bill which addresses the privacy concerns of users and standards to be followed by WhatsApp, or it will begin the final hearing in the case. And we cut across to more breaking news coming in. Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar's recent comments that has sparked speculation in Maharashtra. Republic reported on Monday as to how sources had said that Ajit Pawar is in talks with the BJP and wants to move out of the Congress alliance. Republic also spoke to Maharashtra Minister Sudhir Mungantiwar, who has confirmed that talks are very much underway, but he added that names will be declared just before the Lok Sabha elections and any change will take place only early next year. Congress has also responded that they are ready with a plan B. Nana Patole has spoken on this. Let's listen in.
हमारे विचारधारा के साथ जो हम संवैधानिक व्यवस्था की जो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं और देश की जो लोकतंत्र ख़त्म करने की व्यवस्था जो बीजेपी ने बना के रखी है और ईडी सीबीआई जैसे यंत्रणा को अपने घर का गुलाम बना कर रखकर जिसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करना है वो कर रहे हैं। ये बात तो देश की जनता के सामने है। महंगाई, किसान, बेरोजगारी, गरीब, ये सब चीज़ें तो बाहर हो गई है। और ऐसे समय में जो हमारी लड़ाई, हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी जी की लड़ाई है, उसके साथ जो खड़े होते हैं उनको हम साथ में लेके जाने को तैयार हैं। जो लोगों को हमारे साथ नहीं आना है तो उसको कोई तो ज़बरदस्ती तो कर ही नहीं सकते। तो उसका परिणाम कोई कांग्रेस पे नहीं होगा। कांग्रेस महाराष्ट्र में एक मजबूत दल है और कांग्रेस आपने देखा होगा कि ये 3.5-4 साल में कांग्रेस को ही फ़ायदा हुआ है और लोग कांग्रेस के साथ है महाराष्ट्र में, आप देख रहे हो।
नाना, एक बात बताइए, महाविकास आघाड़ी बनाने का जो पर्याय या यूं कहें कि उद्धव ठाकरे को कांग्रेस के साथ ले लेना, एनसीपी के साथ ले लेना, कहीं ना कहीं ये गलती साबित हो रही है, क्योंकि शिवसेना जो उद्धव ठाकरे की थी वो तो अब टूट चुकी है और एनसीपी भी जाने के कगार में है, तो कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस पार्टी अकेले पड़ रही है।
देखो, कांग्रेस को जो मैंडेट 2019 में महाराष्ट्र में मिला था, उस मैंडेट को हमने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया था। हम अपोजिशन के रोल में काम करने के लिए तैयार हो गए थे। लेकिन प्राइवेट में जो सरकार बनी और 72 घंटे के बाद गिरी, तो राज्य में पुनः इलेक्शन ना लगे, तब उद्धव ठाकरे जी हुए, शरद पवार जो सोनिया जी के पास गए और मैडम ने एकदम कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम देखकर, जिसमें किसान का पूरा कर्जा माफ़ी की बात थी, बहुत सारी योजनाएं थी जो कोरोना की वजह से नहीं हो सकी, लेकिन किसान का कर्जा माफ़ हुआ। तो हमारी भूमिका एकदम थी कि राज्य की हित के लिए निर्णय उस समय एक विपरीत परिस्थिति में हमारी नेता सोनिया जी ने ली। तो एक विपरीत परिस्थिति में हुआ, तो कोई हमारा फैमिलियर कोई मामला था ही नहीं या हमारा कोई मित्र था ही नहीं, तो एक ऐसे विपरीत परिस्थिति में वो निर्णय लिया गया था। तो हम चाहते कि हमारे साथ बीजेपी के विरोध में लड़ने के लिए जो भी है उनको साथ लेके जाने की हमारी कोशिश है। और महाराष्ट्र में मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारे जो साथी हमारे साथ ही रहेंगे। जो कुछ भी उनमें जो भी मनमुटाव है वो दूर करेंगे और बीजेपी की विरोध में वो लड़ने के लिए हमारे साथ रहेंगे, ये भूमिका हमारी है।
प्लान बी रेडी है क्या आपके पास? अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है तो क्या प्लान बी नाना पटोले के पास रेडी है?
कांग्रेस पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। कांग्रेस के पास पूरा प्लान तैयार है। अब कोई भी धोखा लेने का हम लोगों को, अब हम किसी को मौका नहीं देंगे। हमारी पूरी तैयारी है और उसकी तैयारियां हमने शुरू कर चुके हैं।
Cutting across to my colleague Alisha, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Alisha, that reaction coming in from the Congress, I don't think they have much of a choice at this point. If the NCP also ditches them and, has another plan ready with the BJP, because they're completely cornered, not with too many options, and this is the best front that they can put up.
Well, yes, Suesha, because even Congress yesterday has mentioned about the development that they are monitoring the situation, and moreover, all this going to be informed to the High Command. And today, even when speaking to Republic, where Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole has clearly mentioned that they are ready for a plan B.
because it's a confirmation even yesterday from the BJP, whether it is BJP MLC or whether it is a Maharashtra cabinet minister and a senior BJP leader Masudir Mungantiwar, who clearly mentions that there are some activities in Maharashtra which is ongoing, but they cannot reveal the name because it will be very immature for them to reveal the name who they are in touch with, because we have been seeing the situation and it's all started from Ajit Pawar, because Ajit Pawar, who was supposed to attend a meeting in Pune, but in the middle of that meeting, where he left the meeting there and leaving his convoy and the police vehicle behind, he just left for a secret meeting. There was a secret meeting that supposed to be happen that happened on 4th or 5th. We are not confirmed with the dates, but yes, that happened on 4th or 5th, and very senior leaders from the NCP was also present in that meeting. So there are some kind of talks that has been happening, and even we have been seeing the statement, whether it is coming from Sharad Pawar or whether it is from Ajit Pawar, and they have been giving a statement against Congress itself. So here some kind of speculation that has been going around, but BJP has made it very much clear yesterday, clearly saying that there are some BJP's activity which has been happening in Maharashtra. It is very immature at this point of time to take the name of those leaders who they are in touch with. But of course it will come, the picture will be clear in the coming days, specifically before Lok Sabha elections. But now here the Congress is giving a clarification saying that their plan B is already ready and the information has been given to the High Command.
Absolutely, Alisha, and waiting for you to get inside scoop of what may be cooking between the BJP and NCP and what will then be the eventual plan of the Congress thereafter. For the moment, we leave it at that. Thank you for joining us.
3, 2, 1, 0.
And moving on the sharpest response post the controversy, billionaire Gautam Adani's group has released a statement and refuted allegations, raising questions on foreign direct investment into the conglomerate and termed it to be a competitive race, quote unquote, to tear down the conglomerate. This is the latest statement that is coming in from the Adani group amid many questions that are being raised, and Adani trying to settle all of the fingers that are now pointing at them. This is Adani versus Financial Times and the claims that are coming in as they are saying that these allegations that are being leveled against them is something that they completely refute, and questions on foreign direct investment into the conglomerate and termed it to be a competitive race to tear down the conglomerate is not something that they stand by. Niranjan is joining us live on the broadcast to give us further details on the same. Over to you, Niranjan.
Basically, what they've done is it's perhaps one of the most aggressive counters and the aggressive statements that has been put out by the Adani Group ever since this controversy began a few months back. It's a very sharp response, and we have the details of the response. The fact is, they've put out details of their transactions, and they've asked FT or the Financial Times to pull back on their article. FT on his part, as per the latest update, has not pulled down the article. Let me go through the rejoinder or the rebuttal put out by Adani to FT on the reports that was on the report that was published. First of all, they're calling it inaccurate reporting by the Financial Times, and they have also, what they've done is they put out a detailed press release a few days back, and in that press release they put facts out of this transaction that was reported, which they called as inaccurate reporting by the Financial Times. And this was a letter that was written by the Adani Group to the editor of the Financial Times, or FT, and they said in that letter that your article of the 22nd of March, which was titled Indian Data Reveals Adani Empire's Reliance on Offshore Funding, and they called it, they said on the face of it, it's a mendacious, deliberate effort to attempt to paint the Adani family and the Adani Group in the worst possible light, and in doing so, they said It reveals a willingness to be selective in using publicly available facts, lazy in its approach to understanding disclosures to which your reporters were directed, and makes insinuations that are false and damaging. And they go on to put out their version of it. They say, our statement to your reporter that all the transactions about which the FT inquired have been publicly disclosed is accurate, and the story amply demonstrates that your reporters conveniently chose not to look in a meaningful way at those public disclosures or even at the related press releases which the Adani Group has been putting out on almost a daily basis. They also say that if your reporters had taken fully into account all those filings and these public disclosures, they would have simply been unable to conclude with any honesty their subjective epithets about hard to scrutinize money flows, in quotes, hard to scrutinize money flows, opaque overseas investments, which FT claimed was prevalent on the part of the Adani Group, and funds of unclear provenance, as claimed by the Financial Times. Now, they go on to say in the detailed statement that has been put out, they say that, in fact, as publicly disclosed on the 18th of January 2021, and once again on the 23rd of January 2021, the Adani Group's promoters raised $2 billion through the sale of 20% stake in Adani Green Energy to Total Energies of France, a fact that the Financial Times reported but chose to ignore completely in the 22nd of March 2023 story. So, and then they go on to further put out some of the facts there. It's a very aggressive counter where they're putting out facts to counter the FT article. They say that in October 2019, the promoters had raised $700 million through the sale of 37.4% stake in Adani Total Gas, a fact published in an Adani press release. Again, the Financial Times chose to ignore this fact in its article, although it did publish the news at that time. So they're pointing to how FT had published about, the stake sale, but refused to take into account all of this in their latest article, which is why they're claiming that it's a factual inaccuracy. In fact, they're also saying that the funds that were received as part of the stake sale were reinvested by promoter entities to support the growth of the new business, and in portfolio companies such as Adani Enterprises, Adani Ports, Special Projects, Special Economic Zone, Adani Transmission, Adani Power. And they go on to further say that the promoter entities have had substantial holdings in Adani companies which have increased over time, and it's through the timely use of funds received through the sale of equity that these entities have been able to increase their investment. So essentially it's a very detailed sort of a response they've given, and they also talk about in one point of at one point in the press release, they say your story incorrectly mixed primary and secondary investments and also ignored entirely a secondary transaction of $2 billion, also that the reporters could conveniently create an illusion of $2 billion gap in funding to support their preconceived thesis of supposed round tripping. So essentially a very strongly worded counter by the Adani Group, where they claim that facts have not been considered of how the monies were raised, but goes on to sort of create this picture about offshore funding, which they claim is inaccurate, because they've also put out details of where they've invested and how the monies came in. And they go on to say that the article has no qualms about contradicting itself. They quote 2 paragraphs to show how the FT article is contradictory in its own submission as it appears in the website. It says, they say that the article has no qualms about contradicting itself in order to create innuendos. For example, the story claims that most offshore shell companies supplying FDI to the conglomerate have been disclosed as part of Adani's promoter group, meaning they are closely tied to Adani and his immediate family. That's part one. So they talk about that. And yet soon after, the story reports, and I quote, analysts said the money moving from obscure Mauritius entities was concerning because it is impossible to ascertain whether or not the funds had been round-tripped. Now, so basically, they've gone on to contradict what the Financial Times has said, and they've listed the details of the 2.87 billion stake sales in group firms since 2019 and how this money was raised. Back to you for now.
All right, Niranjan, many thanks for getting us those details. We leave it here, and of course, it has evoked a very sharp response from the Adani Group for a reason, given the kind of damage that was caused after the Hindenburg report, which the Adani Group continues to claim has really misled, the market. So we'll wait and watch how FT now responds to it and pulls down the story. But for the moment, please listen to a short commercial break. And well, ahead of the Rajasthan elections, Pilot has launched his most open revolt against the Congress. At 4 p.m, he's expected to speak. We'll cut across to that.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker?
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. Rajasthan former Deputy CM and Congress leader Sachin Pilot began his day-long hunger strike in Jaipur, calling for action on alleged corruption during the previous BJP government in the state. A huge gathering of party cadres was seen accompanying Pilot during the protest. Taking a strong objection to the proposed dharna by former Rajasthan Deputy CM Sachin Pilot, the Congress leader PL Punia has said any such protest against its sitting government would amount to anti-party activity.
यहाँ पर अगर एक तरफा अनशन करने की घोषणा करते हैं और अनशन करने के पूरा उतारू है, तो उस पर राजस्थान के जो प्रभारी हैं उन्होंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो अनुशासन है वो इसकी इजाज़त नहीं देता और वो पार्टी के विरोध में है, पार्टी की उसकी इजाज़त नहीं देती है।
Congress Party's Rajasthan unit has gone into complete panic mode over pilots' hunger strike despite stern warnings from the leadership. According to the sources, the state AICC in charge of Rajasthan, Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa, has deferred his visit to Jaipur. He has said the visit has been postponed by Priyanka Gandhi. Vadra's pilots' dharna is also being considered an anti-party activity. As Congress leader Sachin Pilot began his protest, leaders from the opposition parties were quick to slam the leader over his day-long dharna. The BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena took a jibe at Pilot and the Congress party.
4.5 साल से कहाँ पायलट साहब सो रहे थे। 5 बजट सत्र हो गए, उसमें बोलना चाहिए था, विधानसभा के रिकॉर्ड पर आता। और जो चलो बजट सत्र गया, 18 महीने तक वो डिप्टी सीएम रहे थे, तब उनको पहल करके कार्रवाई करानी चाहिए। जब तो बड़े मधुर संबंध थे गहलोत साहब और सचिन पायलट साहब के।
Discussing the resilience and the growth of the Indian economy at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman gave a befitting reply to the negative Western perception of India.
As somebody who's interested in receiving investments, I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman met with a delegation of Sikh Americans while she was in the US. The delegation said that the steps taken by the Prime Minister Modi in the interest of the Sikh community, including their long pending demands, have resulted in the fizzling out of the separatist Khalistan movement. CBI summoned Congress leader Jagdish Titler for recording his voice sample in connection with a 1984 anti-Sikh rights case in the city. Now remember, officials said this and confirmed the agency has found fresh evidence in the 39-year-old rights case, making it necessary to have the voice sample of Titler. After the CBI collected the voice sample of Congress leader Jagdish Titler in connection with the case of anti-Sikh rights in the cities, now the Congress leader mocked the victims of the 1984 riots. According to sources, Papal Preet during the interrogation revealed certain details regarding his role in hiding Waris Punjab their chief Amritpal Singh. As per the sources, Papal Preet said that Amritpal is not in touch with any local support system for now and that he is in contact with some people sitting abroad via internet calls. Republic has accessed the details of a dossier that the Punjab police has filed of Amritpal's aide, Papal Preet. According to the dossier, apart from Amritpal, Papal Preet is associated with 3 other radical organizations. He was also with Amritpal during the Ajala police station siege. Trouble has mounted for former Punjab Chief Minister and Congress leader Charanjit Singh Channi as the State Vigilance Bureau has summoned him in connection with a disproportionate assets case. According to the sources, the team has prepared a detailed dossier to question Channi in connection with his income and alleged asset case when he was serving as a Punjab Chief Minister. Bihar Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav on Tuesday joined the Enforcement Directorate investigation in a land for jobs case involving his father and former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav and other family members. Karnataka CM Basuraj Bommai said that the first list of the BJP candidates for May 10th Assembly elections will be released either on Tuesday or Wednesday. He said there is no confusion regarding finalizing the list. Mafia turned politician Atiq Ahmed will be taken to Prayagraj amid tight security. The gangster is currently lodged in the jail in Gujarat in connection with Umesh Pal murder case. BJP chief Chandrasekhar claimed that many opposition leaders in the state will join the Saffron party ahead of the budget session. While confirming a statement, another senior Maharashtra BJP leader asserted that the BJP is in talks with many opposition MLAs who are expected to join the party soon. Supreme Court on Monday upheld the Madras High Court order allowing the RSS to hold marches in the state and dismiss the appeals of Tamil Nadu government. On March 27, the court had reserved its verdict on pleas of the Tamil Nadu government against the February 10 order of the Madras High Court allowing the RSS to hold marches in the state. PM Modi will flag off Rajasthan's first Vande Bharat Express train via video conferencing on Wednesday. The inaugural Vande Bharat Express in Rajasthan will ply between Jaipur and Delhi Cant railway station. The regular service of this Vande Bharat Express will start from April 13. It will operate between Ajmer and Delhi Cant with stops at Jaipur, Alwar and Gurgaon. ED to investigate the TSPSC paper leak issue. The agency has served notices to jail prime accused Praveen and Srinivas in the case. ED has sought permission from court to question the accused in jail. The Delhi ex-minister Satyendra Jain demanded transfer of hearing of the case to another court. Satyendra Jain's lawyer told the hearing in Judge Vikas Dhul's court that a transfer petition has been filed in the ED case. Satyendra Jain's lawyer told the court on April 13 that there would be a hearing in the district judge's court on the petition seeking transfer of the ED case to another court. CM Eknath Shinde should conduct an aerial survey there of Dharashiv and Ahmednagar districts to assess the crop loss in light of the unseasonal rain which have adversely hit farmers in Maharashtra. TMC Rajya Sabha MP and former Goa Chief Minister Luizinho Faleiro has tendered his resignation from Upper House of Parliament. In fact, he was being sidelined from the party affairs in Goa, and Mr. Faleiro was being nudged by the TMC leadership to resign from the Rajya Sabha. A centre on Tuesday informed the Supreme Court that the government will table a digital personal data protection bill in the upcoming monsoon session of Parliament in July. Last year, the Apex Court had asked the government either to place before the Parliament the bill which addresses the privacy concerns of users and standards to be followed by WhatsApp, or it will begin the final hearing in the case. A mock drill is underway in various Delhi hospitals to check COVID-19 preparedness amid a surge in cases of the viral disease in the national capital. Delhi reported 699 COVID cases and 4 deaths due to the infection on Sunday, and 484 cases with a positivity rate of 26.58% and 3 fatalities on Monday. The BJP gherao the Jharkhand Secretariat to protest against the Hemant Soren government's failure to tackle unemployment, corruption and the worsening law and order situation in the state. Thousands of workers of the Saffron Party from across Jharkhand assembled at the ground of the city and marched towards the state secretariat building at around 11 a.m. BJP state president also said this on Monday, confirming the protests. With the Tamil Nadu government and Governor T.N. Ravi at loggerheads over a host of issues, senior DMK Minister Durai Murugan slammed the Tamil Nadu governor in the assembly. The Tamil Nadu assembly passed a resolution urging the centre and the president to fix a time limit for the governor to give assent to bills passed by the state assembly. DGCA has issued an advisory to all airlines on unruly behavior by passengers during flight operations. The head of operations of all the airlines was advised to sensitize the airline crew, including pilots, to take the necessary measures to assure disciplined passenger conduct aboard the flight. Notably, the recent past incidents of unruly passenger behavior have increased. BSF troops have apprehended 2 narcotic smugglers with 1,956 yaba tablets, prohibited cuffs, syrups and narcotics worth 9,90,000 from Cooch Behar district of West Bengal. A massive fire broke down last night in Assam's Nalbari district. According to the sources, around 7 to 8 shops were gutted down by the fire, though the situation was brought under control by the fire tenders along with the help provided by the police and the locals of that area. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has called on Uganda's president there and discussed possible cooperation in areas of trade, infrastructure, energy and defense. Taking to Twitter, he appreciated the initiatives of overseas friends of BJP, Uganda's initiative to contribute to further beautifying the oldest living city in the world. India-France Business Summit commemorating 25 years of India-France friendship will now be held in Paris today. Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, along with Minister Delegate of Foreign Trade, Government of France, will co-chair the summit. Officials said that the summit will focus on themes including building a green future, emerging technologies and defense cooperation and cooperation in Indo-Pacific regions. And amid the shockwaves of a public airing of highly classified documents about the Ukraine war, the White House said that there are concerns there could be additional leaks. Of responding to journalists, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that it is a matter of concern. However, the government cannot confirm the additional leaks yet.
We don't know who's responsible for this, and we don't know if they have more that they intend to post. So we're watching this and monitoring it as best we can. But the truth and the honest answer to your question is we don't know. And is that a matter of concern to us? You're darn right it is.
Pentagon has also responded to the online leaks and said that the leaks of scores of highly classified documents about the Ukraine war present a very serious risk to national security. Pentagon officials said the senior leaders are quickly taking steps to mitigate the damage, and efforts are underway to assess damage and set up a group not only to assess the scope of information lost but review those who have access to those briefings. Meanwhile, US is reassuring its Western allies about the leaked documents. State Department spokesman Vedant Patel said that the US officials are engaging with allies and partners and reassuring them of US commitment to safeguarding intelligence and the fidelity of security partnerships. The Patel and the Pentagon declined to provide specifics, including about the expanse of release, how it happened, and to which country leaders the US has spoken to.
Officials across the interagency are engaging with allies and partners at high levels over this, including to reassure them of our commitment to safeguarding intelligence and the fidelity of securing our partnerships as well. But I don't have any other specifics to get into.
Reacting to the Pentagon document leaks, Russia has called the developments interesting. Kremlin spokesperson said that the leaked Pentagon documents are being broadly studied, analyzed and discussed. Asked about the claims that Russia could be behind the leak, Peskov said that there is a widespread inclination to blame Russia for everything. South Korea said that the leaked US documents are largely fabricated. A senior official from South Korean presidential office said that South Korea and the US agreed that a considerable amount of leaked US intel documents, including parts alleging internal conversations between South Korean presidential officials, were fabricated. Taiwan tracked the People's Liberation Army's 91 aircraft and 12 naval ships from 6 a.m. on Monday till today. In an official release, Taiwan's defense ministry stated that 91 PLA aircraft, 12 vessels around Taiwan were detected. 54 of the detected aircraft had crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on Tuesday condemned China's military drills in the Taiwan Strait, saying it did not demonstrate the responsible behavior of a major nation in the region. China launched 3 days of large-scale military drills in retaliation for Tsai's meeting with the U.S. House Speaker last week. Hundreds of residents in South Korea were forced to flee a wildfire fueled by strong winds that burned parts of the eastern coastal city Tuesday, destroying dozens of homes. At least 44 homes were destroyed and more than 300 residents evacuated to facilities that include an ice skating arena and a middle school gym. The US and the Philippines launched their largest combat exercise in decades that will involve live fire drills, including a boat-sinking rocket assault in the waters across South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait that will likely inflame China. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un held a meeting with senior military officials. Reports said that the powerful strategic measures are being carried out to expand and strengthen the war deterrent of the country. Viewers, it's time for all the sports action. Star Indian Raw Challengers Bangalore banner Virat Kohli became the 4th highest run scorer in T20 cricket. On Monday, Virat accomplished the feat during his side's Indian Premier League match against Lucknow Super Giants in Bengaluru. Assistant referee Constantine has been stood down from officiating matches while the Football Association looks into his clash with Liverpool defender Andy Robertson. The official appeared to raise his arm when colliding with Robertson during the halftime break in Liverpool's draw with Arsenal in the Premier League at Anfield on Monday. A costly and complex cleanup is reviving the Paris River Seine just in time for it to play a starring role in the 2024 Paris Olympics. Making the Seine River swimmable was a key part of Paris's bid to host the Olympics, as the river will be hosting outdoor swim races. The Seine is going to be the centerpiece of Paris's unprecedented Olympic opening ceremony. Tommy Novak scored the deciding goal in the shootout, and the Nashville Predators beat Calgary Flames 3-2 on Monday night to preserve their playoff hopes. Zach Sanford and Igor also scored for the Predators, who have 2 home games remaining in the regular season. Max Scherzer shut down San Diego for 5 innings, rebounding from his 2022 postseason flop, and the New York Mets won 5-0 Monday night in a playoff rematch between National League heavyweights. The Tampa Bay Rays became the first Major League team since 1987 Milwaukee Brewers to open the season with 10 straight wins, getting a solo homer from Brandon Lowe in the 8th inning to beat Boston Red Sox 1-0. South Korean Ji-Man Choi hits his first home run of the season for Pittsburgh, a game against Houston Astros. Choi hit his solo homer off starter Framber Valdez in the bottom of the second inning, putting the Pirates on the board when the Houston Astros were leading 4-0. The Pirates there lost the game 8-2. The annual Slush Cup and the Cardboard Canoe Race took place at the Castle Mountain Resort in Alberta. Now, that happened on 8th April 2023, where dozens of daredevils participated in the bizarre competition. Bayern finalized their preparations ahead of their Champions League quarter-final first leg away to Manchester City. The Thomas Tuchel returns to England with his Bayern side for only his 4th game in charge since replacing Julian Nagelsmann. And Diego Schwartzman beat David Goffin in the straight sets on Monday at the Monte Carlo Masters. The Argentinian closed the match in 1 hour and 43 minutes, saving 5 of his 6 break points to win 6-4, 6-2. The world number 36 will face Yannick Sinner in the second round.
Pilot accuses Kong government failing to act on corrupt. Vadra Congress sides with Gehlot as Pilot protests. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में Class 1 पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss.
Pilot accuses Kong government failing to act on corrupt. Vadra Congress sides with Gehlot as Pilot protests. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Viewers, getting on the fastest updates on India's #1 news network, Republic. Bihar Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav appeared before the ED today for questioning in a money laundering case linked to the Railways Land for Jobs scam case. The 33-year-old Yadav, the son of RJD chief and a former Bihar CM Lalu Prasad, reached the federal agency's office in central Delhi in a carcade. Here's what happened.
The Land for Jobs case probe widened as Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav today joined the ED in a case that involves his father and former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav and other family members. The RJD leader reached the Enforcement Directorate headquarters and deposed before the investigators. Tejasvi Yadav joined the ED investigation following the agency's summons issued against him earlier this month in the case. Earlier, his sister and Rajya Sabha member Misa Bharti was also questioned by the ED in connection with the case. This comes after the ED claimed unaccounted cash of rupees 1 crore, $1,900, 540 grams gold and 1.5 kg of gold jewelry and other incriminating documents were recovered during the raids conducted at 24 locations in Delhi, Mumbai, Patna and in Ranchi based on specific intelligence inputs. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Ahead of Rajasthan elections, Pilot launches his most open revolt against the Vadra Congress. And CBI collects voice sample of titler in connection with the 1984 rights investigation.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
2020 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके 2 प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस इट इज इन।
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help on?
You show me the mail.
The fact is that you are saying there is an email on.
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes.
तो पूरा रिहायशी इलाका इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है। डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10 लोग मारे गए।
स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है। ठीक लाल किले के सामने मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूं। कथित लोग हैं जो दरअसल यहां इन्होंने पूरा उत्पात मचाया हुआ है।
सर, आज राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, इतने लोगों की डेथ हो गई है सर, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर। अब तक एक्शन को लेकर भी कुछ नहीं किया सर। Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? These are the visuals of Shankar Mishra accused who is being taken for the medical and then towards.
Pilot accuses Cong government failing to act on corrupt. Vadra Congress sides with Gehlot as Pilot protests. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m. Pilot accuses Cong government failing to act on corrupt. Vadra Congress sides with Gehlot as Pilot protests. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help on?
You show me the mail.
The fact is that you are saying there is an email on that.
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes.
तो पूरा रिहायशी इलाका इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है। डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10 लोग मारे गए हैं।
ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है।
स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है। ठीक लाल किले के सामने मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूं। कथित लोग हैं जो दरअसल यहां इन्होंने पूरा उत्पात मचाया हुआ है।
सर आज राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, इतने लोगों की डेथ हो गई है सर, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर। अब तक एक्शन को लेकर भी कुछ नहीं किया सर।
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? These are the visuals of Shankar Mishra accused who is being taken for the medical and then towards.
Ahead of the Rajasthan election, Sachin Pilot launching his most open revolt against the Congress.
इसका एक कल्चर रहा है, लेकिन हाँ, राजस्थान का यह विशेष परिस्थिति का निर्माण हो गया है। इसका समाधान कुछ करना चाहिए।
Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka seem to side with Ashok Gehlot. The miffed Congress is now resorting to attacking Sachin Pilot. The CBI collects voice sample of Jagdish Titler in connection with the 84 riots investigation.
कि अभी अगर वो आते हैं तो उन्हें तो त्यागपत्र देना होगा। जो भी हमारे संपर्क में है वो तो अगली लोकसभा के 2 महीने पहले ये सभी लोग
The BJP confirms talks with opposition leaders, party hinting at a big churn in Maharashtra early next year. The Supreme Court dismissing the Tamil Nadu government plea, giving a go-ahead to the RSS march route in the state. And the Financial Times is yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. Hello and a very good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us on Republic. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva, and we are putting our focus on the big headache right now in the Congress's camp. This is what many are calling is a desert storm, quite literally. For the last many months, in fact, we have seen the total chaos in the Rajasthan Congress. This is Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot. It's playing out yet again, but this time there are reports indicating that Sachin Pilot possibly has already indicated that this is a make or break opportunity. Either the Congress decides to give him all control before the upcoming Rajasthan election, or he says that I am ready to go. Now, will Sachin Pilot do that? We do not know that yet. But what you're seeing on your screens are images coming to us from Jaipur, where Sachin Pilot for the last few hours has been sitting on a dharna. He, remember, continues to be there till about 4 this evening, after which he's expected to speak to the media also. We are also now learning that Jairam Ramesh will be issuing a statement shortly on what the Congress intends to do vis-a-vis this big headache in their own camp. Madhurima is joining us live. Madhurima, anyone and everyone that you speak to, not just in Rajasthan but elsewhere, will say that this is playing out according to a script. Everyone was aware that things are not well. Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot has continued for the last many months. How is it that no one wanted to intervene, or they wanted this to play out the way it's playing out?
Well, it could be, Deepthi, because when we talk about both the scenarios in the Congress party, it seems like I've been saying since morning, it appears that the top rung of the Congress party has always been a bit helpless when it comes to tackling Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, because even in 2020, then even at the time when the Congress presidential elections were happening, we saw that how Ashok Gehlot was first coming at the center to take charge of the helm, but he wanted both the positions, but the Congress party could not give him so, because that's not how it works with the Congress party. There are rules to be followed. But Ashok Gehlot wanted to stick to the chief minister's seat very badly. That's why he let go the party presidentship as well. Now what needs to be seen here, Deepthi, is that how Sachin Pilot, will take you to the visuals here, that even in this scorching heat, the massive gathering that has gathered here right at the venue in Jaipur, it needs to be seen and recognized that how Sachin Pilot has been able to gather this kind of support. You can see that there are people standing on the wall by the fencing of the entire venue to show their support for Sachin Pilot, because the entire venue is jam-packed. Because of the scorching heat here, a little bit of crowd has frizzled out, but it is still massive, and it is expected to increase as the sun mellows down. But you can see that the entire area is jam-packed, the entire venue is jam-packed, to the extent that people are standing on the fence wall and cheer and raise slogans for Pilot. What they have been saying is that the Pilot's stance of fighting against corruption is valid, and that he has written twice in less than a year, and has not been given due respect by the Ashok Gehlot government. And Pilot has been resorting to the fact that we had made certain promises in the past, and when we go back to the people, we need to show something. Party activity on side of Mr. Pilot, but the Pilot camp says that if Mr. last night issued a notice calling this particular fast as an anti-party activity, did not even come to Pilot once for the last 5 months. He's been
क्या
कांग्रेस पार्टी दिल्ली में कह रही है कि ये धरना गलत है, आइए आपस में बैठते हैं, बात करते हैं। मैडम बात करते हैं।
कोई धरना गलत नहीं है, जो भी है सही है, संघर्ष कर रहे हैं, संघर्ष करते रहेंगे।
तो आप क्या कहेंगे कांग्रेस पार्टी बार-बार ये कह रही है कि आपके नेता है वो गलत है?
देखिए मैडम, पहली बात तो ये हर युवा की पसंद सचिन पायलट है। अगर राजस्थान के अंदर कुछ भी गलत होता है, भ्रष्टाचार, भूमाफिया, शराब माफिया, ऐसा कोई भी अगर गलत कार्य होता है, तो पायलट साहब हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता हैं, जन जन की आवाज है। अगर वो संघर्ष नहीं करेंगे तो फिर और कौन संघर्ष करेगा?
अशोक
गहलोत जी को हम कहना चाहेंगे, जो संघर्ष किया है, जो मेहनत किया है, उसको तवज्जो मिलनी चाहिए। आला कमान को भी समाज का चिन्ह चाहिए कि हम जो युवा बुजुर्ग सचिन पायलट जी के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है, क्योंकि उन्होंने मेहनत की और उस मेहनत का हमें उचित जो सिद्धि होती है, जो सीट होती है, जो पावरफुल, जो अपने जनता की सेवा कर सके, उस सीट पे पहुंचने के लिए
लगता है उनको क्यों मना किया जा रहा है बार-बार?
आज जो पायलट साहब ने धरना दिया है, वो आम किसान, गरीब, शोषित की आवाज को बुलंद करने का काम किया है। आदरणीय राहुल जी देश में भ्रष्टाचार की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, और जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार में थी, आदरणीय वसुंधरा राजे राजस्थान की मुख्यमंत्री थी, उस टाइम खान घोटाले, शराब घोटाले और गरीब लोगों को जो लूटा गया, उसका भ्रष्टाचार आदरणीय पायलट साहब
पीछे खड़ा होना चाहिए, और ये संघर्ष इस तरीके का नहीं।
लेकिन ये राहुल गांधी जी के साथ का साथ किया है। राहुल गांधी जी, मोदी जी, अडानी जी से लड़ रहे हैं। यहाँ जो पिछली सरकार में जो भ्रष्टाचार हो सका है, वसुंधरा राजे, उनके साथ लड़ रहे हैं। बात तो वही
है। गलत क्यों कह रही? कल रात में उन्होंने बोला कि एंटी पार्टी एक्टिविटी है, नहीं करनी।
एक्चुअल में ऐसा होता है, कांग्रेस को भी एक थोड़ा डर है, क्योंकि जो सचिन पायलट जी को मिलना चाहिए था वो नहीं मिल पाया, इसलिए थोड़ा सा उनको एक एहसास है।
किस बात ना, हम कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता, राजस्थान की जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं के पीछे होती है। कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता पायलट साहब के साथ है। 36 कौम के लोग कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता, जो कांग्रेस की आइडियोलॉजी फॉलो करता है, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ जो लोग हैं।
राजस्थान की मिट्टी के स्वाभिमान का नाम सचिन पायलट है।
सचिन पायलट
राजस्थान की मिट्टी के स्वाभिमान का नाम सचिन पायलट है। सचिन पायलट राजस्थान के बच्चे से लेके बुजुर्ग तक के आत्मा में बसता है। अगर सचिन पायलट के साथ अगर इस टाइप की इग्नोरेंस वाली चीज होती है तो कार्यकर्ता बड़ा दुखी होता है।
बीते जो दशकों में सचिन पायलट जैसा नेता राजस्थान के अंदर पैदा हुआ है, न आने 2-3 दशकों में पायलट जैसा नेतृत्व राजस्थान की जनता को मिल सकता है।
सचिन को डर नहीं है, मुखिया जी को डर है। आपको पता है पूरा एपिसोड मानेसर से लेके आता 20 का 18 का 21 का सबको मालूम है। सिर्फ मुखिया जी के अलावा और किसी को डर नहीं है।
मुखिया जी पायलट साहब को निकम्मा कहती है क्या?
25 सितंबर को जो भेजे थे
बात शोभा देती है क्या?
हाँ भाई,
कांग्रेस
तो मुखिया जी की वजह से।
मैडम बात ये है कि जो सचिन पायलट जी जो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं ना, अगर रियलिटी में कांग्रेस को ताकत देने की लड़ाई है, इसको समझना चाहिए। इसमें गलत टाइप की आइडियोलॉजी कुछ लोग गलत टाइप की चीजें भेज रहे हैं, जबकि जब राहुल गांधी दिन रात राहुल गांधी
नेताजी खुद बैगन खा रहे हैं, औरों को परहेज बता रहे हैं।
राहुल गांधी अगर भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं तो सचिन पायलट अगर
पिसा देंगे,
सचिन पायलट अगर बेईमानी के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं तो इसमें गलत क्या है? अगर सचिन पायलट बेईमानी
direct attack Deepthi on Ashok Gehlot and they are calling they are leveling allegations of corruption against him very blatantly and very clearly, and they continue to say that it is the Sachin Pilot that is the choice of Rajasthan and that it is him who has been fighting corruption in reality, unlike the Gehlot government
You know, Madhurima, there's so much of noise and chaos right now behind you that we can barely hear you. But again, this is a testimony to what Sachin Pilot wants to project about himself, that I'm a popular leader. He made it very clear, I do not want any MLAs to come out in support of me. You can come out, support me, but not as an MLA. And I think that's exactly what he intends to do. He's going to be closing that fast, close to about 4. But Madhurima, there have been reactions also earlier that have come in from both the BJP and Congress on what really is going on. We play in those reactions, Madhurima, then I come back to you.
My take is simple, that they slept for 4.5 years. If I saw the news correctly, with utmost respect to you as well, the issue of unfulfilled promises also has been raised by him. And we all know mother of corruption is the Congress party. Wherever they go, there is a whole...
You're reading this update right now coming in. Now, sources indicating that there has been a conversation between Priyanka Gandhi and Sachin Pilot. Aishwarya is getting us that insight. Aishwarya, what more do we know about this conversation? Has Priyanka reached out with an olive branch? Is an assurance what she has given to Sachin Pilot? Aishwarya, can you hear us?
Yes, Deepthi, and Atiq, we have been told, and what we were being told by our sources earlier in the day, that it's only on the behest of Priyanka Vadra that the state in charge, who had written a very strong a 4-line letter late last night against Sachin Pilot, has deferred his visit to the state and to the city of Jaipur. Only a request coming in after Priyanka Gandhi. Now we are being told that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has spoken to Sachin Pilot and has once again urged him not to extend this fast, and that he has been called to Delhi to meet her. And also, once again, we are being told, we will try to confirm that there has been also some communication regarding an imminent change or his addition back into the cabinet of Ashok Gehlot. So all of this is happening. This is real-time breaking happening as we speak. Just few minutes prior, we are being told that on a mobile phone of a close aide of Sachin Pilot, that communication has happened because now Sachin is not only taking on Ashok Gehlot, Sachin is taking on the complete leadership. Sachin is taking on the complete leadership of the Congress party. Sachin is taking on the Gandhis. Sachin is taking on the Congress president, and that is becoming now a growing problem, a big problem for the Congress party. So the Congress party really needs to understand that now it is no more Sachin versus Gehlot. Now the problem is that Sachin is taking on the Congress president, because after Mallikarjun Kharge, just 3 days prior, categorically saying that Sachin Pilot should not do this, because what is happening is that Congress leaders have presented in a report in front of the Gandhis and the Congress president that the problem is not the BJP, the problem is not the other regional parties, the problem is the infighting in the Congress party. And the perfect example of this infighting is Sachin Pilot. When you have a Sachin Pilot taking on his own chief minister, Ashok Gehlot, rather than taking on the BJP, is taking on Sachin Pilot. And that is something which reduces the effectiveness of the Congress party. So Congress has already submitted this report back to the central leadership, and even after a direct diktat, Sachin Pilot has not deferred his past. So hence, the Congress party, rather than taking that final decision of expulsion of Sachin Pilot, once again trying to sort situation out. But it seems as if Sachin have really gone over and beyond the point of any U-turn. But yes, a desperate move once again to sort the situation out.
You know, Aishwarya, before you go, I want to ask you one more quick question. Has there been any word yet coming in from anyone close to Sachin Pilot who's been sitting there on this dharna? What's also interesting, Aishwarya, is the entire symbolism of this. Because just about yesterday, you know, hours before Sachin Pilot is to sit on this fast, Aishwarya, you have the Congress putting out an official statement where they say that in case you do this, this will be against the party's discipline. So they were citing discipline then. And now we are learning Priyanka Gandhi has spoken to Sachin Pilot. Whether there has been any truce or not, we still do not know. But Sachin Pilot still continues to be defiant, is what sources indicate. And though we've lost that line right now with Aishwarya, he has confirmed that conversation did happen. It lasted for a few minutes. And how has the Congress really responded to what's going on? Also, Nana Patole there from the state of Maharashtra has responded to what's going on.
देखो, जब व्यक्ति विशेष जब बाती है तो पार्टी बड़ी होती है, व्यक्ति विशेष बड़ा नहीं होता है। आखिरी अशोक गहलोत की सरकार वहाँ लोगों के लिए काम कर रही है और लोग उनसे खुश भी है। रही सचिन पायलट की जो भूमिका है कि सिंधिया के सरकार में, वसुंधरा राजे सिंधिया के ज़माने में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुए थे उसके बारे में इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए, वो उनकी बात है। तो सरकार उस पर एक्शन ले रही है, लेकिन अब आपको तो पता है कि दिल्ली में जो मोदी की सरकार बैठी है और उसका कंट्रोल कितना इस व्यवस्था के ऊपर है, ये आपको सबको पता है। इसलिए सचिन जी ने भी इस पर थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए। ये समय पार्टी आलाकमान ने उनको जो बात कही है उस बात को तजुर्बा देना चाहिए और पार्टी के साथ खड़ा रहना चाहिए। ये भूमिका सभी कांग्रेस की।
आप कह रहे हैं कि
A quick check of other stories in brief right now. The Prime Minister will flag off Rajasthan's first Vande Bharat Express train on Wednesday. The inaugural Vande Bharat Express in Rajasthan will ply between Jaipur and Delhi Cant Railway Station, and the services on the train starts from April the 13th. It will operate between Ajmer and Delhi Cant with stops at Jaipur, Alwar and also at Gurgaon. Amidst Sachin Pilot launching a revolt against his own government in the state of Rajasthan, the Chhattisgarh minister T.S. Singh Deo, in an apparent attack on the chief minister of Chhattisgarh, has said that his party ministers are not allowed to speak about what is happening behind closed doors. His statement coming after he was asked if a Rajasthan-like political turmoil was soaring up also in the state. With the Tamil Nadu government and the governor almost at loggerheads over a host of issues,
Senior DMK Minister Durai Murugan has slammed the Tamil Nadu governor in the assembly. The assembly earlier has passed a resolution urging the centre and the president to fix a time limit for any governor to give assent to bills that are passed previously by the state assembly. The Delhi ex-minister Satyendra Jain demanded transfer of hearing of the case to another court. His lawyer told the court during the hearing that a transfer petition has been filed in the ED case. Satyendra Jain's lawyer also said that there's going to be a hearing in the district judge's court on the petition seeking transfer of the ED case to another court. The BSF troops have apprehended 2 narcotic smugglers with 1,956 yaba tablets, prohibited cough syrup and narcotics that are worth a little over 9 lakhs from the Cooch Behar district of West Bengal. Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, is expected to conduct an aerial survey of Dharashiv and Ahmednagar districts to assess the crop loss in light of the unseasonal rains that have adversely hit the farmers in the state. Yesterday, the top officials also chaired a meeting to discuss the agrarian crisis and deliberate on what possibly could be done. The Enforcement Directorate will investigate the TSPSC paper leak issue. The agency has already served notices to jailed prime accused in the case. The ED is seeking permission from the court to question the accused in the jail. The centre on Tuesday has informed the Supreme Court that the government will table the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill in the upcoming monsoon session of the Parliament that begins in the month of July. Last year, the Apex Court had asked the government either place before the Parliament the bill which addresses the privacy concerns of users and standards to be followed by WhatsApp, or it will begin the final hearing in the entire case. After a quick break, the Supreme Court has dismissed the Tamil Nadu government plea giving a go-ahead to the RSS march in the state. Also, Financial Times is yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. We'll have the full story on the other side of this quick break.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
And we're staying with the live pictures as Sachin Pilot is expected to put out a statement any time now. And remember, as we are standing by for that, Republic gets you the biggest news break of how Priyanka Gandhi Vadra dialed Sachin Pilot and she has spoken to him. Will that mean any change in his position? Remember, he's not made any statement until now, but the allegations he's making against the Gehlot government for the very reason that he's staging this protest is inaction against corruption during the BJP rule by the Gehlot government. And you see those cameras positioning themselves to get the first statement from Sachin Pilot, who is observing a day-long fast.
हट जाओ आप मैम, हट जाओ, क्राउड आएगा एकदम से।
गाड़ी नहीं यहीं पे रुको यार, चिल्ला रहे हैं। पायलट को Well, we can see that Sachin Pilot's there is a lot of chaos over here, and Sachin Pilot is all about to leave this place. The workers have gone to serve and they want to meet their leader. It's a lot of havoc over here as Sachin Pilot is now moving out of the venue. We are inside the venue bringing you these as he tries to escort These are the visuals of Sachin Pilot being taken from the protest site as he leaves. A lot of havoc over here as Sachin Pilot is being taken back to his car as there are hundreds of workers over here and they want to meet the leader, take a glimpse of him, and which is why this kind of, you can see the kind of fandom that is on exhibition over here as Sachin Pilot is all about to leave. And these are the exclusive visuals that we're bringing. You can see the kind of support that has poured in for Sachin Pilot over here. He is now leaving the premises and will now go back to his residence in the civil lines area. But this was over 5 hours of protest, where Sachin Pilot remained, and now he is looking at his supporters trying to cheer their leader. And as you can see, Vivek showing you the picture pictures over here. Just see the pictures. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. And we are standing right in front of the convoy of Sachin Pilot. And as the convoy moves, we will try to speak to him. We will try to speak to him. As Sachin Pilot leaves, you can see that he's come out and he is with folded hands greeting his all supporters over here. And he is, as thousands of people have poured in just take a glimpse and tender their support to Sachin Pilot. At there, bringing you live visuals, has come out from the sunroof and waving at the hundreds of supporters who have come here to support Sachin Pilot in his dharna that he had staged against the corruption. This was a protest against corruption. He said that he is doing this to awaken his own Gehlot government to take action against the corruptions that allegedly happened during the Vasundhara Raje period. What needs to be seen here is that how a massive turnout of supporters for Sachin Pilot as he moves out of the place from the protest site. He was initially scheduled to stay here till 5, but he's left an hour early. The entire day he did not speak a word or eat anything. He had a vow of silence and he continues to prove a point that he's not alone, that the support he has is massive. And look at the outpour. The outpour is unrecognizable. It's unprecedented. One would have not even imagined. We've been talking about it since early in the morning, that how Sachin Pilot's the way the people will turn out.
उसके विरोध में आज एक दिन का मैंने अनशन रखा था और इस मुद्दे को मैं बहुत लंबे समय से उठा रहा था। ये वही मुद्दा है जिसको लेकर राहुल गांधी जी ने संसद के अंदर, संसद के बाहर अपनी आवाज को रखा। कांग्रेस ने, तमाम विपक्षी दलों ने जेपीसी की मांग रखी, क्योंकि भाजपा शासन में जो व्यापक करप्शन हुआ, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ और हो रहा है, उसके विरोध में अपनी आवाज को हम लोग रखना चाहते हैं। वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जब हम लोग कांग्रेस में विपक्ष में थे तो हम सब लोगों ने बहुत सारे स्कैंडल्स और करप्शन के मामलों को उजागर किया था, प्रमाण के सहित। और हम लोगों ने जनता से ये वादा किया था कि जब सरकार में हम लोग आएंगे तब वसुंधरा जी और भाजपा के शासन में तमाम जो गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिसका विवरण मैं बहुत पहले देख चुका हूं। भाजपा और वसुंधरा जी के समय में शराब माफिया, भू माफिया, बजरी माफिया, खान के घोटाले, तमाम तरह के अपराध और सरकारी धन का दुरुपयोग हुआ, जो हमने कई मर्तबा पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लोगों को आश्वासित किया था कि हम उसके खिलाफ प्रभावशाली कार्रवाई करेंगे। करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए, कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो, पारदर्शी कार्रवाई हो। हम कभी भी प्रतिशोध की भावना से काम नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन जो स्थापित भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था उस पर हमने अभी तक कार्रवाई नहीं करी। इसको लेकर 1 साल से ज़्यादा पहले मैंने प्रदेश की सरकार और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को लिखित में कहा था कि उन्होंने और हमने सब ने मिलकर वसुंधरा जी के ऊपर तमाम बहुत सारे आरोप जड़े थे। अब जब चुनाव में 6-7 महीने रह गए हैं, जनता के बीच दोबारा हमको जाना है, इसलिए मैं चाहता था कि इस पर हम कार्रवाई करें। पत्र लिखने के बाद, 2 बार याद दिलाने के बाद भी जब कार्रवाई नहीं हुई तो मैंने कई पत्र लिखे मुख्यमंत्री जी को। आमतौर पर जवाब आ जाता था, लेकिन इन 2 पत्रों का जवाब नहीं आया। तो मैंने आज इसलिए अनशन रखा कि वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को, भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए, उनको उजागर करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एक प्रतिबद्धता स्थापित करी थी। और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि कार्रवाई होगी। जहां तक देश में जहां भाजपा की सरकार है, चाहे वो आज कर्नाटक में सरकार हो, सब लोग जानते हैं कि वो 40% की सरकार है, कमीशन की सरकार है और हम लगातार उनकी आलोचना भी कर रहे हैं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जनता हमारे बातों को विश्वास कर भाजपा को वहाँ से बाहर, सत्ता के बाहर कर देगी। जहाँ वो शासन कर रहे हैं वहाँ मैं खुद कई मरतबा गया हूँ भाजपा शासित प्रदेशों में, वहाँ जाके हमने अपनी बात को रखा है। और जब चाहे हिमाचल हो, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे गुजरात हो, जहाँ भी हम गए हैं हमने भाजपा के करप्शंस को, स्कैंडल्स को उजागर करने का काम किया है और इसी काम को हम राजस्थान में करना चाहते हैं कि जब भाजपा का शासन था तो बहुत करप्शन हुआ था और वसुंधरा जी के जिम्मेदार हैं। उन स्पेसिफिक जो हमने उजागर किए थे मामले, उस पर कार्रवाई हुई नहीं, इसको लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया था और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि करप्शन के विरुद्ध, भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो दीमक की तरह इस देश को खोखला कर रही है, इस इशू को लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया और मैं समझता हूं देश भर में हमारी जो मुहिम है कि करप्शन के खिलाफ हम लोग कार्रवाई करें, इसको आज और गति मिलेगी। इस उद्देश्य को लेकर आज मैंने एक अनशन रखा था। बहुत सारे लोगों ने यहाँ पर आकर उसका समर्थन किया, उन सबका मैं आभारी हूँ।
अनशन को पार्टी विरोधी गतिविधि बताया गया है। पायलट साहब,
राहुल गांधी की भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई को क्या कहेंगे?
राहुल जी ने, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पार्लियामेंट के अंदर और पार्लियामेंट के बाहर, और मैं कहता हूँ ना सिर्फ कांग्रेस ने, तमाम विपक्षी पार्टियों ने एकजुटता दिखाई है। किस मुद्दे पर दिखाई है? करप्शन के मुद्दे पर। आर्थिक जो गड़बड़ियाँ हुई हैं और बड़े पैमाने पर हुई हैं, उनके विरुद्ध पूरा विपक्ष एक हुआ है और हम करप्शन को लेकर बड़े गंभीर हैं, ये बात हम सब जानते हैं। और उसी करप्शन को इश्यू को लेकर मैंने अपनी बात को रखा था। अगर कोई बात संगठन की होती तो निश्चित रूप से मैं संगठन प्लेटफॉर्म पर करता, लेकिन सरकार से संबंधित मामला था और मैंने आग्रह किया लिखित रूप से, 1 साल से पहले मैंने आग्रह किया था। अब समय जब 6-7 महीने का रह गया है, इसी को लेकर मैंने मांग रखी थी। मैं समझता हूँ करप्शन पर अगर हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है तो उस पर हमें कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। करप्शन के खिलाफ पूरा देश है, ना सिर्फ विपक्ष लेकिन तमाम विपक्षी पार्टियां और कांग्रेस और हम सब लोग मिलकर इसके खिलाफ संघर्ष करते रहे।
जो इसको एंटी पार्टी गतिविधि क्यों बताया है?
तो मुझे आज सुबह जानकारी मिली है, इस बारे में कांग्रेस लीडरशिप से बात करूंगा। ऐसा है, पिछले 20-22 सालों से जब भी मुझे दायित्व दिया गया है, पार्टी की जिम्मेदारियां दी गई हैं और हमारा मुख्य प्रमुख जो विपक्षी दल है वो भाजपा है, खासकर इस उत्तर भारत में और राजस्थान के अंदर हर मोर्चे पर। जब मैं प्रदेश का अध्यक्ष था तब हमने भाजपा को घेरने का पूरा काम किया। हम सत्ता में भी हैं तब भी हम जहां जिम्मेदारी मिलती है भाजपा को एक्सपोज करने का काम करते हैं। और जब करप्शन के इश्यूज जो पब्लिक डोमेन में हैं, ये कोई छुपे हुए नहीं हैं। ये इशू जो खान घोटाले के हैं, जमीन घोटाले के हैं, ललित मोदी के संबंधित करप्शन चार्जेस थे, तमाम तरह के चार्जेस थे, ये कोई नए नहीं हैं। ये कोई नए मैंने उजागर नहीं किए, ये पब्लिक डोमेन में थे, लेकिन बहुत लंबे समय तक इन पर कार्रवाई नहीं हुई। इसको लेकर मैंने 2 बार पत्र लिखा पिछले 1.25 साल में और मैंने आज भी ये मांग रखी है कि वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में, भाजपा के कार्यकाल में जो, क्योंकि अगर हमें अपनी विश्वसनीयता बनाए रखनी है, चुनाव में जब हम लोग जाएंगे तो लोगों को लगना चाहिए कि हमारी कथनी करी में फर्क नहीं है।
क्या बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे से उन्होंने बातचीत में कभी ये नहीं कहा क्योंकि भ्रष्टाचार का मुद्दा है, कोई बात नहीं।
रंधावा जी अभी कुछ महीने पहले ही प्रभारी बने हैं, इससे पहले जो प्रभारी थे उनको मैं सारी जो तकलीफियाँ हैं वो मार्क करी थी और हम चर्चा करते रहते हैं। लेकिन ये करप्शन का इशू है और करप्शन के इशू हम अब तमाम बातें मीटिंग में, सभाओं में, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हर जगह बोलते हैं और करप्शन के खिलाफ हमें बोलना भी चाहिए। और करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारा ये संघर्ष जारी रहेगा। हम चाहते हैं कि देश और प्रदेश में स्वच्छ राजनीति हो, इसको लेकर आगे भी हम कार्रवाई करेंगे।
भाजपा वाले कह रहे हैं की तरफ है।
That was finally put out by Sachin Pilot because he was observing a day-long fast till 4 p.m. and on expected lines, as was said, that he had called this dharna because he was alleging inaction by the Gehlot government on corruption during the BJP rule. I want to cut across to my colleague Madhurima, who's standing by live at this very spot as Sachin Pilot has just put out that statement. But most importantly, Madhurima, this show of strength that is very, very visible. Is it a message that Sachin Pilot is sending out? The dissent within the Congress and the divide with Gehlot has always been a point of talk. But Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, having called him a short while ago, did that in any way change his position towards what he was planning in the longer run? Most people also questioning the timing of this dharna. Congress already termed his move anti-party. So what exactly is he aiming through this dharna?
Well, Suesha, if you talk about this attempt is the way of Pilot flexing his arm and showing that the kind of strength he holds. And today it was an unprecedented crowd over here that poured in to support Pilot. And like you were saying that, Priyanka Gandhi has called on Sachin Pilot. She's asked him to come to the national capital and talk it out. But I think it's way past Priyanka Gandhi trying to douse the fire once again that is lit here in the state cadre in the state of Rajasthan, because this time the sense from the ground that I'm getting, either it's my way or there is a highway, because he's going to keep his demands, because it's just a couple of months ahead of elections. He's going to keep them very clean, that this is what I want, and this time I do not want promises, because promises is what he has always gotten. Even in 2020 there was a lot of furor, and then a lot of brickbats were thrown towards Pilot's way, but he stood strong. And Priyanka Gandhi, at that point in time, he met Rahul Gandhi as well, and all of them promised him a certain position. But at the time when he could have really gotten some position was the time when Ashok Gehlot was being touted as the president of the party. After he would have become the president, this seat would have fallen vacant. But Ashok Gehlot did not want to leave Rajasthan. He said that he wanted both the posts, but that is not allowed in the rule book of the Congress. So Ashok Gehlot, then there was a lot of drama in the state. The MLAs were being distributed. Ashok Gehlot at that point in time showed his strength, that this is the kind of support I have. So better side with me, or it's not going to bode well for the Congress in Rajasthan. So at that point in time, it was probably the last nail in the coffin for how the promises that were made to Sachin Pilot could have been even fulfilled. Now that he knows that Ashok Gehlot is going to stay here, and in the next term he will be the face, so what is his position now? It is back to square one, what it was in 2020. So which is why Sachin Pilot has made it clear that he's not going to...
Several predictions are being made to the possible cards that he could play in the days to come, and we'll really know for a fact once he announces a possible move. But for the moment, the statement that he finally made at 4 p.m. after he ended the dharna, let's once again listen into it.
संसद के अंदर, संसद के बाहर अपनी आवाज को रखा। कांग्रेस ने, तमाम विपक्षी दलों ने जेपीसी की मांग रखी, क्योंकि भाजपा शासन में जो व्यापक करप्शन हुआ, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ और हो रहा है, उसके विरोध में अपनी आवाज को हम लोग रखना चाहते हैं। वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जब हम लोग कांग्रेस में विपक्ष में थे, तो हम सब लोगों ने बहुत सारे स्कैंडल्स और करप्शन के मामलों को उजागर किया था, प्रमाण के सहित। और हम लोगों ने जनता से ये वादा किया था कि जब सरकार में हम लोग आएंगे, तब वसुंधरा जी और भाजपा के शासन में तमाम जो गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिसका विवरण मैं बहुत पहले देख चुका हूं। भाजपा और वसुंधरा जी के समय में शराब माफिया, भू माफिया, बजरी माफिया, खान के घोटाले, तमाम तरह के अपराध और सरकारी धन का दुरुपयोग हुआ, जो हमने कई मर्तबा पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लोगों को आश्वासित किया था कि हम उसके खिलाफ प्रभावशाली कार्रवाई करेंगे। करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है, और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए, कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो, पारदर्शी कार्रवाई हो। हम कभी भी प्रतिशोध की भावना से काम नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन जो स्थापित भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था उस पर हमने अभी तक कार्रवाई नहीं करी। इसको लेकर 1 साल से ज़्यादा पहले मैंने प्रदेश की सरकार और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को लिखित में कहा था कि उन्होंने और हमने सबने मिलकर वसुंधरा जी के ऊपर तमाम बहुत सारे आरोप जड़े थे। अब जब चुनाव में 6-7 महीने रह गए हैं, जनता के बीच दोबारा हमको जाना है, इसलिए मैं चाहता था कि इस पर हम कार्रवाई करें। पत्र लिखने के बाद 2-2 बार याद दिलाने के बाद भी जब कार्रवाई नहीं हुई तो मैंने कई पत्र लिखे मुख्यमंत्री जी को। आमतौर पर जवाब आ जाता था, लेकिन इन 2 पत्रों का जवाब नहीं आया। तो मैंने आज इसलिए अनशन रखा कि वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को, भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए, उनको उजागर करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एक प्रतिबद्धता स्थापित करी थी। और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि कार्रवाई होगी। जहां तक देश में जहां भाजपा की सरकार है, चाहे वो आज कर्नाटक में सरकार हो, सब लोग जानते हैं कि वो 40% की सरकार है, कमीशन की सरकार है, और हम लगातार उनकी आलोचना भी कर रहे हैं। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जनता हमारे बातों को विश्वास कर भाजपा को वहाँ से बाहर, सत्ता के बाहर कर देगी। जहाँ वो शासन कर रहे हैं वहाँ मैं खुद कई मरतबा गया हूँ भाजपा शासित प्रदेशों में, वहाँ जाके हमने अपनी बात को रखा है। और जब चाहे हिमाचल हो, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे गुजरात हो, जहाँ भी हम गए हैं, हमने भाजपा के करप्शंस को, स्कैंडल्स को उजागर करने का काम किया है। और इसी काम को हम राजस्थान में करना चाहते हैं कि जब भाजपा का शासन था तो बहुत करप्शन हुआ था और वसुंधरा जी के जिम्मेदार हैं। उन स्पेसिफिक जो हमने उजागर किए थे मामले, उस पर कार्रवाई हुई नहीं, इसको लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया था। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि करप्शन के विरुद्ध, भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो दीमक की तरह इस देश को खोखला कर रही है, इस इशू को लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया। और मैं समझता हूं देश भर में हमारी जो मुहिम है कि करप्शन के खिलाफ हम लोग कार्रवाई करें, इसको आज और गति मिलेगी। इस उद्देश्य को लेकर आज मैंने एक अनशन रखा था। बहुत सारे लोगों ने यहाँ पर आकर उसका समर्थन किया, उन सबका मैं आभारी हूँ।
Madhuram, I want to come back to you because we played out that statement by Sachin Pilot again. What is he hinting at? What is he eventually aiming? Is he still with the Congress party? Is it on purpose that he is now highlighting and bringing to light this dissent with the Gehlot government yet again? Many are also questioning the timing. Could he make an announcement in the days to come? But for the moment, as he ended that day-long dharna, he sticks to the point that this is inaction by the Gehlot government on corruption during BJP rule, and that is the very point that he's fighting against. But the massive show of strength that he's enjoying is also certainly putting out a message.
Well, absolutely, Subesha. This was a show of strength in a manner that he is blatantly leveling allegations that he's written twice to the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, and he asserts on the point that, you know, that normally he answers, but when I have spoken about battling corruption, when I spoke about taking action against the corruption charges that they laid during the time when they were campaigning during the previous elections, and that has not been taken care of. So why such inaction, and why these 2 letters that were very serious and demanded strict action have been ignored by his own Chief Minister? So here, if we read in between the lines, he's saying that the incumbent Chief Minister, the incumbent chair of Rajasthan, is not really bothered or perturbed by the corruption that was caused by the previous government, and that they do not want to take any action. So he wants to, in a way, pose himself to be the better leader by taking this route instead of going all guns blazing with the Congress party within and saying that no, I want to be in power. He is trying to highlight the lacuna of the Chief Minister of Rajasthan by saying that how he did not respond to some 2 very serious letters where he kept on pressing on the fact that it is high time that action should be taken against the alleged corruptions that took place during the previous regimes. He keep on highlighting that the Congress has always fought against corruption, and this time in Rajasthan it has failed to do so. And like the point I was highlighting, he said the fact that, you know, in the previous time when we went and asked for votes, people gave us the vote because they wanted to fight corruption. And now in 6-7 months when elections will be announced again, with what face will we go back? Because we have not taken any action against corruption. Remember, Swesha, this is not only about corruption. In the past as well, if there were any action against any Dalits, there were Dalits suffering, if there were any action against women, and the BJP took the opportunity to highlight the lacuna on the part of and the inaction on the part of the Gehlot government. Pilot was, on this, was seen echoing similar sentiments that, these cannot be brushed aside. Even as the case, remember, when a Dalit student was beaten to death because he drank from a common water cooler. At that point in time, also Sachin Pilot got up and said that these cases cannot be brushed aside. We have to go into the depths of the situation and eradicate such practices from the state of Rajasthan. Only then development will happen. So in the similar lines today, he has picked up the biggest card, that is of corruption, and said that Ashok Gehlot is fine with the corruption that has happened. In very clever words, he said that I have written him twice, though he replies to my every letter, but when I try to press upon the action that he needs to take against the corruption promises, the promises that we made during the previous campaigning and the manifestos in the previous election, that we will fight corruption and we will bring all those who are corrupt to justice, that has not been done. And with what face will we go back and ask for votes because of the total inaction of the government, and hence the satyagraha. So what needs to be seen here is he has made himself very clear by pressing upon the point time and again that here is a leader that is very inactive, is not capable of taking stern actions. The rest we'll see that if he jumps from the ship, joins a different bandwagon or not.
Absolutely. We're tracking this story very closely, Madhurima, but once again, for our viewers, playing out the statement that he just made.
संसद के अंदर, संसद के बाहर अपनी आवाज को रखा। कांग्रेस ने, तमाम विपक्षी दलों ने जेपीसी की मांग रखी, क्योंकि भाजपा शासन में जो व्यापक करप्शन हुआ, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ और हो रहा है, उसके विरोध में अपनी आवाज को हम लोग रखना चाहते हैं। वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जब हम लोग कांग्रेस में विपक्ष में थे, तो हम सब लोगों ने बहुत सारे स्कैंडल्स और करप्शन के मामलों को उजागर किया था, प्रमाण के सहित। और हम लोगों ने जनता से ये वादा किया था कि जब सरकार में हम लोग आएंगे, तब वसुंधरा जी और भाजपा के शासन में तमाम जो गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिसका विवरण मैं बहुत पहले देख चुका हूं। भाजपा और वसुंधरा जी के समय में शराब माफिया, भू माफिया, बजरी माफिया, खान के घोटाले, तमाम तरह के अपराध और सरकारी धन का दुरुपयोग हुआ, जो हमने कई मर्तबा पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लोगों को आश्वासित किया था कि हम उसके खिलाफ प्रभावशाली कार्रवाई करेंगे। करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है, और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए, कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो, पारदर्शी कार्रवाई हो। हम कभी भी प्रतिशोध की भावना से काम नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन जो स्थापित भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था, उस पर हमने अभी तक कार्रवाई नहीं करी। इसको लेकर 1 साल से ज़्यादा पहले मैंने प्रदेश की सरकार और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को लिखित में कहा था कि उन्होंने और हमने सबने मिलकर वसुंधरा जी के ऊपर तमाम बहुत सारे आरोप जड़े थे। अब जब चुनाव में 6-7 महीने रह गए हैं, जनता के बीच दोबारा हमको जाना है, इसलिए मैं चाहता था कि इस पर हम कार्रवाई करें। पत्र लिखने के बाद, 2-2 बार याद दिलाने के बाद भी जब कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, तो मैंने कई पत्र लिखे मुख्यमंत्री जी को। आमतौर पर जवाब आ जाता था, लेकिन इन 2 पत्रों का जवाब नहीं आया। तो मैंने आज इसलिए अनशन रखा कि वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को, भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए, उनको उजागर करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एक प्रतिबद्धता स्थापित करी थी। और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि कार्रवाई होगी। जहां तक देश में जहां भाजपा की सरकार है, चाहे वो आज कर्नाटक में सरकार हो, सब लोग जानते हैं कि वो 40% की सरकार है, कमीशन की सरकार है, और हम लगातार उनकी आलोचना भी कर रहे हैं। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जनता हमारे बातों को विश्वास कर भाजपा को वहाँ से बाहर, सत्ता के बाहर कर देगी। जहाँ वो शासन कर रहे हैं वहाँ मैं खुद कई मरतबा गया हूँ भाजपा शासित प्रदेशों में, वहाँ जाके हमने अपनी बात को रखा है। और जब चाहे हिमाचल हो, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे गुजरात हो, जहाँ भी हम गए हैं, हमने भाजपा के करप्शंस को, स्कैंडल्स को उजागर करने का काम किया है। और इसी काम को हम राजस्थान में करना चाहते हैं कि जब भाजपा का शासन था तो बहुत करप्शन हुआ था और वसुंधरा जी के जिम्मेदार हैं। उन स्पेसिफिक जो हमने उजागर किए थे मामले, उस पर कार्रवाई हुई नहीं, इसको लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया था। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि करप्शन के विरुद्ध, भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो दीमक की तरह इस देश को खोखला कर रही है, इस इशू को लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया। और मैं समझता हूं देश भर में हमारी जो मुहिम है कि करप्शन के खिलाफ हम लोग कार्रवाई करें, इसको आज और गति मिलेगी। इस उद्देश्य को लेकर आज मैंने एक अनशन रखा था। बहुत सारे लोगों ने यहाँ पर आकर उसका समर्थन किया, उन सबका मैं आभारी हूँ।
Pilot accuses Cong government failing to act on corrupt. Vadra Congress sides with Gehlot as Pilot protests. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे, ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं। और इसके 2 प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there. Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
Pilot accuses Cong government failing to act on corrupt. Vadra Congress sides with Gehlot as Pilot protests. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो।
Sachin Pilot ends his dharna. He says the Gehlot government has not tackled promises on the corruption crackdown. Sources say Priyanka Gandhi has spoken to Sachin Pilot and asked him to pull back, but he dares the Congress with what he calls is a show of strength. Financial Times is yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on the allegations.
अगर वो आते हैं तो उन्हें तो त्यागपत्र देना होगा। जो भी हमारे संपर्क में है वो तो अगली लोकसभा के 2 महीने पहले ये सभी लोग।
The BJP confirms talks with opposition leaders, party hinting at a big churn in the state of Maharashtra early next year. The CBI collects voice sample of Jagdish Titler. This is in connection with the 84 riots investigation. Supreme Court dismisses the Tamil Nadu government plea, gives a go-ahead to the RSS march in the state. A very good evening and thank you for staying with us on Republic. Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot, or this is Pilot versus the Congress. Any way that you look at it, this is huge trouble right now brewing for the Congress in the poll-bound state of Rajasthan. Now, what's really happened over the last few days and what's been happening in the state of Rajasthan over the last many months? Everyone said that there is a real problem in the Congress camp. The only question is, why did the Congress top brass did not address the issues raised by Sachin Pilot? Now, this really has forced Sachin Pilot to what many are saying is a break or make situation for him. He was sitting on a dharna since 11 this morning. Just about minutes earlier, he's entered that dharna. He's spoken to the media and he says, my only issue with the current government is corruption. He says there were clear plans that we will deal with corruption. He says, why were charges of corruption that were leveled on Vasundhara Raje not investigated by my own government? This is a clear charge at Ashok Gehlot, who's decided to be largely quiet during this entire drama that has unfolded over the last many hours. But what you see on your screens, again, is a clear reflection of what Sachin Pilot says is my show of strength. But this is real problem for the Congress party that has not responded to the crisis. Priyanka Gandhi has spoken to Sachin Pilot, but what happens next? No one knows. This is exactly what we've heard from Sachin Pilot, who's spoken to the media as he ended his day-long dharna.
करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो, पारदर्शी कार्रवाई हो हम कभी भी प्रतिशोध की भावना से काम नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन जो स्थापित भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था उस पर हमने अभी तक कार्रवाई नहीं करी। इसको लेकर 1 साल से ज़्यादा पहले मैंने प्रदेश की सरकार और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को लिखित में कहा था कि उन्होंने और हमने सबने मिलकर वसुंधरा जी के ऊपर तमाम बहुत सारे आरोप जड़े थे। अब जब चुनाव में 6-7 महीने रह गए हैं, जनता के बीच दोबारा हमको जाना है, इसलिए मैं चाहता था कि इस पर हम कार्रवाई करें। पत्र लिखने के बाद 2-2 बार याद दिलाने के बाद भी जब कार्रवाई नहीं हुई तो मैंने कई पत्र लिखे मुख्यमंत्री जी को। आमतौर पर जवाब आ जाता था, लेकिन इन 2 पत्रों का जवाब नहीं आया। तो मैंने आज इसलिए अनशन रखा कि वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को, भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए, उनको उजागर करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एक प्रतिबद्धता स्थापित करी थी। और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि कार्रवाई होगी। जहां तक देश में जहां भाजपा की सरकार है, चाहे वो आज कर्नाटक में सरकार हो, सब लोग जानते हैं कि वो 40% की सरकार है, कमीशन की सरकार है, और हम लगातार उनकी आलोचना भी कर रहे हैं। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जनता हमारे बातों को विश्वास कर भाजपा को वहाँ से बाहर, सत्ता के बाहर कर देगी। जहाँ वो शासन कर रहे हैं वहाँ मैं खुद कई मरतबा गया हूँ भाजपा शासित प्रदेशों में, वहाँ जाके हमने अपनी बात को रखा है। और जब चाहे हिमाचल हो, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे गुजरात हो, जहाँ भी हम गए हैं, हमने भाजपा के करप्शंस को, स्कैंडल्स को उजागर करने का काम किया है। और इसी काम को हम राजस्थान में करना चाहते हैं कि जब भाजपा का शासन था तो बहुत करप्शन हुआ था और वसुंधरा जी के जिम्मेदार हैं। उन स्पेसिफिक जो हमने उजागर किए थे मामले, उस पर कार्रवाई हुई नहीं, इसको लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया था। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि करप्शन के विरुद्ध, भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो दीमक की तरह इस देश को खोखला कर रही है, इस इशू को लेकर आज मैंने अनशन किया। और मैं समझता हूं देश भर में हमारी जो मुहिम है कि करप्शन के खिलाफ हम लोग कार्रवाई करें, इसको आज और गति मिलेगी। इस उद्देश्य को लेकर आज मैंने एक अनशन रखा था। बहुत सारे लोगों ने यहाँ पर आकर उसका समर्थन किया, उन सबका मैं आभारी हूँ।
So you've heard that reaction that has come in from Sachin Pilot earlier, and now he's moved out of the dharna side. But Madhurima, help us understand what happens next. There is this calculated silence right now from Ashok Gehlot and his entire camp, who clearly do not want Sachin Pilot to become the martyr here. But what about the Congress top brass? Now there has been some bit of intervention by Priyanka Gandhi, who's spoken, Madhurima, earlier to Sachin Pilot. Is there any assurance that the Congress is still handing out to Sachin Pilot, and what does he do next? What are we learning?
Well, Deepthi, if we look at the map that we can draw from here, that would be what would be the Sachin Pilot's next move. Now, Pilot has made it very clear by time and again picking on the incumbent chair of the state that they are incapable of taking some tough decisions, and this is why I have to resort to such drastic measures where I kept quiet for a day. I did not eat anything for hours, just to grab the attention of the chair of Rajasthan that we had made some promises, and how will you go back to the people and what will you tell them that we did not fulfill the promises that we made? So in a way he is it could be termed as one of the master strokes from his side, where he has deemed the current chief minister as incapable of taking strong decisions against his predecessor. And now the next move would be, if Priyanka Gandhi has even spoken to him, this time it would be either his way or the highway, because the kind of promises that were made to him time and again, the time has passed, Deepthi. Because after there was a glimpse chance of him getting the chair of the state when Ashok Gehlot, there were reports that he would be the president of the Congress party, and then this chair will fall vacant, and Mr. Pilot Pilot could step in. But at that moment in time, Ashok Gehlot, he showed a lot of strength and said, and he brought in his MLAs together, telling the party that I want both the positions, which is not something that the Congress rule books allows. You can only have one position. If he becomes the party president, he cannot hold the chair. But he said that he wants to hold both the positions. But when, when the situation got out of hand, he took a step back and then he held on to his chair. So he made it clear that he's not going to leave the state of Rajasthan, and that, that his feelings or his idea of Pilot being at the helm of Rajasthan is something that Mr. Gehlot does not approve. And this was the last, and now that there are only a couple of months left, either the Congress party will ask Ashok Gehlot to move out of the race and let Mr. Pilot be the face of the Congress party in the state, or let's see how this is going to, how the barter system is going to work, or like we've been saying, that is he planning his exit by saying that I cannot be under a chief minister who cannot even fight against corruption. Deepti.
All right, Madhurima, there are a lot of interesting insights and people do not know what step next Sachin Pilot would be largely taking. There's just 7 months left for the big Rajasthan elections due in the December at the end of this year. And will the Congress party remove Ashok Gehlot? Will that, seat now go to Sachin Pilot? Is he going to be happy with just about 7 months in that chair? We'll have to see how that story moves on. Now, for the moment, I thank you for getting us all that insight into that big story. And from that big story, the entire political turmoil in the state of Rajasthan to what's been happening elsewhere. Now, discussing the resilience and the growth of the Indian economy at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman earlier has given a befitting reply to what many are saying is a negative Western perception of the country.
I would think the answer for that lies with those investors who are coming to India, and they've been coming. And as somebody who's interested in receiving investments, I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports. Again, emerging markets do carry this burden of, you're the emerging market, you have every business to ask us for help, or every business to speak about every issue on which you need to play a constructive role, but yet the prescriptions are ours. I would want to ask if that's not to say, or not to even imply that I accept the perception that you're referring to.
The Prime Minister will be flagging off Rajasthan's first Vande Bharat Express train this Wednesday. The inaugural train will ply between Jaipur and the Delhi Cant railway station. The regular services begin from April the 13th. Amid Sachin Pilot launching a revolt against his very own government in the state of Rajasthan, the Chhattisgarh Minister T.S. Singh Deo, in what many are saying is an apparent attack on his sitting Chief Minister, has said that party ministers are not allowed to speak about what is happening behind closed doors. To Tamil Nadu now, with the government and the governor at loggerheads over a host of issues, the senior DMK minister Durai Murugan has slammed the Tamil Nadu governor. The assembly earlier has passed a resolution that urges the centre and the president to fix a time limit for governor to give assent to bills that have earlier been passed by the assembly. Ex-Delhi Minister Satendra Jain has demanded a transfer of hearing of his case to another court. This plea, in fact, has been filed in the Enforcement Directorate Court, and Satendra Jain's lawyer has told the court that the hearing on the case happens on April the 13th. BSF troops have apprehended 2 narcotic smugglers with 1,956 Yaba tablets, prohibited cough syrup and narcotics that are worth more than 9 lakh rupees from Cooch Behar district of West Bengal. The West Bengal The Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be conducting an aerial survey of Dharashiv and the Ahmednagar districts to assess the crop loss in light of the unseasonal rains that have affected the farmers already. Earlier, the top officials met to discuss how they could deal with the agrarian crisis in the state. The Enforcement Directorate will investigate the TSPSC paper leak issue in the state of Telangana. The agency already has served notices to the prime accused in the case. The centre on Tuesday has informed the Supreme Court that the government will table the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill in the upcoming monsoon session of the Parliament. Earlier, the Apex Court had asked the government to either place before the Parliament the bill that will be addressing issues of privacy and users and standards to be followed by WhatsApp, or it had said that it will begin the final hearing in the entire case. CBI has collected voice sample of Jagdish Title in connection with the 84 rights investigation. We'll have more details on that after the break. Supreme Court has dismissed the Tamil Nadu government plea giving a go-ahead to the RSS march.
It's an unmissable Adani versus FT debate tonight. Sharpest Adani response since controversy broke. Adani versus FT over story on offshore funding. Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
2020 में बेस्ट 1 पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके 2 प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट,
see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
Welcome back. So what will Sachin Pilot do next? That is the big obvious question that everyone is asking, not just in the state of Rajasthan anymore, but throughout the country and particularly in the Congress camp right now. Will Sachin Pilot leave the Congress or will he be placated by the Congress? Will Ashok Gehlot be removed just 7 months before the election and will that position be given to Sachin Pilot? Or will Sachin Pilot do none of this and he will move out of the Congress to form his own party? Any which ways you look at that story, remember it's going to have huge ramifications on the Congress's own fortunes. Again, like I said, not just in Rajasthan anymore, but throughout the country. Let's get in our colleague Amardeep, who's just outside Sachin Pilot's residence, I'm told, and there is a lot of support for him, Amardeep, that we have seen over the last few hours. पर अमरदीप, लोग ये भी कहते हैं कि जब विधायकों की गिनती होती है तो इतने विधायक सचिन पायलट के साथ नजर नहीं आते हैं जितने अशोक गहलोत के साथ नजर आते हैं और शायद यही वजह है कि बार बार जो कांग्रेस का आला कमांड है वो ये पूछता है कि सचिन पायलट को आप चीफ मिनिस्टर कैसे बना सकते हैं। अब अंदर की खबर क्या है, आगे क्या होगा? क्या सचिन पायलट और प्रियंका गांधी में जो बातचीत हुई है उससे किसी तरह का हल निकल सकता है?
देखिए, बिल्कुल ये पॉजिटिव साइन है। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये समझने की कोशिश कीजिएगा कि जब सुखजिंदर रंधावा ने कल ये बयान दिया था कि ये पार्टी विरोधी गतिविधि है, और दूसरी चीज ये थी कि आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तय थी अशोक गहलोत और सुखजिंदर रंधावा की दोपहर 2 बजे की, और उसकी तैयारियां लगभग पूरी हो चुकी थी। लेकिन अचानक से दौरा कैंसिल होता है रंधावा का, वो 2 दिन बाद अब जयपुर आएंगे। इधर जितने भी लोकल कार्यक्रम अशोक गहलोत के लगे हुए थे वो कार्यक्रम रद्द हो जाते हैं, फिर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस रद्द हो जाती है। तो ये तमाम चीजें जो घटनाक्रम है ये ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ। अचानक उस रास्ते पर सचिन पायलट बैठ गए थे जिस रास्ते के लिए पार्टी ने देर रात को मना किया था। इस चीज से साफ जाहिर है कि सचिन पायलट बिल्कुल उस कदम को उठा चुके थे जो उनको निर्णय लेना था। चूंकि पार्टी में अंदरूनी चीजें इतनी चल रही थी कि सचिन पायलट को साइडलाइन किया हुआ था, आला कमान सुन नहीं रहा था, समझने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा था। 8 महीने बाद राजस्थान में इलेक्शन है। उन्हीं तमाम चीजों को लेकर के बार बार सचिन पायलट कह रहे थे कि राजस्थान में जो चीज होनी है, जिस तरीके से सरकार वापस से रिपीट हो जाएगी, जिसको वो पिछले 4 साल से कहते नजर आ रहे हैं, उसको कहीं ना कहीं अभी तक नहीं छोड़ा था। और यहाँ पे विजुअल्स जो है मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा। घर के अंदर अभी मैं हूँ, पायलट के घर के अंदर। यहाँ पे समर्थकों का तांता लगा हुआ है। सचिन पायलट के घर के अंदर रिपब्लिक मौजूद है, आपको दिखा रहा हूँ ये तस्वीरें। यहाँ पे आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा, ये तमाम वो लोग हैं, वो समर्थक हैं जो धरने के बाद भी अब घर पे आए हैं, मिलने के लिए आए हैं, मुलाकात करने के लिए आए हैं। अलग अलग हिस्सों से, राजस्थान के अलग अलग जिलों से लोग आए हैं। तो सचिन पायलट की जो एक फैन फॉलोइंग है, जो उनके समर्थक हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। उनका एक अलग क्रेज है, कांग्रेस पार्टी से अलग उनका एक क्रेज है। तो इस चीज़ को पार्टी हाईकमान समझता है, लेकिन समझता कितना है, कितना सीरियस लेगा आने वाले चुनाव के मद्देनज़र, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। और अगर ये सारी घटनाक्रम हुई हैं और अचानक से रंधावा का दौरा कैंसिल हुआ है और अचानक से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कैंसिल हुई है, तो इससे छोटा नहीं समझा जाना चाहिए। इसका मतलब ये है कि सचिन पायलट को कहीं ना कहीं हाईकमान जो है वो मौका दे रहा है बातचीत करने का, कन्विंस करने का और बातचीत सुलझाने का। चूंकि आज राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी वायनाड में थे और वहां गए हुए थे, तो अभी कितनी बात हुई है और कितने दौर की बात बाकी है, ये तमाम चीज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है।
लेकिन अमरदीप, बहुत लोग ये भी पूछ रहे हैं कि कितनी बात होगी। देखिए, सब लोग कहते हैं सब्र की एक सीमा होती है। अब सचिन पायलट पे बहुत सारे आरोप लगते हैं कि शायद वो बहुत जल्दी में है। अब उनको उनकी एज में रहते हुए डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर का पोजीशन मिला, उसके बाद मानेसर में जो हुआ, तो और फिर अशोक गहलोत की तरफ से जिस तरह वार हुए, उनको गद्दार बुलाया गया। अब अशोक गहलोत ने इंटरेस्टिंगली अमरदीप बीते 24 से 48 घंटे में वो बेहद खामोश हैं। उन्होंने जो भी अपनी बात कही है वो शायद सिर्फ ट्विटर के जरिए कही है, और उनका ये कहना है कि मैं सचिन पायलट को किसी तरह का मार्टर यानी एक शहीद नहीं बनाना चाहता। लेकिन ऐसे में कांग्रेस का जो हाई कमांड है वो क्या वाकई इंटरेस्टेड है इस पूरे इशू को सॉल्व करने में, या वो ये चाहता है कि सचिन पायलट अपने आप ही उनकी पार्टी छोड़ दे?
देखिए, अशोक गहलोत के जहन में क्या चलता है वो सबको पता है, क्योंकि पार्टी हाईकमान की बात हो या 25 सितंबर की घटना हो, किस तरीके से सारी चीज़ें हुई थी। लेकिन यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि समर्थक जो हैं वो समर्थक गिने जाते हैं, विधायक गिने ना जाए, लेकिन समर्थक जो हैं वो गिने जाते हैं कि किसका क्रेज है, किसका क्रेज नहीं है। हाईकमान इसको कितना समझता है, सीरियस लेता है, ये बड़ी बात होगी। लेकिन कदम की, अगर सचिन पायलट की कदम की बात करते हैं तो कदम महत्वपूर्ण उठाया था, क्योंकि रंधावा को रोकने के बाद भी अगर सुबह सचिन पायलट धरने में जाते हैं तो ये महत्वपूर्ण कदम था, यानी कि हाईकमान को दरकिनार किया था। कुछ लोग मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे। कहाँ से हैं?
हम बीकानेर जिला,
बीकानेर से हैं।
बीकानेर से
समर्थक हैं?
बिल्कुल पायलट समर्थक हैं।
लेकिन पार्टी तो कह रही है कि एंटी पार्टी वाला काम कर दिया, कि पार्टी के खिलाफ जा रहे थे।
पार्टी एंटी कोई ऐसी बात नहीं। गांधी जी के पद चिन्हों पे चलकर ये भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ बैठे अनशन।
हाईकमान सीरियस कब लेगा सचिन पायलट?
नहीं, सीरियस वाली तो कोई बात ही नहीं है। ये जो है, जब चुनाव के वक्त गए थे पिछली बार विधानसभा, तो
जनता सीरियस ले रही है पायलट साहब को। जनता सीरियस ले रही है राजस्थान की।
वोट भी इस बात पे मिला कि जो भ्रष्टाचार जो वसुंधरा राजे ने जो किया है, उस भ्रष्टाचार।
आपका नाम क्या है, कहाँ से है?
मैं केकड़ी से आया हूँ, मेरा नाम कालू राम है, एडवोकेट के आर। हाँ बोली।
तो हाईकमान सीरियस ले नहीं रहा है, अशोक गहलोत सीरियस ले नहीं रहे हैं, सचिन पायलट के समर्थक सचिन पायलट को सीरियस ले रहे हैं, लेकिन पार्टी हाईकमान कब सीरियस लेगा?
देखो, पार्टी हाईकमान को सीरियस लेना चाहिए। हाईकमान के लिए तो मैं क्या कमेंट्स करूं। बाकी ये तो सही चीज़ है कि पूर्व जो गवर्नमेंट थी वसुंधरा जी की और गहलोत साहब की जो जोड़ी है, इसको तो दुनिया जानती है, जग जाहिर है। ये तो ये क्या बारी बारी
आपको लगता है? अच्छा, लास्ट एक छोटी सी चीज में बता दो कि लगता है कि कुछ होगा। जी बिल्कुल। तो ये तमाम चीज आपने समर्थकों की सुनी कि जनता जो है वो सीरियस लेती है सचिन पायलट को। इन तमाम चीजों से ये समझ में आता है कि सचिन पायलट का अपना एक अलग क्रेज है। सचिन पायलट पार्टी से अलग हटके भी बहुत अलग कुछ कर सकते हैं। समीकरण को लेकर के वेद प्रकाश सोलंकी ने कल कहा था कि समीकरण बहुत ज्यादा बदल सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए वक्त चाहिए।
ओके, ठीक है अमरदीप, लेकिन वक्त की कमी इस समय हमारे पास भी है, सचिन पायलट के पास भी वक्त की कमी है। आई थैंक यू राइट नाउ फॉर गेटिंग अस दैट एंटायर लाइव रिपोर्टेज। On the other side of this very quick break, we keep our focus non-stop on this big political story that Republic has broken and tracked for the last many hours. Sachin Pilot, though, has ended his day-long dharna, but right now, what will be his next step? No one knows. He's back at his residence. He's all set to be meeting his supporters shortly.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में स्वर्ण पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है Yes, it is India's moment. और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow.
Good evening and thank you for tuning in. You're watching the news at 5 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawant, and of course a quick reminder of the third edition of the Republic Summit. It is India's biggest news event that is coming back. It will be held in the national capital this month. It will have the biggest of names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India who will be at the Republic Summit once again. So do stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles. We'll keep telling you about it, but for this moment, we'll begin with the headlines we're tracking at 5 p.m. this evening.
खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो।
Pilot ends dharna, says Gehlot government hasn't tackled promises on corruption crackdown. Sources say Priyanka Vadra dials Pilot to pull back, but he dares Vadra Congress with the show of strength. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. BJP confirms talks with opposition leaders. Party hints at big churn in Maharashtra early next year. CBI collects voice sample of Titler in connection with 1984 riots investigation. Supreme Court dismisses Tamil Nadu government plea, gives go-ahead to RSS march route in state. And the big story we are tracking for you this evening, Mafia Don Atiq Ahmed, who has been moved out of Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad, is now being taken to Uttar Pradesh via road. He will be investigated in the Umeshpal murder case. After leaving the jail, he also told the media that he fears for his life. Listen into that statement.
सही नहीं है। करना चाहते हैं, मारना चाहते हैं।
आपको तो उमेश लेके जा रहे हैं।
नहीं, उमेश पाल के हफ्ते में तो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग हो सकती थी, और वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट
कि आपको मार देंगे।
जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग कराओ तो वीडियो
बिठा
All right, so Republic is tracking every movement of Atiq Ahmed very, very closely as that convoy is now making its way to Prayagraj. That is exactly what Atiq Ahmed had said, where his family has also been claiming that they do fear for his life for the very reason that tight security has been provided to him. And you see that convoy that is now making its way to Prayagraj from Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad in Gujarat. Remember, he will be questioned, but most importantly, he must reach safely. And the UP police accompanying him and bringing him now back to Prayagraj. Moving on, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav appeared before the Enforcement Directorate today for questioning in a money laundering case linked to the Railways land for job scam. And the 33-year-old Yadav, the son of RJD Chief and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, reached the federal agency's office in central Delhi in a car case. Getting you all the details in this report.
The land for jobs case probe widens, as Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav today joined the ED in a case that involves his father and former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav and other family members. The RJD leader reached the Enforcement Directorate headquarters and deposed before the investigators. Tejashwi Yadav joined the ED investigation following the agency's summons issued against him earlier this month in the case. Earlier, his sister and Rajya Sabha member Misa Bharti was also questioned by the ED in connection with the case. This comes after the ED claimed unaccounted cash of rupees 1 crore, $1,900, 540 grams gold and 1.5 kg of gold jewelry and other incriminating documents were recovered during the raids conducted at 24 locations in Delhi, Mumbai, Patna and in Ranchi based on specific intelligence inputs. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Meanwhile, the CBI collected the voice sample of Congress leader Jagdish Titla in connection with a case of the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in Pulbangash area, in which 3 persons were killed by a mob. Jagdish Titla has also spoken on this. Let's listen in.
बात हुई नहीं है। तो सर कौन इस मामले को लेकर के आए थे सर?
पार्टी ऑफ देश सचिन पायलट इज सिटिंग ऑन प्रोटेस्ट।
आई डोंट वांट टू स्पीक ऑन एनीथिंग। आपने पूछ लिया, मैंने बताया। हटो सर, हटो। थोड़ा ठीक है।
ओए, जो वॉइस सैंपल है वो यहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड किए जाएंगे। कहा कि अगर एक एविडेंस
बिल्कुल गलत बात है, झूठी बात है। कोई केस 84 का नहीं है। देयर इज समथिंग एल्स व्हिच दे वांटेड माय वॉइस। बिल्कुल गलत बात है, झूठी बात है। कोई केस 84 का नहीं है।
Meanwhile, riot victims and witnesses in the case have also welcomed the move and said that the investigation in this case is much needed. Listen in.
सीबीआई ने आज जो है बहुत ही बढ़िया शुरुआत की है कि आज जो है हमारे 9वें गुरु तेग बहादुर साहब जी का प्रकाश पर्व है और उसके प्रकाश पर्व के दिन जो है ये जो है सीबीआई ने उसको वॉइस सैम्पलिंग के लिए बुलाया है लेकिन इसको सीबीआई को हमने पिछले 40 साल से ही हमारी डिमांड रही है कि इस जगदीश टाइटलर को अरेस्ट किया जाए और इसको बाहर नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन कांग्रेस सरकार का राज रहा, उसने सज्जन कुमार, टाइटलर, भगत, धर्मदास शास्त्री, जितने भी बड़े मुजरिम थे सबको बचाने का काम किया है। लेकिन सरकार बदलने के बाद जब मैं मोदी को मिला था 2017 में, तो उसको मैंने विनती की थी कि आप हमारे को इंसाफ कब मिलेगा, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि मैं इंसाफ भी दूंगा और ये अंदर भी जाएंगे, आपको चिंता करने की लोड़ नहीं है। लेकिन मैं क्या, सीबीआई का जो रवैया है आज भी कांग्रेस की तरह काम करता है, तो कहता है इनका रवैया भी चेंज होगा, जो सच है उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी। हम न्यायपालिका के अंदर विश्वास करते हैं और आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि पिछले 3 साल से 164 के बयान दर्ज करने के लिए कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किए थे और उसके बाद स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड की गई है। और अब जो है इसको बुलाया गया है पुलमंगस गुरुद्वारे के पास में, वहाँ पे टाइटलर वहाँ पे आया था 1 तारीख को, उसने खुद इशारा करके सिखों को मरवाने की बात कही थी। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी माँ को मारा है, सिख का एक भी बच्चा नहीं बचना चाहिए और ये गुरुद्वारा जो है इसको आग लगा दो और यहाँ पे जो भी है मार दो। उसके बाद जो दंगई थे वो चले जाने के बाद दंगइयों ने उसके ऊपर काम किया।
Alright, we cut across to these live pictures we're getting at this point as Atiq Ahmed is being moved from Gujarat to UP. He's being sent to Prayagraj, and that is the convoy that Republic is tracking very, very closely. Priyanka is with me on the broadcast as we stay with these pictures. Priyanka, Atiq Ahmed has said it in so many words that he does fear for his life. Now the convoy is moving towards Prayagraj, ensuring that there is tight security around him. What exactly is happening at this point, Priyanka, as we get these live pictures?
Actually, let me show you what's happening right behind me, Suesha, because Atiq Ahmed is right now right in the shot. We're showing you the entire convoy that had been stopped, and we can see Atiq Ahmed in clear picture. In fact, we've been stopped to go towards him, but they're taking a pit stop as they usually do. They're taking a pit stop in the washroom as well, and of course all of those things that they are stopping for. And we had seen even last time that the entire convoy had been stopping, making several pit stops as well during the time that the convoy had been passing from Ahmedabad to Prayagraj. And now, of course, we are looking at once again the second time that the UP police is taking Atiq Ahmed to Prayagraj once again, and we had seen how he is already serving the life sentence in the Sabarmati jail. And with the B warrant today, the UP police had come here in the morning and had taken the convoy. They had come in this particular convoy. There are 2 secure vans that had been brought along with the UP police car as well, that we will try to keep showing you the convoy of. And we are in fact showing you how in fact the cars had been brought here from the UP, and UP police had been also bringing the convoy here, and they had taken care of all the security protocol, as to point out that there were several gunmen that had been seated with Atiq Ahmed. And this time around, the additional layer of security was that all of the gunmen had been wearing body cameras as well. Let me point out some of the uniformed policemen that we see right now. All of them are wearing the body cameras, as we can see in clear light. And those were the policemen who had been seated right inside along with Atiq Ahmed in this security van, right outside of which we are reporting from. We have stopped in Bichhiwada. This is somewhere near the border of Rajasthan and Gujarat, inside Rajasthan, and we are going towards Udaipur. We will be taking a pit stop in Udaipur as well, where we have several other teams who will be joining us and following this entire convoy. But as of now, we're showing you all of the updates as far as this particular movement of the convoy is concerned, the movement of Atiq Ahmed is concerned. Of course, a very, very controversial figure, and several political hyperbole that also revolves around this man, Suesha. Let us not forget how there had been questions that had been raised about the security of Atiq Ahmed, and essentially how Atiq Ahmed was being questioned as far as his petition is also concerned. पर जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं इस समय पे कि किस तरह से जो सिक्योर वैन्स हैं, जो पूरा काफिला है, पूरा कॉन्वॉय है, किस तरह से यहाँ पर रोका गया है, एक पिट स्टॉप यहाँ पर लिया जा रहा है। पर इससे आगे राजस्थान में एंट्री होने के बाद में पहली बार यहाँ पर रुकी गई है, रोका गया है पूरा काफिला। और उसी के साथ आप देख सकते हैं कि सारे जो पुलिस कर्मचारी हैं, जो पुलिस कर्मी हैं, पुलिस ऑफिशियल्स हैं, जो अंदर बैठे हुए थे अतीक अहमद के साथ भी, वो भी उनको भी आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से सारे पुलिस कर्मियों के पास में भी एक बॉडी कैमरा है जिसकी लाइव फीड जिसमें अतीक अहमद दिखता होगा। आप देख सकते हैं, अगर मैं अपना कैमरा पैन करूं, आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से ये एक सिक्योर वैन जिसके अंदर सारे गनमैन मौजूद होने वाले हैं और सारे जो गनमैन हैं उन्हीं के पास में सारे बॉडी कैमरास हैं जिसकी लाइव फीड यूपी पुलिस के पास, सीनियर अधिकारियों के पास में भी जाती होगी। और इसी के साथ साथ हम देख सकते हैं कि सारी सिक्योरिटी के मेजर्स लिए जा रहे हैं, सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर कोई भी सवाल ना खड़ा कर पाए, इसके लिए सारे मेजर्स लिए जा रहे हैं। क्योंकि बहुत सारी राजनीतिक बयानबाजी भी हमने लास्ट टाइम भी देखी थी, अतीक अहमद की सिक्योरिटी को लेके बहुत सारी बयानबाजी। अगर हम अखिलेश यादव की बात करें तो कई सारे जो राजनेता हैं उन्होंने भी कई सारे स्टेटमेंट्स दिए थे इसको लेके। उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमें देखने को मिल रहा है कि यूपी पुलिस किस तरह से एक्स्ट्रा सिक्योरिटी का भी ध्यान रख रही है। एक्स्ट्रा लेयर्स ऑफ सिक्योरिटी इस बार हमने देखा है कि ऐड किए जा रहे हैं, जिससे कि जो वैन है, हमने पहले भी आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई थी, जो ये सिक्योर वैन है जिसके अंदर बायोमेट्रिक का भी उसमें ऐड किया गया है। और उसी के साथ साथ हमें देखने को मिल रहा है कि किस तरह से पूरा काफिला जो है साबरमती जेल से दूसरी बार अब यूपी पुलिस साबरमती जेल से प्रयागराज लेकर निकल चुका है, राजस्थान पहुंच चुका है। इनफैक्ट आगे भी प्रयागराज तक पूरा सफ़र तय करेगा और पूरी सिक्योरिटी का ध्यान में रखते हुए पूरा सफ़र तय किया जाएगा। और सारे जो एडिशनल मेजर्स इस बार जैसा कि हमने लिस्ट डाउन किए हमारे दर्शकों के लिए, वो पूरे मेजर्स यूपी पुलिस की तरफ से लिए जाएंगे और आगे की पूरी जर्नी इसी काफिले में तय की जाएगी। जी
Priyanka, continue talking to us as we stay with these pictures. How much time is it likely now to take for the convoy to reach Prayagraj? And of course, like you're describing that for us, every security measure is being taken so that there is no lapse of any sort, and that is certainly coming across.
वेल एब्सोल्युटली, इनफैक्ट जिस तरह से हमने देखा था कि सिक्योरिटी, जैसा हम बता रहे थे कि उसका पूरी तरह से ध्यान में रखा जा रहा है। और इस वक्त एंड we can also see essentially how the gangster Atiq Ahmed had been taken from the Sabarmati jail with all the security protocols in place and extra additional security protocols in place as well. In fact, we had been also told that there are additional layers of security even in Prayagraj near the jail, where he will be taken out from the convoy as well. So all of those things from A to Z, all of the security measures in place from this time around from Ahmedabad and in the convoy, we could see that there is an addition of the biometrics in the security van, and we can see the additional gunmen, we can see the additional riot gear, we can see the body cameras, of course, a very crucial addition in terms of the security protocol in place as far as Atiq Ahmed is concerned, that we are also getting to see in this particular convoy, this time the second time that the UP police in fact is transporting Atiq Ahmed, taking Atiq Ahmed to Prayagraj from Ahmedabad once again. And as we have seen time and time again, the kind of statements, the kind of victimization that Atiq Ahmed has also tried to project of himself, claiming that he has questions about the security, he is scared about his own safety, he is concerned about being in the UP police custody, trying to make demands about being in Ahmedabad, in the Sabarmati jail. But of course, and the petition as well, when he had made that petition in the apex court of the country, where he had stated that he is concerned about the security. So all of those things we have seen over the course of the last few weeks, since UP police had been aggressively trying to take Atiq Ahmed in their custody so that the further investigation can also be carried out, further interrogation of Atiq Ahmed can also be carried out, not just in the Amritpal case as well. That is the case that is being looked into. And as of now, we also know that Atiq Ahmed, day after tomorrow, is also going to be presented before the court, which is why, of course, UP police is taking Atiq Ahmed from the Sabarmati jail and then taking him to Prayagraj. Yeah, Suesha.
Absolutely, Priyanka, and we'll keep coming back to you for further updates on the same as you track the convoy very, very closely. For the moment, we move on. Thank you for joining us. Yes, former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has been summoned by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the disproportionate assets case. The Bureau has asked Channi to appear for investigation at its office on Wednesday, that is the 12th of April. Here's a report.
Trouble seems to be brewing for former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi, as the Vigilance Bureau has summoned him in a disproportionate assets case. According to sources, Channi has been summoned by Vigilance Bureau and asked him to join the investigation on Wednesday at 10 a.m. It will be for the first time that Channi has been summoned by the Bureau. A senior functionary of the Bureau confirmed the development and said that they had prepared a source report about Channi's assets and further added that when he appears before the Bureau, a list of the assets he owned would be sought and tallied with the source report. Earlier last month, when the Vigilance Bureau came to know that Channi was planning to fly abroad, the Bureau had issued a lookout circular against him on March 7th. The Bureau had been probing the assets of the former Chief Minister, his brothers and family members and some aides for allegedly amassing the wealth more than the declared source of income. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And we're cutting across to these latest pictures of Sachin Pilot, who is now meeting with his supporters. You heard the statement he made just a short while ago after ending that day-long dharna, where he called out the inaction by the Gehlot government over corruption during the BJP rule. And as he made that statement very, very clear, a huge show of strength that has been the biggest message that Sachin Pilot sends out, as slogans in his favor were being raised all day. This is Sachin Pilot who is meeting with his supporters this evening, as we got you inside scoop of how Priyanka Gandhi Vadra had called Sachin Pilot. This after the Congress had put out a statement last night calling Sachin Pilot's move anti-party activity. Madhurima is tracking all the details on the ground as she joins us live on the broadcast. Madhurima, those are the latest pictures where Sachin Pilot is meeting with his supporters, while there is a lot of speculation around what Sachin Pilot is going to be doing in the days to come and whether this is really a part of a larger plan. One thing is very clear, he's sending out that message that his supporters stand strong by him.
At the entire day, the kind of support that poured in for Sachin Pilot ever since early morning today was unprecedented. The entire media was speculating that what kind of support will Pilot get, because that would be in the end sending a straight message to the top rung of the Congress party as to this is the leader that you cannot ignore. And Pilot has been successful in establishing that particular message, the kind of support that poured out to Pilot that the Shaheed Smarak over here in Jaipur has made it very clear that Pilot is not alone, and sent out that message again that the Congress party at the time of 2019 elections, assembly elections, they had made it clear, 2018, I beg your pardon, that it would be that they will be fighting against the alleged corruption in the previous government, but this time they did not do it. He highlighted the fact that he's written 2 letters, and he even pressed on that fact that otherwise in general occasions that Mr. Gehlot answers his gives answers to his letter, he replies to his queries. But this time he has written twice, and both those letters have been sidelined by the Ashok Gehlot government. So he's sending a state message that that the Gehlot government is ignoring corruption and is ignoring to fulfill the promises that they made. He is trying to underline the fact that the Gehlot government is unable to take some very serious and strict actions again under the helm of Ashok Gehlot. So now we'll have to wait and watch as to what would be his next step, because what we're learning from our sources, like our political editor highlighted earlier in the day, that Priyanka Gandhi has already spoken to Pilot. But we'll have to see that what will Pilot really want, and will the party be able to give him in such short notice or not? Okay.
All right, let's get a quick word from Amardeep also, who's joining us from the ground, Madhurima. Amardeep, what more are you observing as there is a lot of hearsay of the possible options that Pilot may just announce in the days to come, but really meeting with his supporters and the kind of messages he's exchanging. What is the buzz on the ground?
हुए हैं धरना स्थल पर। धरना स्थल के बाद में सचिन पायलट के आवास के अंदर जहां मैं मौजूद हूं, जहां सचिन पायलट लोगों से मिल रहे हैं, अपने नेताओं से मिल रहे हैं, अपने जितने भी साथ के लोग हैं उनसे मुलाकात कर रहे हैं। समर्थक लगातार उनके बने हुए हैं। ये पूरा जो सचिन पायलट का बंगला है ये समर्थकों से घिरा हुआ है। फिलहाल यहाँ पे अभी सबसे मुलाकात करके सचिन पायलट जो है वो अंदर गए हैं, सबसे मुलाकात की है। मीडिया से फिलहाल वो बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। एक जो धरने की वजह थी, प्रदर्शन की जो वजह थी वो बता दी थी, लेकिन उसके बाद यहाँ पे चीज़ें जो हैं वो पूरी की पूरी जो बात जो है वो अधूरी उन्होंने नहीं अधूरी बात रही है। उन्होंने पूरी बात अभी नहीं की है, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि मीडिया में अगर कुछ बहुत सख्त बोल दिया या कुछ और ज़्यादा चीज़ें निकल गई जिससे शब्दावली में दिक्कत आए तो दिक्कत हो सकती है। मनीष यादव मेरे साथ में है, सचिन पायलट के समर्थक हैं, कट्टर समर्थक कहे जाते हैं। मनीष, जिस तरीके से जो पायलट साहब ने प्रदर्शन किया, आलाकमान ने कहा कि वो पार्टी के खिलाफ था, उसके बाद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होनी थी, अचानक रुक गई, इन तमाम संकेतों को किस तरीके से देखेंगे?
देखिए, जिस तरीके से आज पायलट साहब ने अनशन रखा है, मैं मानता हूं कि स्पष्ट रूप से पायलट साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बताया था कि राजस्थान में जब पूर्ववर्ती सरकार थी, वसुंधरा जी की सरकार थी, उस समय जो भ्रष्टाचार उनके समय हुए, और
आलाकमान नहीं मान रहा ना,
मैं उसी पर आ रहा हूँ, उन भ्रष्टाचारों के खिलाफ पायलट साहब आज यहाँ अनशन पर बैठे और हम लोग सब मजबूती से उनके साथ खड़े थे। जब आलाकमान अगर ये कह रहा है कि भाई ये गतिविधि जो है वो पार्टी के खिलाफ में है, तो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि आलाकमान को ये देखना चाहिए कि जिन मुद्दों पर कांग्रेस 2018 का चुनाव जीती, जिन वसुंधरा जी के खिलाफ उनके भ्रष्टाचार उनके समय में हुए और उसके बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनी, राजस्थान में 100 सीटें आई, और आज अगर आलाकमान भी वही भाषा बोल रहे हैं तो मुझे लग रहा है कि निश्चित रूप से गलत बात है। और आलाकमान की और एक भाषा ऐसी होना, जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान में ये सब लोगों के लिए एक पहेली का विषय बना हुआ है कि एक नेता जो है कि राजस्थान के जो जनप्रिय नेता है वो वसुंधरा जी की सरकार के खिलाफ बैठे हैं।
मनीष, नज़दीकी हैं सचिन पायलट के, कट्टर समर्थक कहे जाते हैं, युवा उनके साथ में जुड़ा हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि सचिन पायलट को सीरियस आलाकमान क्यों नहीं ले?
ऐसा नहीं है, सचिन पायलट जी पूरे देश के नेता है, अकेले राजस्थान के नेता नहीं है। और आलाकमान ने उनको उस समय जब राजस्थान की कमान सौंपी थी, उन्होंने 21 से 100 तक राजस्थान को पहुंचा। राजनीति में समय समय की बात होती है, लेकिन आलाकमान को अल्टीमेटली ये बात समझ में आएगी। जिस प्रकार का आज एक छोटे से संदेश पर एक बड़ी जो जन समर्थन पायलट साहब के साथ है, निश्चित रूप से आलाकमान इस बात को समझेगा।
तो ये गौर करने वाली बात है कि छोटे से एक मैसेज के लिए अगर इतनी भीड़ जुट सकती है, तो बड़ा अगर मैसेज होगा पायलट का तो किस तरीके की भीड़ जुटेगी, ये मनीष का कहना है। मनीष यादव नज़दीकी नेताओं में गिने जाते हैं सचिन पायलट के, और मैसेज बिल्कुल क्लियर है, साफ है कि अब इससे बड़ा ही होगा, छोटा नहीं होगा।
Oh yes, absolutely, and we continue to track every detail on the ground very closely. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break, but on the other side, we're also getting you more details of source-based information on how Priyanka Gandhi Vadra had dialed Sachin Pilot to pull back, but he dared the Congress with the show of strength.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो।
Sachin Pilot ends his dharna. He says the Gehlot government hasn't tackled promises on corruption crackdown. Sources say Priyanka Gandhi has spoken to Sachin Pilot, asked him to pull back, but he dares the Congress with what he calls is his show of strength. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on the allegations.
कि अभी अगर वो आते हैं तो उन्हें तो त्यागपत्र देना होगा। जो भी हमारे संपर्क में है वो तो अगली लोकसभा के 2 महीने पहले ये सभी लोग।
The BJP confirms talks with opposition leaders, party hinting at a big churn in the state of Maharashtra early next year. CBI collects voice sample of Jagdish Titler in connection with the 84 riots investigation. And the Supreme Court dismisses the Tamil Nadu government plea, gives a go-ahead to the RSS march in the state. A very good evening and welcome back to our news broadcast here on Republic. We'll continue to put our focus on the biggest political story, a story that has huge ramifications, a story that has moved well beyond the limits of the state of Rajasthan. It has clear national implications. We want to know what is Sachin Pilot going to be doing next. Now, Sachin Pilot, though, remember, has ended his dharna, but there are reports indicating that he possibly is in touch with the BJP and also certain independents, and there is a likelihood that he could be forming his own party also. But will that happen? Because the big Rajasthan elections, like I said, are just about 7 months away. And this is again a source-based information right now coming in that the Congress also waiting and watching what Sachin Pilot does next. They have not really indulged him. We've seen that conversation earlier that has happened between Priyanka Gandhi and Sachin Pilot. But did that amount to an olive branch that was extended to Sachin Pilot? We still do not know that yet. But sources indicating that Sachin Pilot could be gathering support and he could be deciding to break away from the Congress. Aishwarya has these details. He joins us right now on the phone line. Aishwarya, what more do we know? What will Sachin Pilot do next?
Well, at this point of time, one thing is clear that Sachin Pilot is not going to stay in Congress and he's not going to join BJP. What we have been confirmed by our sources that one senior BJP leader from the state of Rajasthan and one independent member of parliament I repeat, one independent member of parliament and one senior leader of the BJP are in touch with Sachin Pilot, who are respectively not happy in their own folds and in their own present form, and would want to form a third front in Rajasthan headed by Sachin Pilot, which is not only going to dent into the vote bank of Congress party, but equally impact the BJP as well. So that is the exclusive we are getting right now, that Pilot is not doing this alone. It is not madness without a method. There is a method to this madness, because that is what Congress party has been calling this protest of Sachin, that to protest against your own government is madness, but there is a method to this madness. Now, what we are being told by our sources, that there is a leader, a senior leader, who is an independent member of parliament, is in constant touch and is in approval to form a new party in the leadership of Sachin Pilot, and also a senior BJP leader. There is also a very, very strong indication that the Aam Aadmi Party is also going to jump into the fray of politics in Rajasthan as well. So what is going to be the future course of action is still undecisive. But one thing is for sure, that there is no place for Sachin in Congress anymore, because that is something which has been made clear, that it's no more Sachin versus Gehlot. It is Sachin versus the Gandhis. It is Sachin versus the Congress, and that is something which the top leadership of the Congress is not going to accept. And Sachin was completely aware before sitting on this protest today that he is not doing this protest against Gehlot. He is doing this protest against the Gandhis, and he has gone ahead only knowing that yes, there is a method to it, there is a process to it, and the process is to start his own front, to basically start his own party, and that too not alone. That's what we are being indicated. A senior member of parliament, who is an independent member of parliament right now, hails from Rajasthan, and a senior BJP leader are in constant touch with Sachin, to a point that just 48 hours prior, they have had a marathon meeting in Mumbai in a farmhouse of a Congress leader. There was a meeting where Sachin was present over the weekend, last weekend, and these two leaders were present there, and it was a closed-door meeting in that farmhouse in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, which belongs to a senior Congress leader. So it shows that how divided the Congress party is. That the present Congress leaders are still helping Sachin, who has already not only gone against Gehlot but against the Gandhis. So that is just add-on information which is coming in. But it's clear that Sachin has made up its mind, and it's not going to be Sachin Pilot alone, but other senior leaders who are also going to be joining his front, who are a part of the BJP and the other parties at this point of time. Back to you, Mr.
All right, Aishwarya, there is already a buzz about the RLP leader Hanuman Benewal, who many say possibly could be wanting to work with Sachin Pilot. You've already spoken about the Aam Aadmi Party. Will that happen? Will Sachin Pilot decide to walk out of the Congress? We're tracking that story, breaking every detail. Aishwarya, for the moment, thank you. The official spokesperson's response to media queries regarding the Chinese official spokesperson's comment on the recent visit of the Home Minister to Arunachal Pradesh. And I'm just quoting that comment now, and you'll see part of that reflected on your screens also. We completely reject the comments made by the Chinese official spokesperson. Indian leaders routinely travel to the state of Arunachal Pradesh as they do to any other state of India. Arunachal Pradesh is and will always remain an integral and inalienable part of India. Objecting to such visits does not stand to reason and will not change the above reality, unquote. Abhishek also joining us on the phone line right now. Abhishek, this many would say was, expected that you would hear such a response from the MEA. New Delhi making it absolutely clear that no matter what, Arunachal is a part of the country, and absolutely anyone can visit any part of the country when they want.
Well, obviously, and if the Chinese want to escalate, then, the escalation metrics should be ready. Both the sides. They have seen what happened in Galwan and how India escalated things, and the manner in which we carried out our mirror deployments, deep peace. So obviously, if they have seen just last month in Tawang what happened, the kind of preparedness with which Indian soldiers, Indian security personnel, Indian army men pushed back the Chinese because they wanted to capture one geographical feature, and their designs came undone. So obviously, India is prepared. This is a different India, as External Affairs Minister says, and the MEA reiterating that position and rebuffing and trashing the comments that came from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson yesterday on Home Minister Amit Shah's visit. And of course, you heard the Home Minister himself saying that our forces and our Jawans are absolutely capable of defending every inch of the territory. Remember the words that Home Minister used. He said, not even sui ki nok, land equivalent to the tip of a needle, can be taken given the preparedness of our forces. So I think India has made a strong statement by the Home Minister visiting Arunachal and laying foundation or inaugurating or launching those vibrant villages program. 3,000 villages across our entire frontier with Tibet to have upgrade of infrastructure in line with India's overall security stance and position up north. So I think at multiple levels a statement has been made over the last fortnight, and the Chinese should ideally understand that it's a different animal they're dealing with.
All right, Abhishek, I thank you right now for getting us insight into that big story. And clearly many said that that was a very, very powerful picture and a powerful statement that was made by the Union Home Minister just about yesterday. Something that has spooked China, but nonetheless, New Delhi says we will continue to do that no matter what anyone says. And now let's shift our focus to the other big story we are tracking this evening. India and the US earlier have held discussions of the Chinese spy balloons that were shot down by the American Air Force recently, you would recall, after being detected at a very high altitude. Now, there were reports that they were carrying out suspicious activities, and this is exactly how the talks have progressed so far.
India and the US held discussions over the Chinese spy balloons that was shot down by the American Air Force recently. Asked whether the issue of the Chinese spy balloon incident came up, Pacific Air Force Commander General Kenneth S. Wilczbach said that they had a very brief conversation and dialogue with most of the air chiefs in the region. He also said that for the first time ever, 2 B-1 long-range bombers of the US Air Force joined the bilateral air exercise Scope India, which got underway on 10th of April. The exercise is taking place in 3 locations: Panagarh and Kalaikunda in West Bengal and Agra in Uttar Pradesh. The development of the US bombers in an exercise for the first time is extremely significant for the military cooperation between the two countries. This also comes amid China-Taiwan tensions as Beijing continues to accuse the US of interfering in the matter. US Pacific Air Force Commander General Kenneth was visiting India. Commander General Kenneth said that India is an important defense ally of America. That's why America had also informed India about the Chinese balloon. Agency report, Republic TV.
And now to the next big story, that is about the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and the way she's responded to a lot of the West propaganda. Now discussing the resilience and the growth of the Indian economy at the Peterson Institute of International Economics earlier in Washington, the Finance Minister has given a befitting reply to the very negative Western perception of India, and she says they all now need a reality check.
Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman gave a befitting reply to the negative Western perception of India at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington. While discussing the resilience and growth of the Indian economy, Sitharaman urged prospective investors to come to India and check for itself.
You need to have value chains come to India, come and produce in India, not just for India, but to export from India, for which again, we have come up with a production-linked incentive schemes, particularly in 13 such areas which are priority sectors, sunrise sectors, where India didn't produce at all earlier.
Sitharaman further has responded to questions about violence against Muslims and said that Muslims in India are doing much better.
Whereas in India, you would find every strand of Muslim doing their business, their children getting educated, fellowships are being given by the government. And I would want to see where exactly is that one state where. And again, law and order is a very state subject. It's not the government of India's subject. Each province has its elected government. They take care of the law and order.
According to reports, the condition of the minorities in Pakistan have spawned global concern, with the numbers declining day by day. Responding to questions on widespread reporting in the Western press about MPs in the opposition party losing status, Finance Minister Sitharaman said,
India has the second largest Muslim population in the world. And the population is only growing in numbers. Their lives are difficult or made difficult with the support of the state, which is what is implied in most of these write-ups. I would ask, will this happen in India? In the sense, will the Muslim population be growing than what it was in 1947?
She further stated that the emerging markets like India do carry the burden of "you are the emerging market."
So the Indian opportunity that is before every businessman, every trader, every exporter, every manufacturer is there for everyone to seize the opportunity. And that spirit prevails. And that's why I think this growth is sustainable. This desire to want to expand is sustainable. And that itself will further trigger growth.
While addressing the Peterson Institute for International Economics, Sitharaman also talked about the facilities that the Indian government is wanting to extend to the poor in the country and further urged World Trade Organization to be more progressive. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Pilot accuses Kong government failing to act on
करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो, लेकिन जो स्थापित भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था उस पर हमने अभी तक कार्रवाई नहीं करी।
Badra Congress sides with Gehlot as pilot protest. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is
Unmissable Adani versus FT debate tonight. Sharpest Adani response since controversy broke. Adani versus FT over story on offshore funding. Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
Amidst shockwaves over leaks of highly classified documents, the White House raising concerns of additional leaks. The Pentagon says online leaks of highly classified documents about the Ukraine war presents a very serious risk to national security. The Taiwanese president condemns China's military drills in the Taiwan Strait, even as the Taiwanese Defense Ministry says 9 Chinese warships and 26 aircrafts have been spotted around the island. North Korean leader holds meeting with senior military officials, emphasizes on the US and South Korean joint military exercises. Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomes the Bangladeshi Foreign Minister to Washington for bilateral talks. Now, there has been a lot of concern and shockwaves over the leaks of highly classified documents. The White House has in fact raised concerns of these additional leaks. The Pentagon goes on to say that these online leaks of highly classified documents possibly could also be about the Ukraine war, and they call this a very serious risk to national security, and they do underscore how this is something that still needs to be investigated. There is also a lot of buzz that possibly there could be a large cache of this classified document that could be military intelligence that is circulating on social media right now, becoming a growing source of anxiety for the US intelligence agencies.
The Biden administration is scrambling to assess and contain the fallout. This from a major leak of classified Pentagon documents that has rattled US officials, members of Congress, and key allies in recent days. The Justice Department is investigating how the trove of highly sensitive documents, highly classified military and intelligence documents covering not only Ukraine but also other parts of the world have surfaced online, suggesting that there has been a major compromise of Pentagon secrets. The US is now struggling to identify the leak source. A top Pentagon spokesman said that the online leaks of scores of highly classified documents about the Ukraine war present a very serious risk to national security.
As I mentioned earlier, as these documents circulate online, I would like to highlight that they present a very serious risk to national security and have the potential to spread disinformation. So, we're being very careful and watching where this is being promoted and amplified. And we're going to continue to coordinate efforts to determine the damage. That's something we're still looking into. We're still coordinating efforts to determine the impact these documents might have on our national security going forward. So there's still a lot that we have to review and assess, but that review and assessment is ongoing.
Pentagon declined to provide specifics, including about the expanse of the release, how it happened, and to which country leaders the US has spoken. Meanwhile, State Department spokesman Vedant Patel told that US officials are engaging with allies and partners at high levels over online leaks of scores of highly classified documents. He added that our fellow countries are being assured of commitment to safeguarding intelligence and the fidelity of securing our partnerships.
After learning about the leak, the Department of Defense quickly referred the matter to the Department of Justice, which has opened a criminal investigation. The Pentagon has said they have taken steps to further restrict access to sensitive information, and an interagency effort has been initiated to review the national security implications of the disclosure and to mitigate this impact of the release of these documents that could have on U.S. national security, as well as the impact that it could have on our allies and partners.
Investigators say that the documents may have been circulating for months in private internet chats on the Discord discussion platform. With the public airing of highly classified documents about the Ukraine war has sent shockwaves across the US government, the White House said that there are concerns that there could be additional leaks. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby was asked if the US was bracing for more online releases.
The president has been briefed. He was first briefed late last week when we all got word that there were some documents out there, and he has stayed briefed and in contact with national security officials throughout the weekend. So he has been briefed. And as for the source, as you know, the Department of Defense has referred this to the Department of Justice for a criminal investigation, and I certainly would refer you to them, but I'm not aware that they've come to any conclusions at this point about where they're coming from.
And just to follow up on that, at this point, do you believe the leak is contained? Are there more documents out there that have not been released publicly? Is this an ongoing threat?
We don't know. We truly don't.
The shocking breach of the world's most secure security facility, Pentagon, has led to Russia getting its hands on sensitive information. In fact, Kremlin has responded by saying they find the leaks interesting and will be analyzing it.
Нет, я никак не могу комментировать. Этого нельзя исключать. Там вы видели, действительно, утечки достаточно интересные. Их все изучают, анализируют, широко обсуждают. Вот. Но то, что Соединенные Штаты разными главными государствами, особенно в европейских столицах, давно уже начали слежку, это неоднократно всплывало, поэтому этого нельзя исключать.
Seen as one of the most serious breaches, US officials said the investigation is in its early stage and those running it have not ruled out of the possibility that pro-Russian elements were behind the leak. Agency report, Republic TV.
The Financial Times is yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on the allegations. We'll have the full story after this break.
Pilot accuses Kong government failing to act on
करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो, लेकिन जो स्थापित भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था उस पर हमने अभी तक कार्रवाई नहीं करी.
Badra Congress sides with Gehlot as pilot protest. Is Pilot setting the ground for his exit? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है. और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे. ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं. पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट. और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके 2 प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो।
Pilot ends dharna says Gehlot government hasn't tackled promises on corruption crackdown. Sources say Priyanka Vadra tells Pilot to pull back, but he dares Vadra Congress with show of strength. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations.
कि अभी अगर वो आते हैं तो उन्हें तो त्यागपत्र देना होगा। जो भी हमारे संपर्क में है वो तो अगली लोकसभा के 2 महीने पहले ये सभी लोग
BJP confirms talks with opposition leaders. Party hints at big churn in Maharashtra early next year. CBI collects voice sample of titler in connection with the 1984 riots investigation. Amritpal's close aide Papalpreet arrested by cops, brought to Dibrukal jail. Is Amritpal next? Hello and welcome, you watching This is Exclusive with me, Shravan Sen. We're coming to you live from Mumbai. On the Monday edition of This is Exclusive, we were the first network to tell you that all is not well within the Vadra Congress, and this time it was in Rajasthan. What started as a rebellion for the Chief Minister's post back in 2018 seems to have only exacerbated, and now the former Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot, is out on the streets, taking his own government, cornering the Ashok Gehlot government when it comes to corruption charges. He says that the promises that were essentially made by the Vadra Congress when they were in the opposition, and with enough proof, they had exposed the scams under Vasundhara Raje government. The Ashok Gehlot government has essentially gone slow on it. And that is the reason why he's essentially demanding that Ashok Gehlot's government comes clean on it. Now, the Congress party seems to have been backing Ashok Gehlot, saying that this entire response that has come in from Sachin Pilot essentially tantamounts to anti-party activity. It seems that Sachin Pilot is contemplating of floating his own party. Would this only mean that the existential crisis that the Vadra Congress faces, it only intensifies, something that the first family of the Vadra Congress simply does not realize? Take a look at this report, and then we also get you some of our guests joining us on this broadcast.
Congress is witnessing the biggest ever rebellion within their own party. What started as a fight for the chief ministerial post in 2018 has spilled onto the streets now. Pilot is protesting against his own government. And it's more than just a fight against Ashok Gehlot. Pilot has alleged Gehlot government inaction on charges of corruption.
जो स्थापित भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था उस पर हमने अभी तक कार्रवाई नहीं करी। इसको लेकर एक साल से ज़्यादा पहले मैंने प्रदेश की सरकार और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को लिखित में कहा था कि उन्होंने और हमने सबने मिलकर वसुंधरा जी के ऊपर तमाम बहुत सारे आरोप जड़े थे। अब जब चुनाव में 6-7 महीने रह गए हैं, जनता के बीच दोबारा हमको जाना है, इसलिए मैं चाहता था कि इस पर हम कार्रवाई करें। पत्र लिखने के बाद, 2-2 बार याद दिलाने के बाद भी जब कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि कार्रवाई होगी।
And while it's a make or break situation for Pilot, the Vadra Congress has chosen their side.
So this is the crucial time to stand with Rahul Gandhi ji. Crucial time to fight the bigger enemy, bigger corruption that has been done by Adani.
यहाँ पर अगर एक तरफा अनशन करने की घोषणा करते हैं और अनशन करने के गिरफ्तारू हैं, तो उस पर राजस्थान के जो प्रभारी हैं उन्होंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का अनुशासन है, वो इसकी इजाज़त नहीं देता और वो पार्टी के विरोध में है।
इसलिए सचिन जी ने भी इस पे थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए। ये समय पार्टी आलाकमान ने उनको जो बात कही है उस बात को तजुर्बा देना चाहिए और पार्टी के साथ खड़ा रहना चाहिए।
The BJP says that the end for the grand old party is near.
Unfulfilled promise and how ineffective the government in Rajasthan is.
मतलब अनुशासनहीनता दोनों पक्ष कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अनुशासनहीनता पायलट की तो दिखती है, गहलोत की, शांति धारीवाल की, महेश जोशी की, ये दिल्ली वालों को नहीं दिखती, तो ये भेद भी नहीं करना चाहिए।
The unrest within Rajasthan Congress never died out really, and the party unit is once again on the brink of a crisis. Could this be the final nail in the coffin for the Vadra Congress? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting you some more breaking news right now. Which way is this headed? Will the tussle continue, or would Sachin Pilot essentially break away from the Congress party? In fact, what we are picking up is that Sachin Pilot is in touch with one senior BJP parliamentarian. Along with that, one independent legislator is what we are picking up at this point in time. But it seems that this entire idea of a new party being floated by Sachin Pilot would only crystallize if at all the Congress party does not realize that they are now pushing Sachin Pilot once again to the corner, despite the kind of assurances that were made. In fact, Priyanka Gandhi Vatra has dialed Sachin Pilot, but we do not know what's really transpired. For more on this, I'm joined by our political editor who's getting us this big political scoop that Sachin Pilot is in touch with one BJP parliamentarian as well as an independent parliamentarian. Aishwarya, just put this into perspective. We were getting this breaking news that there is a high possibility that Sachin Pilot would break away from the Congress party. Do you think that there is a possibility of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to try and salvage the situation, or perhaps Sachin Pilot has already made up his mind?
Shravan, it has reached to a point of no return. Let there be no doubt that there is no place for Sachin Pilot in Rajasthan Congress anymore as far as Ashok Gehlot is there. And also, more or less, after today's protest, after today's fast going, Sachin Pilot carrying it forward, it's no more Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot. It is Sachin Pilot versus the Vadra Congress. It is Sachin Pilot versus the Congress party. It is no more Sachin versus Ashok Gehlot. And the meeting which has happened in Maharashtra, by the way, Shravan, at a farmhouse of a very young and an influential Maharashtrian Congress leader's farmhouse in Maharashtra, where Sachin was there, a senior BJP leader was there, and an independent MP was there. More or less, as it's called in Hindi, the khaka, that is the boundary or the formation lines of a new alliance, has already been decided. So Sachin Pilot understands that he himself, just doing it single-handedly alone, might not be able to make an impact. But by getting that senior BJP leader and that independent MP, he will be able to dent into the vote share of not only the BJP, but also that of the Congress, and that is exactly what he's looking for. And while this is happening, we cannot forget the Aam Aadmi Party's sudden surge into the Rajasthan politics. They also want a piece of the pie as far as the Rajasthan politics is concerned. So can Sachin Pilot be that third front? That is only something, whether he gets the support of the people or not, we can tell, but he has reached to a point of no return as far as the present Congress Rajasthan unit is concerned. Open protest against his own chief minister and the own government is something which was termed as an anti-party activity late last night. And as we speak right now, there is no place left for Sachin as far as Rajasthan Congress is concerned. And once again, it is being clearly said that is no more Sachin versus Gehlot. It is Sachin versus the Gandhis, and that is something which the Congress party will not accept. Shravan, back to you.
Just Aishwarya, before I let you go, just a quick question that I want to take with you. Does this essentially have the blessing of the Bharatiya Janata Party? Because the Congress essentially trying to allege, or at least hint, that Sachin Pilot is essentially working at the behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Is there any truth to the allegations that have essentially been levelled by the Congress party?
रखा है।
Well, in fact, we'll try and connect with Aishwarya in a short while from now. But let me also introduce our guests who are joining us on this broadcast. Senior BJP parliamentarian Kirori Lal Meena is joining us on this broadcast. Let me first take that question with you, Mr. Meena. मीना साहब, ये बताइए कि जिस तरह से राजस्थान में इस वक्त हलचल हो रही है सचिन पायलट को लेकर, कहीं ना कहीं वाड्रा कांग्रेस का ये कहना है कि सचिन पायलट आप लोगों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
देखो, ये कोरा दोषारोपण है। सचिन पायलट खुद की मुख्यमंत्री की गद्दी पाने के लिए काम कर रहा है और गहलोत साहब भी अपनी गद्दी को सुरक्षित बनाए रखने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। और अनुशासन दोनों लोगों ने फैलाया, अनुशासनहीनता। जब सरकार को पटकनी देनी थी तो पायलट साहब ने कैंप किया कुछ एमएलएज को लेकर, और जब दिल्ली के कांग्रेस के हाईकमान ने कुछ निर्णय करने की कोशिश की तो दिल्ली में खड़गे साहब और अजय माकन जब गए थे राय लेने के लिए एमएलएज की, तो गहलोत साहब के इशारे पर वरिष्ठ मंत्री शांति धारीवाल के घर पर विरोध प्रकट किया गया, खुले में बयानबाजी की गई और करीबन 92 एमएलएज ने स्पीकर को इस्तीफा देकर ये धमकी मार दी कि अगर मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत को बदला गया या सचिन पायलट जैसे गद्दार को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया गया तो हम बर्दाश्त करने वाले नहीं हैं। तो ये जो कांग्रेस का दो तरह का रवैया है, वह हालांकि उनका वो आंतरिक मामला है, मैं बोलने के लिए अधिकृत नहीं हूँ, लेकिन सचिन पायलट कुछ करे तो अनुशासनहीनता है। और जब गहलोत साहब कांग्रेस का बेड़ा गर्क करने का ठान ले, जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ने तक को मना कर दे और मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी बचाने के लिए सारे एमएलएज को दाव लगा दे, उसको कांग्रेस का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व अनुशासनहीनता नहीं मानता। जब ये ऐसी स्थिति आएगी तो ये तो दोनों की आपस की लड़ाई है, सचिन पायलट और गहलोत की लड़ाई है। इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कोई लेना देना नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इनको लड़ा नहीं रही, ये एक कुर्सी के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, ये जनता के लिए नहीं लड़ रहे। लेकिन ऐसे में मैं एक बात और कहना चाहूँगा, पायलट साहब ने उन आरोपों को उठाया है जो 2018 पे इन्होंने विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ते समय वसुंधरा सरकार पे लगाए थे, जिनकी जांच हो चुकी है, जो स्टेक डाउन हो चुके हैं। चलो मान भी लिया जाए उन आरोपों को, वो मांग जांच करवाना चाहते हैं। तो मैं पायलट साहब से आपके चैनल के जरिए ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि इन 4.5 साल में जो भयंकर भ्रष्टाचार की पराकाष्ठा राजस्थान में हुई है, हर एमएलए ने तो लूटा ही है, लेकिन हर पेपर लीक हुआ, रीट के पेपर में भ्रष्टाचार, आरएस के पेपर में भ्रष्टाचार, सिंचाई विभाग के टेंडरों में भ्रष्टाचार, जल जीवन मिशन के टेंडरों में भ्रष्टाचार।
बट
हेलो
मीना जी, बट अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं कि ये शैडो बॉक्सिंग है, क्योंकि आप कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरह से आप सवाल सचिन पायलट पे, मीना जी जो सवाल मैं आपसे करना चाह रहा हूँ, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि सचिन पायलट, आप अपना निशाना साध रहे सचिन पायलट पर वाड्रा कांग्रेस की ये कहना है कि आप लोग सचिन पायलट आप लोग के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। और खबर ये भी आ रही है मीना साहब कि सचिन पायलट कुछ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विधायक और साथ ही साथ कुछ एमपीज से बातचीत कर रहे हैं। क्या इसमें सच्चाई है? क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि आप लोगों के बीच में कोई बातचीत हो रही है बीजेपी और सचिन पायलट के बीच में?
नहीं, इसमें मेरे को कोई जानकारी नहीं है, पर बात हो भी रही हो तो उसकी कोई सच्चाई इसलिए नहीं है कि माना भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी बड़े नेताओं से बात हो रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वर्तमान में जो राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष वसुंधरा, जो 2 बार हमारे वहाँ मुख्यमंत्री रही, उन पर आरोप लगाकर उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की मांग कर रहे हैं। तो मेरे को नहीं लगता ये केवल एक गुमराह करने वाला है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी पायलट से मिली हो तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं, उनके आरोप को भ्रष्टाचार के रूप में कहकर जांच कराने की मांग कर रहे हैं। तो इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस प्रकरण में दूर दूर तक मेरे को तो नहीं लगती।
जी किरोलाल, मीना जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। लेट मी ऑल्सो गेट इन सम मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज राइट नाउ on this very matter which we've been tracking very closely. It turns out that the battle is no longer between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. The battle now is between Sachin Pilot and the Gandhis. Even though a call was made by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, it does not seem like she's been able to address the entire matter. In fact, the party, even though they've been contemplating of expelling Sachin Pilot, but that once again the party seems to be a little bit more cautious this time because they do not want to make Sachin Pilot a martyr. Let me also quickly bring in my colleague Madhuraba for a quick response on this. She's been tracking the dharna from the ground. Madhuraba, it essentially seems right now that Sachin Pilot is almost firming up on floating his own party. Have you been able to speak to any of his aides? What is it that they are indicating right now?
Well, Shravan, as far as Sachin Pilot and his aides are concerned, they are being very tight-lipped about the next movement of the leader. Because as far as what they have been indicating is that they still want to have talks with the leadership of the Congress party. Because multiple times, multiple promises have been made, but the Congress party, the top brass, has fallen flat on delivering those promises as far as Sachin Pilot is concerned. The last attempt was at the time when Ashok Gehlot could have been made the president of the party, and the seat here in Rajasthan could have fallen vacant, but that did not happen, and that really egged Sachin Pilot. And after this, this open battle has begun from today with this protest. We'll have to wait and watch, Shravan, as to what would be the next move of Sachin Pilot, because he's made it clear that he's not going to sit silent, because it's 7 months left to the next election, Shravan, and there has to be something that the Congress party can produce in front of the electorate as far as fighting fighting corruption is concerned. And he pressed upon this matter time and again today, even after his protest ended. He said that he's written to the Chief Minister of Rajasthan multiple times, though he normally answers. But when he talks about corruption, he's written twice in 12 months and not even once or any answer or any rebuttal or rejection, and not even a single cognizance has been taken by the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So we'll have to see as to how Sachin Pilot is going to aggravate his entire attempt to bring in the attention of the Congress party here, Shravan. So we are keeping a close watch. We are reporting from his residence, Shravan, and we'll try and speak to him if he comes out. We are reporting from his residence and keeping a close tab on his every move.
Right. Thank you very much, Madhurima, reporting from outside Sachin Pilot's residence. Let me also quickly bring in a guest from the Congress party. Sushil Asupa is joining us. Sushil जी, सीधा सवाल ये करना चाहूँगा कि आखिरकार कांग्रेस पार्टी को क्यों लगता है कि सचिन पायलट जो कर रहे हैं वो एंटी पार्टी एक्टिविटीज़ है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो आपने आश्वासन जनता को दी थी उसी के ऊपर सवाल सचिन पायलट उठा रहे हैं।
देखिए, अब तक अधिकृत रूप से केवल रंधावा जी का एक बयान आया है या प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में खेड़ा जी ने उस सब्जेक्ट को बाईपास किया है, लेकिन कांग्रेस नेतृत्व ने अभी तक इस बारे में नहीं बोला है। और उसका ठोस कारण यही है कि सचिन पायलट जी बार बार जो बात कह रहे हैं कि करप्शन इज द मेजर इश्यू इन राजस्थान। अभी किरोड़ी मीना जी भी कह रहे थे कि उनकी जांच हो चुकी है, जबकि वो खुद डॉक्टर है, मैं इंजीनियर हूं, कोई जांच हुई नहीं और वो जो जांच हुई है वो लिपापोती है। और सीबीआई जांच की मांग स्वयं अशोक गहलोत जी ने मार्च 2016 में सार्वजनिक रूप से की थी कि सीबीआई या किसी जज की अध्यक्षता में जांच होनी चाहिए। उससे पहले जो माथुर आयोग बनाया था वो भी बिल्कुल बेकार निकल गया, कोई उसकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सैंक्टिटी नहीं थी। सारी दुनिया जानती है कि वसुंधरा राजे के खिलाफ सचिन पायलट जी और अशोक गहलोत जी ने जितनी मुखरता से बात भ्रष्टाचार की है, उस पर 4.25 साल 4.5 साल में कोई काम नहीं हुआ है और मुद्दे भटकते चले गए। सचिन पायलट जी ने 13 महीने पहले जो चिट्ठी लिखी, वो उनकी आप संजीदगी देखिए, उनकी आप शालीनता देखिए कि उन्होंने परसों बताया दुनिया को कि मैंने 13 महीने पहले पत्र लिखा, हमें भी मालूम नहीं। आई स्वेयर कि मैं उनके साथ काम करता हूं, मुझे मालूम नहीं कि उन्होंने पत्र लिखा और नवंबर में रिमाइंडर दिया। सो दिस इज ए वॉर अगेंस्ट करप्शन। ये कोई फ्रंट किसी के विरुद्ध नहीं है। उन्होंने अभी भी शाम को बोला है कि राहुल जी जो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं मोदी के खिलाफ करप्शन को लेकर के। दूसरी बात, हमारे कुछ नेता कर रहे हैं ट्वीट वगैरह, उनसे भी मेरा ये है कि रंधावा जी ने बादल सरकार के खिलाफ भ्रष्टाचार को लेकर आरोप लगाए ना, तभी तो 2017 में आए और उसके बाद 5 साल काम नहीं हुआ तो सरकार चली गई।
सवाल कई सारे उठते हैं सुशील जी, इस वक्त हमारे पास समय नहीं है। सुशील जी, मैं सॉरी आपको इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि हमारे पास इस वक्त समय कम है। वापस आप पर आऊँगा और आपसे ये सवाल करूँगा कि आप कहते हैं वॉर ऑन करप्शन, बट कई लोग कह रहे हैं ये वॉर ऑन करप्शन नहीं है, इट इज़ द वॉर राइट नाउ to get the Chief Minister's post. But we'll come to that in a short while from now. Thank you very much, Sushil, for joining us on this broadcast. Clipping at a short break. On the other side, the big exclusive coming in as far as Amritpal's close aide is concerned. Papul Preet, who's been arrested by the Punjab police, has now been taken to Assam. That's where he was confronted by my colleague. Also on the other side, the big news coming in, Financial Times yet to take down their report despite Adani's sharp response.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
2020 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके 2 प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation.
For months, Amritpal Singh has been on the run, but it is his close associate with whom he was last spotted was finally arrested by Punjab police. He's now been taken to Dibrugarh. In fact, my colleague Anirudh confronted him with this pointed question with regards to the ISI connection of what is the Punjab chief Amritpal Singh. Listen in to what he had to say.
And as you can see, these visuals from Dibrugarh Airport, Prapalpreet Singh, one of the close aide of Amritpal Singh, has been brought here. क्या कहेंगे अमृतपाल सिंह कहाँ पे?
हाँ जी,
आपसे लास्ट मुलाकात कब हुई थी?
28 को।
सरेंडर करेंगे कि नहीं? अमृतपाल कहाँ में है अभी? किसकी बैकिंग मिल रही है आप लोग को? ISI का हाथ है क्या? ISI का सपोर्ट मिल रहा है क्या आप लोग को? ISI का सपोर्ट मिल रहा है क्या?
हमारा कोई ISI से लिंक नहीं है।
अमृतपाल सरेंडर करेगा?
मेरे से उनकी बात नहीं हुई 28 के बाद।
28 तक क्या कहा था आपको?
नहीं, कोई ज्यादा बात नहीं हुई।
सरेंडर करेगा? So this was Prapalpreet Singh speaking exclusively to Republic Media Network as he has been brought here to Dibrugarh.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट 1 पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने
करप्शन के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है और मैं चाहता था कि सरकार में रहते हुए कांग्रेस की सरकार में इस पर कार्रवाई हो।
Pilot ends dharna, says Gehlot government hasn't tackled promises on corruption crackdown. Sources say Priyanka Vadra dialed Pilot to pull back, but he dares Vadra Congress with show of strength. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations.
कि अभी अगर वो आते हैं तो उन्हें तो त्यागपत्र देना होगा। जो भी हमारे संपर्क में है वो तो अगली लोकसभा के 2 महीने पहले ये सभी लोग।
BJP confirms talks with opposition leaders. Party hints at big churn in Maharashtra early next year. CBI collects voice sample of titler in connection with 1984 riots investigation. Mafia Don in panic as he is being taken to Prayagraj to investigate role in Umesh Pal murder case. Good evening, you're watching Live and Breaking at 6:30. I'm Suesha Sawant, and the story we're getting for you this minute in this sharpest response that was given out by the Adani group post the controversy. Gautam Adani has now released a statement and refuted allegations raising questions on the foreign direct investment angle into the conglomerate and termed it to be a competitive race, quote unquote, to tear down the conglomerate. We're getting you details of the claims that were made by Financial Times in that report and what the Adani group is now stating. As Niranjan is joining us on the broadcast to break down all the details for us. Niranjan, especially after what has happened with the Hindenburg report, the Adani group has come out very strongly against this particular report, asking Financial Times to pull it down, which they still haven't. But what exactly is the claim that is being made through this report, and how is the Adani group countering it?
They've in fact gone on to put out a full detailed press release, and it's one of their strong counters in the last few months, because a lot has been said about the 20,000 crore funding. In fact, you had people like Rahul Gandhi who have been echoing that particular point and stalling Parliament, asking for some of the answers. So what they have now done is they have gone on to give out details of where the 20,000 crore came from essentially. And I'm reading out from what the clarification was from the Adani group, Suesha. And they have said, they've gone on to put on record, they first of all called it inaccurate media reporting. So Adani Group taking on the FT, one of the world's leading financial publications, and to question them and call it inaccurate media reporting. In fact, what they've also done in the course of this entire response is they've shown contradictions in the FT reporting between what they have said in between the article itself, which are self-contradictory in nature. I'm reading out some of the portions of what they have said about the nature of funding and the funds that were, that came into the Adani Group. They have said, and this is the letter that they shared with the editor of the FT or the Financial Times. They said in their response that the article of the 22nd of March, which was called Indian Data, they called it Indian Data Reveals Adani Empire's Reliance on Offshore Funding, is on the face of it. They called it mendacious, deliberate effort to attempt to paint the Adani family and the Adani Group in the worst possible light. And they went on to call it and say that in doing so, it reveals a willingness to be selective in using publicly available facts, lazy in approach to understanding disclosures to which your reporters were directed, and makes insinuations that were false and damaging. So in the letter, they also go on to put some facts about their stake sale and where the monies came from. They said in their statement and the letter to the editor of the Financial Times, they said that they had publicly disclosed that in January 2021, on 2 occasions, the group promoters had raised about $2 billion. They talk about how in 2021, $2 billion were raised through the sale of 20% of stake in the Adani Green Energy to Total Energies of France. And they also point out how when that stake sale happened back then in 2021, even the Financial Times or the FT had gone on to report that stake sale and put the figure to it. They had even reported that it was sold for about $2 billion. Not just that, they talk about that first of all, the money trail or the value of the stake sale back then. They also point out that in October 2019, the promoters had raised about $700 million to the stake sale of 37.4% in Adani Total Gas, which was also given out by the Adani press release. And again, the Financial Times, they say in their letter to the editor, chose to ignore this fact, although it also published the news about the $700 million stake sale. So they pointed out to 2 specific stake sales, one the $2 billion sale in 2021 and then the $700 million stake sale in 2019. And they report how the FT had reported about this stake sale, and now in 2023 they're raising questions about the same kind of money that is being brought back into the system or being pumped into the group. So they are saying, and they also point out 2 contradictions in this particular story. They say that the article has no qualms about contradicting itself in order to create innuendos. For example, it says that most offshore shell companies supplying FDI to the conglomerate have been disclosed as part of Adani's promoter group, meaning they are closely tied to the Adani or his immediate family. Yet soon after the story reports, and this is where they point out the contradiction, saying that analysts said the money moving from obscure Mauritius entities were concerning because it was impossible to ascertain whether or not the funds had been round-tripped. So they sort of factually contradict and find inconsistencies in where the report or the reporter sort of contradicts his own statement, and they forget what they had reported in the past when they put out figures. So I think we have that debate also coming up with Arnab at 10 p.m. I'm handing it back to you. We will be back with some update when we have it.
Absolutely. And point also is, Niranjan, that purely as journalistic ethic, the Adani Group should have been asked. Alright, we've cut across to these live pictures coming in from Jaipur, where you see how Sachin Pilot is meeting with his supporters. Quite the scene that has been witnessed all through the day, especially after he ended that dharna. A massive show of strength. That is the message that is coming in out and out. And also going across to the top leadership of the Congress party, where remember we got you inside scoop of how Priyanka Gandhi had also called Sachin Pilot, asking him to pull down the dharna and not protest. But this is Sachin Pilot through the day, in those pictures, meeting with his supporters, showing the massive support he enjoys. Madhurima has been tracking all the details on the ground as she's with us on the broadcast. And Madhurima, once again, really speaking, as there is a lot of speculation over what Sachin Pilot could do in the days to come. If this is headed somewhere, let's listen into what he's saying.
यहाँ भी होता है, पंजाब में आपने देखा यही हुआ, छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर झगड़े हो रहे हैं इनके, और तो और राजस्थान के अंदर ये झगड़े पिछले 4-4.5 साल से सबको नजर आ रहे हैं। सत्ता का नशा इतना ज्यादा कि राजस्थान वालों के साथ धोखा। राजस्थान ने कांग्रेस को अवसर दिया सेवा करने का, लेकिन 4 साल से लगातार सत्ता की लड़ाई ही चल रही है। और जैसे मैंने कहा कि ये कांग्रेस की रीति रही है, डिवाइड एंड रूल। अब गांधी परिवार, जिसको कोई स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं बना सकते, आगे का कोई विजन नहीं है, पूरी तरह एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं, भ्रष्टाचार के अंदर पूरी तरह से लिप्त हैं, देश तोड़ने के लिए बाहर के विदेशी ताकतों को इनवाइट करते हैं, देश के अंदर जो देश तोड़ने वाली ताकतें हैं उनके साथ जाकर खड़े हो जाते हैं, टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग। आतंकी जब मारे जाते हैं तो आंसू बहाते हैं ये लोग। ये ऐसे परिवार की जो डिवाइड एंड रूल पॉलिसी है कि बने रहने के लिए कांग्रेस को ही डिवाइड करके रखो, ये उसका हिस्सा है। जहां पे झगड़ा नहीं होता वहां झगड़ा करवा देते हैं, जैसे पंजाब। और जहां झगड़ा चलता आ रहा है वहां स्पष्ट क्यों नहीं कर देते? इनकी कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप स्पष्ट क्यों नहीं कर देती? इसका मतलब यही है कि इनकी स्ट्रैटेजी का ये हिस्सा है। अब अगर इनकी स्ट्रैटेजी का हिस्सा है तो इसमें राजस्थान क्यों भुगत रहा है? राजस्थान वासियों ने तो जिम्मेदारी दी इनको, लेकिन इन्होंने उस जिम्मेदारी को अपनी स्वार्थ वाली स्ट्रैटेजी की वजह से बिल्कुल नहीं निभाई। ये वही लोग हैं जो भारत के अंदर कुछ करने के लिए चाइना के साथ एमओयू करते हैं। 2008 का जो एमओयू करा इन्होंने कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, आपको याद होगा। ये वही लोग हैं जब डोकलम होता है तो गुपचुप पीछे चाइनीज दूतावास के साथ बात करते हैं। चुनाव के समय कैम्ब्रिज एनालिटिका में जो कारनामे हुए वो आप सबको पता है। लंदन जाकर विदेशी ताकतों को इनवाइट करते हैं भारत के अंदर दखल देने के लिए। इतिहास गवाह है इनका, लगातार लड़वाकर, लड़ाई करवाकर ये सत्ता में बना रहने चाहते हैं।